Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Pittsburgh Pirates beat the St. Louis Cardinals in the first of 3 games in a series yesterday. In this particular series yesterday, 2-1 the final score. Mitch Keller, 7 innings, 6 hits, just 1 earned run though, giving up 3 strikeouts. Aroldis Chapman got the winning decision. He pitched the 8th, and David Bednar got the save. He pitched in the 9th. Pirates and Cardinals play again. Game 2 of this 3-game series will be at 6:40 tonight. If you want to listen to the game, you can, right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts this weekend. For 3 days only, this Friday through Sunday. Get 20% off rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 3 days only, and Sunday.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for July is Old Thunder Brewing's False Kingdom IPA. And the charity is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
It's
Time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tucking Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Good morning and welcome. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe buys like a pro. And it's a great morning, isn't it? Pirates won the first game of 3 against the Cardinals in this series, and they gained ground in the National League. Cardinals, coming into that game, had the second wild card spot of 3. And now that race is getting a little more tricky. The Pirates stay hot. It was one of those games where the Pirates did the bare minimum offensively to win that game, and the pitching staff shut down the Cardinals. Mitch Keller did his part. 1 earned run given up through 7 innings. That's huge. I mean, talking about how uncertain this pitching rotation may have been coming into the season, remember when we used to say that? Like, oh, how's the starting rotation going to be? Mitch Keller is not proven. Paul Skeens still isn't here yet. Jared Jones is a new thing. You got a couple guys signed from free agency. Now look what we're saying. I mean, we've been saying this for a little while now. This isn't new. But this rotation has kept teams in games. And I think it's really important to emphasize how crucial it was for Mitch Keller to go 7 innings in this game and only give up 1 run. That's what you like to see. You don't tax the bullpen after, a pretty bullpen-heavy game in that first game against the Phillies on Friday. Most of the bullpen got a rest. And then you just needed Aroldis Chapman to set it up and David Bednar to close it down. And you got a 2-1 win. The offense did the bare minimum, which we love to see that. I mean, that was one of the biggest criticisms for them. They've started having outbursts. It's been good to see. This game wasn't great. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. Well, they pushed across 2 runs. They did the bare minimum. They avenged Mitch Keller, who gave up just 1 run in his start, and got this team the win. Then again, Aroldis Chapman, David Bednar shut it down. No runs given up in the final 2 innings of the game. And now the Pirates have a half-game lead on the Diamondbacks. Pirates are a half game out of a wild card spot. Same winning percentage as the San Diego Padres. Pirates are 51-49, a half game back of the Mets for the 3rd wild card spot. And the Cardinals now just have a plus half-game lead for that 2nd wild card spot. So really, if the Pirates are able to win tomorrow, or just another game in this series, if the Pirates can win this series, the Pirates look like they're going to have a wild card spot, or at least be tied for a wild card spot at the end of this series, going into a crucial series against the Diamondbacks, who have now fallen below the Pirates in the standings. So that would give the Pirates an opportunity, unless the Diamondbacks were to win their series here, but they've lost 2 in a row. You would at least have the opportunity to push the Diamondbacks further away from you in this upcoming series. That's what it's shaping up to be right now. Unless they harm themselves in the series they're playing in now and they lose even more games, then you could bury them even further and not have to worry about them, when you play them the 2 times you do coming up. This is great. I don't even know what you say. You're welcome to say anything though. If you're not a huge fan of Fanboy Pirate Talk, this might not be the early morning show for you. But even if you have legitimate concerns, I mean, I'll take them. 412-928-9370. You can tell me what you're thinking. I'll take conversations with you this morning. If you want to call and you want to talk, you're welcome to. 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33 on X. Write out your comments. I mean, tell me what you're thinking. I don't know what you can say about this team right now that's all that negative. The Pirates they're hot. They're very hot, and they're performing like I think we've wanted them to perform. Like, this is the ideal situation that the Pirates are in right now. You've got a few hitters producing. You've got an excellent pitching staff. And you win multiple different ways. They won a close game by scoring high runs in that first game against the Phillies. They went comfortably 4-1 in Game 2 of that series, and then this win here, I mean, this was a squeaker. But they grinded through and they pulled through. I got to emphasize the impact to Andrew McCutchen as well while I'm talking about this, and there's some other topics I want to bring up as well. So, we're just going to go all around the horn this morning. I mean, it's hard for me to contain my excitement. I mean, you guys know, baseball is my favorite sport. I love playing I loved playing when I did. Now I love watching the sport, and I love when the hometown team does well. And I mean, this is just a stretch right now where if they, win these series coming up here, and they win more and they don't lose, and they went on their little winning streak, and now they're in the thick of things. If they just keep going, they don't even have to sweep anymore. We want them to sweep if they can, but you know what I mean? Like, if they keep doing what they were doing, if they win a few here, they maybe lose one. I mean, they're still going to be in the thick of things. They're good right now. Like, the situation they're in is good. Like, they're hanging around, and it's great. So, I mean, this is – I'm excited. I'm really happy for what's been going on with this team down this stretch here through the All-Star break. It's been great. Andrew McCutchen out of the leadoff spot. I mean, I want to emphasize how important he's been when he's been in the lineup, just to be able to get on base as much as he has. He went 1 for 4 again in yesterday's game. It just seems like he's getting on base, whether he walks or, gets hits. He's still one of the leaders in home runs for this team. And I love him batting out the leadoff spot, and I love that he's doing well. And this has just been... It's been great to see him thrive in this position. He's batting .231 on the year. 729 OPS, though, not too bad. .332 on base percentage. It just seems like every game, though, he's getting on base at least once. And I think that's great to see. Yesterday was kind of it was a low-scoring game, but it seemed like a lot of guys were getting on base in that game, and that helped them pull out the win. Ultimately, Nick Gonzalez came through again. Late inning hit, pushed across the go-ahead run that ended up being the winning run. That was his only hit, but it was a big one. Tellez, a 2-hit game. Kutch with a hit, Reynolds with a hit, Cruz with a hit and a walk and a run batted in. Sawinski even got a hit yesterday. How about that? I think I missed that. He got a hit and walked. 2 at-bats that he had. How about that? And Palacios pinch hit and got a hit. So I talked about that yesterday on the morning show. I like Joshua Palacios. He's an underdog, I think, that really accents this team well. He's more of a role player, and he's got a lot of energy, but, I like him, and good to see he got a hit yesterday. So just a plethora of hits around the board, mixed with great pitching performance, and they squeak out a 2-1 win. Sometimes I can't contain it. I'm happy. I mean, to see them, I'm very happy to see that they're this close to a wild card spot at this point in the season. Like, we're talking about baseball in July because the Pirates have given us a reason to hang around. And it can't be emphasized enough. They've got to add one more piece, one more guy to the lineup, and I think that they're going to have imminent success down the stretch here. 412-928-9370. Call me, talk to me. I do notice a trend, too. I notice that a lot of people call more when the team's not doing well, and there's more frustration. Usually when the team's doing well, there's the happiness is more silent. And I'm kind of sad to see that. But that's just the way it is. I don't man. So let's see here. Let's just look down the stretch here too, because I want to get to the point. And I'm gonna get to this point that I want to make coming up next, because I talked about it a little bit yesterday about something that maybe the Pirates are doing differently that may start a trend throughout baseball, or maybe it's just something that I noticed, something that they've done that nobody else has really done at all in the history of baseball. Something that the Pirates are doing. So I want to get to that. I touched on it a little bit yesterday, but I definitely want to get to it today because I think it has some weight to it. But I mean, just to look at the schedule down the stretch here too, real quick. They've got the Cardinals for 2 more games in this series, and they play the Diamondbacks on the road, play the Astros on the road, and play the Diamondbacks, and they come back to PNC Park for a 6-game homestand. Just the opportunity they have in front of them. Like, I can't contain my excitement a whole lot here. I mean, this is so exciting to see that they have an opportunity to obtain a wild card spot playing the Cardinals in this series, and then to bury another team that's been in the race. They've got 6 games they're playing against the Diamondbacks non-consecutively, but pretty close together. They have an opportunity to bury this team in this coming series. I still want to take it one game at a time. I still want to take it slowly. I don't want to get too amped up right now, but I mean, they're close, and there is hope to be had here. And I love to see that. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Talk to me. And I got some callers on the line now that want to talk. I'd assume about the Pirates here, so let's go ahead to Logan in Washington. Hello, Logan.
How you doing today?
I'm feeling great. What's on your mind?
I just my only concern with the Pirates is the fact that some of our guys still aren't producing, like Brian Hayes and Jack Sawinski. What do you think we should do with guys like Brian Hayes and Jack Sawinski?
Well, thanks for the call. I'd entertain a trade. I just don't know what return you'd get for these players. And who are you going to play otherwise right now? I think that's a fair question to ask as well. Triolo I've liked at third base, so I mean maybe he's an option. Although I mean he got cold, and I think he was part of the reason why the Pirates were struggling ultimately as well. Yeah, Hayes went 0 for 4 yesterday. Yeah, it's one of the few guys that didn't get on base in the game. Yeah. I mean I'd entertain a trade, or I mean if you acquire a versatile guy at the deadline that can play a third base position like that or play the outfield, you put that player in. I kind of like, Michael A. Taylor's not a fan favorite, and I agree. If you can replace his offense, that'd be fine. I don't know, get an outfielder and an infielder at the trade deadline. Maybe do that. Yeah, it would just all depend. I would entertain a trade for Hayes in particular. Or Sawinski is just, I don't know what the demand is for them. So I think you just maybe bench them if they don't produce down the stretch here. But if the rest of the offense produces, they don't look that poorly in comparison. I mean, just seeing all the other hits, I didn't even notice that Hayes went 0 for 4. So when the rest of the team's doing well around, you don't really notice. But still, it is a problem. Yeah, no, I would entertain a trade if somebody wanted to pick them up, maybe do that. But also my theory on what the Pirates have been doing that other teams haven't, and something that seems to be a trend that they may start, may have something to do with why Hayes is still on the roster, or Sawinski's still on the roster. So I'll talk about that next. So maybe that'll complete my answer more there, Logan. Got another caller on the line that wants to talk now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Greg.
Greg, hello.
Nice this morning.
I'm feeling great this morning, Greg. What's on your mind?
The last caller. Don't let the two guys that you just said about them not having no offense spoil our reign. We're doing good. We're on a roll, man. You know, the heck with them two guys if they're not doing that. And the rest of the team is putting together wins. And that's what we want. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, Greg, and thanks.
So leave that part alone, man. We're on a roll, and we're going to stay on a roll. Have a good day.
Thank you for the call, Greg. So I think my only counter to that would be usually the best teams have somebody who can pull weight when other players are not. And I've talked about, all the time, when Reynolds and Cruz are on in particular, this team has a chance to win games when those two are producing because you expect them to produce. And Tellez has been an added bonus, a guy who was invisible before, who's picked it up and turned it on. I think you need a well-rounded lineup, and you need to get as many guys hitting as you can because when some guys are in a slump, the other guys pick up that weight, and then the morale of the team just flows. Now, they've been fortunate that Reynolds and Cruz have been consistently hitting and that Tellez has figured it out in a massive way, that they really haven't had to worry about those weaker hitters. But I think there's always the concern that if those hitters stop hitting, you want other guys to be able to pick up that slack. Nick Gonzalez has been somebody I think that has picked up slack and come through in the clutch, batting out of the cleanup spot. And I don't even see him as a cleanup hitter, but he's been coming through in big moments. He had that game-winning hit against the Phillies on Friday, and he had the game-winning hit in this first game against the Cardinals. So for me, I do worry about guys that aren't hitting. Now, again, sometimes I don't notice, and you don't notice when the team's hot, but when the team's cold, you'll look at those guys and say, hey, why aren't you picking it up? Because it feels like it's their turn. So that's my only argument there. I get what you're saying, Greg, is that they're hot now, and so don't worry about it. Whatever's working is working. But I'll also say that when it comes time where it's not working, where this team gets cold, you're going to want as many guys hitting as possible to pick up the weight of maybe your superstars that are having a slow stretch. So that's the only reason why I say address it. But if you're among the superstitious that say, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I understand that perspective. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. I'm going to come right back, and we're going to talk about this trend that I think the Pirates may start to set. Or just an approach that they've had this season that nobody thought was going to work out that actually has ended up working out here. So I'll talk about that next. And it doesn't have to do with Brian Hayes or any other player that's not hitting right now. I have an idea of what maybe they've started to do, how they've started to strategize that is different from any other team in Major League Baseball. I'll talk about that next. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Packers veterans reported to training camp Monday, but quarterback Jordan Love will not be practicing with the team until a new contract gets done. Love is entering the final year of a one-year extension to his 4-year rookie contract. General Manager Brian Gutekunst saying, quote, I'm optimistic. These are big deals. It takes time. I feel we're close, but no real timetables as far as how long it's going to take. Bengals owner Mike Brown says the team will bend over backwards to get a new deal done for wide receiver Jamar Chase, who's heading into the final year of his rookie contract. Brown added, next to Joe, he's our next one, and he knows it. We know it. This may take a while. Speaking of Joe, head coach Zach Taylor said Burrow has been fully cleared for contact after suffering a wrist injury that forced him to miss the final 7 games of the 2023 season. And the Texans signed veteran running back Cam Akers, who spent the previous 4 seasons with the Vikings and Rams. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Patchy fog around the area. Be sure to keep the low beams on for safety's sake, especially evident on the Parkway North. The Cordell traffic cam showing that, and as well that the HOV lanes are open alongside that roadway, as well as the crosstown. You can use that with 2 or more in your vehicle for the remainder of the morning rush. In downtown, the Boulevard of the Allies remains closed between Stanwix and Smithfield Streets as cleanup from the Picklesburg Festival from last weekend continues. It's expected to reopen by tomorrow. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner. So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will help work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel, prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long, great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online, too, schultzford.com.
Get to the Apple Inn in Dormont and enjoy $3 Blue Moon drafts every Wednesday until midnight. Don't miss the Apple's famous karaoke every Tuesday and Thursday night. The Apple Inn in Dormont. Get to the Apple.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today it's going to be rather warm, high of 85 today, and mostly overcast skies tomorrow. Around the same temperature, high of 87, low of 67. Overcast skies expected. Also, I'm seeing a 35% chance of rain now. I wasn't seeing that before, but 35% chance of rain around the area. It's Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show. So my real quick theory, with the 2 minutes that I have left. So I think that the Pirates' patience is helping them succeed this season, and perhaps that can trend. Now, any team in Major League Baseball could give up on players that aren't hitting down a stretch, and it took a special brand of patience for the Pirates to, Tellez was the most famous example, that they just waited to see if he would come around. Instead of DFAing him and trying to find a replacement and, worrying about that process, they said, you know what? We trust this guy and we know this guy and he'll come around. And while all logic pointed to them needing to get him off the roster, they didn't. They kept him on. Maybe they're thinking that same mentality with Jack Sawinski or Key Brian Hayes, where they're saying, you know what, we're going to wait. Now, they've been struggling more this season, but I also can admit, too, that they haven't struggled as mightily as Tellez did in the first 2 months of the season, first 2-3 months of the season. So, Tellez was real bad, was real down to start the season, and their patience is breeding success now. He had another 2-hit game yesterday. He's been a big run producer for this team. He's been on base a good chunk. He's back toward, the median you thought he'd be on to start the season. So, at least from an average standpoint. So, for me, I think that that's something that could be a strategy down the stretch, is instead of, teams trying to go through the rotunda of players, maybe just wait on the players that you have and see if they can strike lightning down a certain stretch. And maybe that's what the Pirates are doing. Maybe the Pirates said, you know what? We're tired of replacing guys. Every team can replace a guy. Every team can try to find another solution that may or may not work. Why not make our guys as comfortable as possible and have the patience with them and work with them to have them figure it out instead of going and just automatically doing the designated for assignment thing, the release thing, the trade thing, whenever they're not working out. Might be a trend down the stretch here, because again, I mean, that's been a strategy before. You just drop players who aren't doing well that you thought would do well, and in this case, the Pirates waited on a guy, and he did well. Maybe they're going to wait on more of these young guys and see if they come around. But that's just a theory. Don't tweet at me. Don't say you're dumb. Blah. I don't know. It's just a theory that maybe that's something that could work for teams down, in the future that may not be willing to just continue to infinitely spend on players that ultimately won't work out. Now, we've seen that happen on other teams that do spend money that no player that they find works out. They're just spending money trying to look for an answer. The Pirates are doing something I think that's smart, which is having infinite patience, which hasn't been done before, and right now they're reaping benefits, at least with Rowdy Tellez. So, again, don't tweet at me about this one. Again, just a theory. Don't call me an idiot. It's just something that I was thinking about that maybe that may be a thing that happens in the future. So, or there may be, just an ideology that changes the game a little bit. Patience over the quick trigger. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Coming up next, the Fan Morning Show pre-show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
For a limited time, new and returning customers can go to shopmando.com and save up to 30% on products like the Mando Starter Pack, Bourbon Leather Cleansing Bar, and Mount Fuji Solid Deodorant. Plus, get free shipping when you use the Black Friday and July code listed on site. That's shopmando.com to save up to 30% today. That's shopmando.com. See site for details.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/steal6.
Flock this way to Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium's Zoo Brew Flock Party. Join them on Saturday, August 3rd for an evening of craft beer sampling, food, music, and entertainment. This 21-plus event helps to support the Pittsburgh Zoo's feathered friends as well as the zoo's conservation efforts. Answer the call of the wild and buy your Zoo Brew tickets today. For more information, visit pittsburghzoo.org.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of heavy fog around the area, so be sure and keep the low beams on for safety's sake no matter where you're driving this morning. The Parkway East, according to the Cordell traffic cam, is getting heavier now in volume between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West a little slow into the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Route 28 steady from Harmer to the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis behind the glass. It's a Tuesday, and the Buccos is doing it again. How we doing, gents?
I'm doing great. Fantastic. Callis, how you doing?
It's a great morning.
You have your overnight oats with you?
Yes.
We thought it was Pepto-Bismol. But it wasn't. Now Crowley is coughing and dry heaving because
my God,
he doesn't like the drinks that you have to chew. It makes him queasy.
Is that why you're coughing?
I know that you really like that, and you've been singing the overnight oats praises for a while. So I'm not denigrating your choice of breakfast, but when something comes out of a bottle and then you chew it, there's something weird about it to me.
So it's cold oatmeal in a bottle. Mm-hmm. And there's like this particular flavor, there's chunks of apple in it.
Great.
And it's really good, and it's really healthy.
Yeah.
A lot of protein in it.
Sure.
And the fruit, so.
There's protein in it?
Mm-hmm.
Like protein powder?
I forget exactly where the protein comes from. I think it's just from the nuts and the seeds that are in it.
Mm.
Yeah.
How much protein are we talking in that bottle?
15, 20 grams.
Is it really?
Oh, that's
pretty
pretty
That's
good.
a lot.
Yeah.
For that little bottle. That bottle's little.
So instead of filling me up with carbs in the morning, now I'm filling up with protein. I think that's helpful for my entire body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look spry.
I'll be able to do push-ups back here now, unlike certain somebody.
All right. You have been tweeting incessantly about the Pirates in a way that I don't remember you tweeting before. Just unbridled joy coming through.
Yeah, what do you do? Do you tweet when they lose? I don't know. That's not.
It's just. I think you are a microcosm kind of the town, and we'll get into this more full form in the show. But man, the two series before the break, the Skeens Mania at the All-Star game, coming out taking 2 out of 3 from the Phils, then you beat your nemesis Cardinals in game 1 of the series, and I feel like all it took were 2 weeks for people to just totally flip the switch on the Pirates. Mm-hmm. And it's awesome. Mm-hmm. There's nothing better to me than when your baseball team is good, because you've got them every single night. And there's this expectation now, and you got Skeens on the mound where, they're going to win. And it's just fun. It's just fun.
I was telling Callis this yesterday whenever you were out. I mean, my son had a game on Friday night, and I had a babysitter. Rochelle was working, so it was just like myself. I get to watch my son play, not have to take care of the 2 other boys. They're at home, And I sat there in a lounge chair, and I put my headphones in, and simultaneously I was watching my son play baseball and listening to the Pirate game. And the games ended at the same time. And when Nick Gonzalez got up to the plate Friday night, I was like, there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to get a hit. And as soon as he got up to the plate, you hear Joe Block and his voice and the influx in his voice. And I was like, let's go. And what I tried to do, and Joe Block, I thought, did a fantastic job. Two different guys. Joe Block, he was excited, and you felt it. And from what I heard on the TV version, Greg Brown didn't say anything.
He let it breathe. And
I like both. I like and it was the timing of it was both. It was great. You could have did both, but
and if you would have guessed whom would have done who,
it was opposite, right?
Yeah,
right, exactly. But what I was trying to do, and I was telling Callis, was simultaneously listen to Joe Block, but also hear the crowd, and I did. And the way that it sounded through the radio, it sounded like a playoff game.
Oh yeah,
and that really got me going. Not only did Nick Gonzalez do what he did, and they come back, down 7-4, then 7-6, and then win 8-7. The crowd, and I know there's a lot of Phillies fans there too, but it just sounded like it was a playoff game, and I was almost envious of anybody being there.
Yes.
It was awesome.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Legitimate FOMO.
Yes.
And if I may regale you a story of the same night, and I'm not going to cry, but so people know at this point, I put it on social media. I don't usually do that, but I felt like I needed some sort of catharsis. My grandma passed away, and biggest Bucko fan in the world.
Mm-hmm.
If there's one thing she would do is you would know if the Pirates are on, she's watching the Pirates. And the cousins, my mom, her sisters, we'd call her all the time just watching the Bucks, and we'd talk about the game while the game's on and just, shoot the you-know-what about life and everything. So we're watching the game, my mom, and it was her mom who passed away, my dad, my sister, her fiance, and it was Friday night, and my grandma had passed away that morning. And it's 7-6 going into the ninth. People know how the game went. And we're going into the ninth inning, and I said, Grandma's going to give us a sign. They're going to win this game. And for anybody, it was one of the best baseball games of the season. It was the best Pirates game of the season. And so none of us will probably ever forget that. It's on the short list of best games in PNC Park's history. But when I tell you, man, when Nick Gonzalez hit the ball through the hole, we all broke down and were hugging and celebrating, and it was just amazing.
That really is.
It was so emotional. I'm getting the hair on the back of my neck standing up, of which I have too much. And it was just perfect. It was just perfect.
Oh.
And I'll never forget it. None of us will ever forget it. And then I drank way too much. Is what happened there.
Yes.
Because my parents live 10-minute walk from my house. I figured I'd walk over there. I'd have a couple of beverages. We'd tell grandma stories, and that's what we did. But then we also busted out limoncello.
Yes.
And it got sideways quick.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was just going to have a few, and then we're doing grandma shots, and then we're doing pirate shots. Next thing you know, I'm like, I'm going to go home. And my sister's like, yeah, my fiance hasn't had anything to drink. I mean, he'll just drop you off.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm fine. But it was a great night.
That's exactly how your grandma would have wanted it too.
Absolutely.
That's just right. It's perfect.
And I will say one more thing on the grandma. We don't need to depress everyone this morning and all that. And great catharsis over the last couple of days for the services, and just great to be with family and all that. The last thing I ever said to her in person was 1-0 Bucks, because we said goodbye. And I thought, okay, I might never see her again. I'll talk to her on the phone. But so I say I love you. My kids say, one of my kids can talk, I love you. My wife, love you. My grandma, I love you guys. And I said, you enjoy watching the Bucks? And she furrows her brow, and she's looking at the screen. And as I'm walking down the hall, I go, oh, 1-0 Bucks. And that's perfect, too.
That's perfect.
It's just perfect. And we all remember the people who got us into sports.
Yep.
And for me, it was my pap, my grandma, who were huge Pirates fans, first and foremost. And you get into it, and now they're good, and it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to say anymore.
Yep.
Because I will cry.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So there we go. Go Bucks. Beat 'em, Bucks. That's what she always said. Beat 'em, Bucks. Even if Steelers are playing, beat 'em, Bucks.
Beat 'em, Bucks.
Beat 'em, Bucks.
Bigger Pirate fan than Steeler fan.
Yes, but she loves the Steelers. Love the Steelers. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So there you go.
That's
now fantastic. Where do we take it?
Fantastic. We're all like,
just drink some coffee. Maybe someone texted in something cool. Can read that here. Yeah.
Oh man.
And then of course Nick Castellanos homers, and it must have been because my grandma died.
Yes. How about that though?
The Castellanos thing.
Yes.
I actually have it pulled up here. All the Castellanos stuff.
I had it on my phone too.
Did you go over any of this yesterday?
I did not, because I didn't want to read. I didn't want to be morbid, but
yeah.
I guess we could do it now.
So the first one everyone will remember was when Tom Brenneman dropped the homophobic slur on the broadcast, and then he's apologizing.
Right.
And Castellanos hits a homer in the middle.
That was the first one.
in the middle of the apology. I don't know if I'll ever put this headset on again. And there's a home run to deep left field. Nick Castellanos.
His fourth of the year.
Then you got the career-threatening injury for Fernando Tatis. He homers. In the middle of a eulogy for a World War II veteran. In the middle of it, he homers. A 9/11 tribute video package is on the air. In the middle of it, Castellanos homers. There was an apology from an opposing team's coach talking about a DUI.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a homer in the middle of it. 10 minutes after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, he hits a homer. There was a Memorial Day tribute package on the air, homer. There was a eulogy for the recently deceased PA announcer for a stadium, homer.
Wow.
A cancer announcement for the team's owner, homer. Vin Scully's death, homer.
Jeez.
1 hour after Queen Elizabeth died, homer. When that submarine,
yes,
homer. 3 other celebrity deaths, the assassination attempt on Trump, and then Biden withdrawing from the race.
It's crazy. I mean, it's the craziest thing I think ever in sports.
It's up there. It is up there. And none of that stuff, some of the stuff like Chris Rock, is funny, but the circumstances are hilarious. Like, this dude, we've never seen anything like it.
Is he on record talking about this, or has anybody?
Great question.
Like, I think there needs to be like not a 30 for 30, but like an E60 about this. You know, those quick blurbs or whatever, those quick like 15-minute ESPN things that they used to do.
Yes.
Do you thrive on untimely home runs, Nick Castellanos?
It's one of the weirder things.
I'm trying to think of something that's like been equivalent or even in that realm of weird things that happen, and things happen, if that makes sense.
He's one of one. He's one of one. I'm trying to find my login for the text line, by the way. I changed the password on Friday last week because we had all those technical difficulties, and it's frustrating to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we'll get the text line up and going in a minute here.
I wonder what the production teams are thinking in that case, though. I mean, it is interesting.
I
remember the one announcer was like, well, there's no great time to eulogize anyone, but Nick Castellanos just hit a home run.
You know what? So I do wonder if now it's intentional on these broadcasts. You know what? Let's flirt with it a little bit. Like, we have to eulogize so-and-so. We might as well do it when Castellanos is up.
Oh, yeah. Kind of time it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like a little self-fulfilling prophecy. But then here's the thing. He still has to come through and do the deal.
He does, though.
And he's a good player, but he's not – it's not like Bonds. Like, Barry Bonds hitting 73 homers. Like, he's going to hit homers when stuff happens because he's always hitting homers. But Nick Castellanos is really, I mean, Frank, he's got a career 783 OPS. He's a good player, not a great player.
Yeah, he's not an all-star.
No.
Was he not? He wasn't an all-star.
Two-time all-star.
Okay.
But he's now had which is crazy, an 11-year career.
Wow.
I mean, he averages 25 homers a season. He's hit 30 home runs once in his career. So for a player such as this to be that guy is quite spectacular.
Yeah, it is.
He's hitting 237 this year, for God's sakes. Like, come on. It's just wonderful.
Oh, man.
So thank you. I saw somebody, a national media member, bet an Anytime Castellanos home run on Sunday because Biden withdrew. And so he bet an Anytime homer and then was going nuts.
Oh, man.
Whenever he hit the bet, which is just amazing. It's just tremendous. Yeah. 412-928-9370. Going to do some Steelers preview stuff today. Training camp. They report tomorrow. So they're going to do the pup test tomorrow. Is that how that goes?
Yeah, the running test.
Uh-huh.
Which is BS.
BS unless you're Casey Hampton.
Right. And he just, kind of paid his way out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just write that check. I'm not going to finish this. I am not going to finish my times. So here's the money that I'd probably get fined for not finishing.
He never finished. I don't believe. Because he was pushing 4 bills. And you got to go back and forth across the field so many times in a certain amount of time. Yeah, gassers. And it doesn't seem like it's all that difficult.
Oh, the worst. They're the worst. I don't care what shape you're in. They're the worst. I don't know why it's not. You're right. Logistically, you would think, okay, you're running, you're touching, you're going back, touching, running, touching, going back, touching. But
it's the time limit.
It's the turning. I don't know what it is because, whenever you have to turn and then stop and then regenerate your energy, it just takes it all out of you to go back. I don't know. They're always I never was able to get over all right, I'm good. I'm in shape. I could just run these for days. No, never in my life. And I've run thousands of them. They were always hard.
Really?
Always.
Well, then you got your teammates there trying to beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it is. Oh.
I love the idea of me just being like, yeah, it's not that hard.
Yeah, but I can see, I see where you're coming from though, because if you just look at it, you're like, okay, you just run, touch,
yeah.
Run back.
The skill guys would always they almost took it at a quicker jog.
Yeah,
they would start off hot.
You start off fast and then coast and then turn back. It's funny you bring this up because I would break it down all right, whenever I explode, whenever I turn, that's when I get out and then coast and then explode and turn, and then coast.
Kind of like you're pushing off the wall at a swim meet or something.
Exactly. But it still was hard. Always. I don't know why.
And it's hot. Muggy.
I know, and it just makes no sense. We're not doing this in a game. We're not doing this in practice.
Right. We need to see if you're physically able to perform.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. How many? Yeah, you never have to do that.
No.
Anything like that.
When is a D lineman going to have to do that?
No.
Run, 52.5 yards each way or something?
And if Cam Hayward, just as an example, chases the running back 40 yards down the field because he doesn't give up on a play, he'd probably get yanked the next play.
Mm-hmm.
His ass is breathing. I walked from the hotel to my car in the parking lot at a brisk speed to get my suit, which I forgot in the car on yesterday morning. Quickly back up to my room. I thought I was going to die. I was like, just put me in a coffin next to her. I'm done.
You're done?
Can't breathe. Yeah, allergies. I'm breathing out my mouth.
And you're talking about gas.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's easy. It's easy peasy. I got to get back into shape. How are we going to do this?
I don't know. Just walk.
I did.
You do walk a lot, though, right?
I walk a lot. But
Maybe
that's one
jog.
thing. I should probably jog. Listen to the Pirate game on the ear pods.
Mm-hmm. You need something to get your heart rate going.
Yes. And the walk doesn't do it.
It does not do it.
Even the uphills. Now, whenever I'm pushing the stroller, that's good. Go push the stroller up the hill, it's like pushing a sled. And you go on a 2-mile walk, and you're pushing, and the kid's getting big, and yeah, that'll get you.
That'll get you, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a sled.
It's like a sled, Dorn. I did fit into my wedding suit for the funeral that I wore 9 years ago. We're 1 month away from our 9th anniversary, and I was still able to fit into that, which was nice. But it was a little tight. Drive home in the suit, bad. Unbuttoned. Basically half nude on the way home. Just
hot.
Oh, God. I hate wearing suits.
Me too.
I used to love it. I used to think I looked good. Nothing makes me look good. So now you're just uncomfortable. And it was not cool. It was warm.
I can't stand wearing suits anymore.
Yeah. That's why we do radio. You don't got to wear a suit very often.
Whenever I worked for the Penguins, everybody that was in the front office had to wear suits to the games. And I thought it was the dumbest rule in the world. Why are we wearing suits?
So you have to wear a suit to every game?
Yeah, you would work all day, and then you can get like a dry cleaning service that would bring you your suit at the end of the day, and you would get changed, get something to eat, and then go to the game.
But you would work in like a polo and
Yeah,
slacks?
yeah.
Why can't you wear a Penguins polo to the game?
That's what it's weird.
Come on.
Very weird.
You got to uphold the standard of Pittsburgh Penguins ice hockey. Do you like wearing a suit, big guy?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever I was younger, like the novelty of it, and now it's like I just know I'm going to sweat for as long as this thing's on, and my belly's barely going to fit in this damn thing. All right, well, we got my yips out of the way. Not my best pre-show, but yeah, let's work back into this. Got the text line back up and going. Thank you to everyone for the kind words. Let's talk some Buccos baseball. A big win. Are they going to get the monkey off their back today? Are they going to finally take a damn series from the St. Louis Cardinals? Let's get into it. In 15 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the
Palante coming home. Swing and a liner into left, a base hit. McCutchen trots in to score, and the Pirates lead 1-0. 1-1 in the bottom of the eighth. Reynolds at second, one out. Here's the pitch. Gonzalez chops it through the right side, base hit. Reynolds tags third. Rubello's waving him home. He scores. Pirates grab the lead in the eighth inning. Nick Gonzalez comes through. Bednar strike away from shaking hands. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Bednar saves it. Nick Gonzalez with the game-winning hit in the eighth. And the Pirates have won 9 of 11. They're within a game of the Cardinals and currently in wild card position with their win tonight, 2-1 over St. Louis.
All right, well, they're not anymore. Half game out of a wild card spot. But I don't just have Bucko Fever. I got, like, Bucko malaria. Like, you got to get me in a cold tub. You got to pump me full of pills. We got to bring this fever down. Talk me out of this, Doran. I am ready to get fooled again, man. I am full in. This team's making the playoffs. They got the magic sauce. And we talked about this in the hallway just prior to the show. We can get as 30,000 feet as we want. We can zoom in as much as we want. It's our damn show. When Nick Gonzalez comes up, and it's a big moment, don't we just assume Nick Gonzalez is going to come through? He did it again last night, and I wasn't surprised.
No.
He's just Mr. Clutch, dude.
Seriously, and yeah, like you just said, we were just talking about that, and I was like, you know what? I just feel like every time Nick Gonzalez gets to the plate, like he's the most confident I feel at the plate right now. Andrew McCutchen as well. Like I feel like he's going to get a hit. And I haven't felt that way about multiple players in a long time. Like usually it's Brian Reynolds for a long time. It was Tellez at some points, but like multiple players now, and Brian Reynolds being included in in Kutch and Gonzalez, I feel like that there are multiple players that I feel comfortable at the plate that they're going to get a hit, and especially in significant moments. And Nick Gonzalez is the leader of that. Clearly, like he is a baseball player.
Yes, he is.
And I know that we have given him credit since he's been up, but it's definitely been overshadowed because he came up with Skeens. Now, he was, the single reason why they were in a lot of games earlier whenever Skeens got brought up. I mean, obviously outside of Skeens, at the plate. Like, he has a lot to do with most of the success this year of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and he did slump a little bit, but he seemed to have got it back, and he is just a fantastic, fantastic baseball player. We were talking about him last year being up and being, I think he was, he's the 8th pick of the draft, something like that, right in the middle, 9, 8, 7, one of them.
7, I
think.
Top 10.
Top 10 pick, and he is just performed so much lately, and, he's somebody that you can absolutely count on.
Yeah, we do the thing where, the Pirates are this many games over 500 since Paul Skeens got called up, and, hey, it's just factual, but those guys got called up at the same time, and just hearing you talk, Dorn, about Nick Gonzalez there, it got my gears turning. Like, where would this team be? We can do the Skeens thing. We'll do the Skeens thing. He starts tonight. It's a Skeens day. Where would this team be without Nick Gonzalez, without Luis Ortiz?
Mm-hmm.
two guys that coming into the season, I don't think anybody would have said, oh, the season hinges upon what those two guys are going to do. Nick Gonzalez did not make the club out of spring training. And when I was screaming and yelling, when Bailey Falter was put in the rotation, and a lot of people were screaming and yelling, why not Luis Ortiz? They decided to go with Bailey Falter. And I don't know how you can say they were wrong because Bailey Falter's been very good as well. However, Luis Ortiz, Jared Jones goes out. This guy has been every bit as good, different, but every bit as good as Jared Jones. Those are the two really unsung MVPs of the team. You can go Skeens, you can go Keller, you can go Brian Reynolds. But I don't think you got to go much further after that to say it could be Nick Gonzalez and Luis Damn Ortiz.
If they create the momentum that we think that they have right now, say they win today and they win the series against the Cardinals, and say they do the same things against the Diamondbacks, that is the series after this, I believe, right? The Diamondbacks. We have to point to the gem, and that's Luis Ortiz. Like, you have played this so perfectly against the Phillies and hopefully against the Cardinals. If you win today and you win the series, you would have played it so perfectly because you would hope to steal a game. Like you exhausted all your energy on Friday night against the Phillies. I mean, packed house. You know, it's a Phillies cross-state rivalry. They're the best team in baseball. We all know that. You come back and you give everything you got to win that game. And you're hoping like, Luis, all right, on Saturday, just give us something. Just keep us live. And he did more than that. I feel like he is going to be the gem when we look back at these two series that gave them that momentum to hopefully get into the playoffs. That Luis Ortiz was really the staple of doing that.
It makes them look like geniuses, doesn't it?
It does.
We talked about it on Friday, that if they won the series against Philly, you'd feel like they got away with it. Like, they would be stealing it because then things would set up for St. Louis. Like, we all felt good about the St. Louis series. Keller game 1, yes. Skeens game 2. But I know when we did our odds and ends on Friday, I did not feel good about that Philly series at all. And they wind up winning 2 out of 3. And they look like geniuses, but they can only look like geniuses because of just how well Luis Ortiz pitched in game number 2. He was out freaking standing. And weirdly, Luis Ortiz has pitched more innings for this club than has Paul Skeens this year. Mm-hmm. And he's got an ERA under 3. He has been wonderful. Back to Nick Gonzalez for a second here. I was pulling up some numbers. Nick Gonzalez is hitting .263 on the season, which in today's newfangled baseball ain't so bad. He's hitting .293 with runners in scoring position. And in games that the Pirates lose, Nick Gonzalez is hitting .213. In games the Pirates have won with Nick Gonzalez in the starting lineup, he's hitting .300. He really is an engine for them.
Yes.
Which is nuts to say. I would believe that if those numbers were O'Neal Cruz. Oh, when he hits .300, the Pirates win. When he hits .213, the Pirates lose. O'Neal Cruz, that makes sense. If it were Brian Reynolds, in wins he hits .300, in losses he hits .213, that would make sense. Those are your money players. Those are your big-time players. Those are your superstar-adjacent players. But isn't it nuts that Nick Gonzalez's numbers are that good in wins?
Mm-hmm.
Because you've almost expected now, especially lately, O'Neal Cruz is starting to become finally a constant. Brian Reynolds has really been a constant. When Nick Gonzalez hits, it's pretty simple. They win. When he doesn't, they lose because you need another bat or two to accentuate your two big dogs in the lineup. He's delivered.
The crazy thing is, too, and I just looked this up to make sure, like he he's not a consistent, he doesn't have a consistent spot in the lineup either. Like, they move him around.
He's been hitting cleanup. They moved him all over the place.
They move him around. That's hard to do. It's hard to do, to hit in different spots and just find consistency in different spots. And I'll give them credit for, feeling their way through that because, obviously, yesterday it panned out. And I believe on Friday he was hitting 5. Was he cleanup? I'll look at it again. But I believe on Friday he was in a different spot. So I give them credit. I give him credit. He was hitting 4 again there. So I think that the last series and this series, but he's been hitting 5 and 6 at times too.
Absolutely.
And hitting. So that is a tough thing to do, and he's really come through for him.
And he and Cruz have turned into a really good double play combo.
Yes.
They had the double play the other night that was hit to Gonzalez, and off the bat, I didn't think he had to move to his left. I didn't think they had a chance. to turn to, and it was a thing of beauty. And those guys have the mind meld. You said it already. Nick Gonzalez is just a baseball player, man.
And I asked Jordy Mercer yesterday about that communication, about that camaraderie you have to have with shortstop and second baseman. And, he broke it down, very, very well of just knowing your double play guy, just knowing him inside and out and having that communication. And it's nice to see those two young players doing that in the field and doing it at the plate, too. And O'Neal Cruz, to go to him for a second, I mean, he's been stealing bases lately. He stole bases, and, his sliding has gotten better.
Yes.
He has – and I know that there's errors. There was a few errors on Sunday that he had, and I think that those are things that we're going to just have to live with for now until, he does get at least 2 years underneath his belt of playing Major League Baseball. But right now, I think that he is on the verge, Crowley, of being that guy we've been trying to talk about.
I agree.
I think he's on that verge. I could just feel it.
When he hits a ball 100 and whatever miles an hour to the wall off a lefty, and you go, okay. And then in the ninth inning, the insurance runs, he goes oppo bomb into the bullpen off of one of the best lefty relievers in all of baseball. We know he crushes against righties. But for him to do it not just against lefties, but very good lefties.
Been working on it.
He's been working on it. They've put him out there more against lefties, and it's all coming together for O'Neal Cruz. I tweeted it out the other day. He looks primed to have an MVP kind of second half, and if he does, they're making the playoffs.
There's no doubt about it.
Right?
No doubt.
It's there, man. It's there. And you mentioned the stealing of bases. So the double steal on Friday. I'm sure you talked about it yesterday. Derek Shelton, man, kudos to you.
Yep.
But now we're seeing it. I wonder, Tomlin's Steelers have done this a lot, where at the bye week, they'll throw out stuff they're bad at, they'll accentuate stuff they're good at, they'll kind of pare it down, and we've seen them be different teams out of the bye week. I wonder if that week off for Derek Shelton, for the front office, if they sat down, all right, what do we need to do in the second half of the season? And I think they probably said, let's try to be more aggressive. Let's try to go first to third more. Let's do hit and run stuff, and let's steal more bases. They stole 3 more bases last night. Sawinski, Cruz, you mentioned with 2. Cruz coming into the game had 7 steals.
Right.
And I think part of that is maybe he's a little gun shy. Part of it is they probably want to protect him. He wasn't a great slider. You don't want him to get hurt. Well, you got 60 some odd games left. And if you can find a way to steal a run here and there because you're aggressive on the base paths, when you're starting rotation, when your bullpen is coming to form, when you pitch as well as you do, stolen bases, things like that, 2-out hits, moving a runner over, those all add up when you've played now 33 one-score games. Now you're 18 and 15 in one-score games. Being aggressive is massive. We've seen it with the Reds. It's not a great hitting team. They lead the league in stolen bases, and the Pirates don't have as many guys who can do it. They don't have an Ellie De La Cruz. But if you're stealing 2 bases a game, 3 bases a game, turning singles into doubles, turning doubles into triples, you put the onus on the defense to make plays, and it has really been big for them coming out of the All-Star break.
Didn't Reynolds steal a base last night, too, I believe? I believe that he did. Yes.
He did?
I think so.
I have Sawinski and Cruz.
Okay. I thought Reynolds did, but maybe I'm wrong. But they have guys that can do it. That's the thing. Like,
yes.
If you look up and down the order, they have guys that can. Even Telez moves pretty well for how big he is. The only one that, guys that can't are the catchers. But, even if Taylor's in there, I mean, he can steal bases.
Absolutely.
They have guys that can do it. So if you want to play that type of ball, and that's a different type of ball, and you're, in this half of the season, I think that you have to get aggressive because you can't fall behind. Like, every game is important. You got to go for it. You can't sit back and let the games come to you. You got to go and get these runs, man.
Go take it. Absolutely.
You have to.
And that's when we saw the Pirates get out to that 20-8 start last year, when the rule changes came to be, and it was easier to steal bases, and the bases are bigger, and you can only throw over so many times. That was such a clear competitive advantage for the Pirates, and they seem to be on the cutting edge of all teams in Major League Baseball, and we didn't see it much after that last year.
Mm-hmm.
They were running wild.
Yep.
I'm not saying run wild. Be thoughtful about it, but be aggressive, and it looks like coming out of the break, I hope it's not just opponent-specific with the Phillies and their catcher's hand getting hurt or whatever they're seeing with the Cardinals. I'd like to see that the rest of the way because I think they, like you mentioned, have the guys to do it, and you don't need to score 5 runs a game. but can you get an extra run or two a series because you've been aggressive? It's going to go a long way. You can give us a ring, 412-928-9370. It's the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Up next, there is one bone I do have to pick with the Buccos. We shall do that. We want to hear from you. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates won yesterday in the first of 3 games in this series against the Cardinals. Game 2 is tonight, 6:40. Is the scheduled start time just like yesterday. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. That'll be hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Dorn.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone, constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroid surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation now, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, QC Kinetics.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts this weekend. For 3 days only, this Friday through Sunday. Get 20% off rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 3 days only and Sunday.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1 WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Patchy, dense fog this morning, the high 86.
Weather brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now, and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. The Packers and Jordan Love may very well be on the cusp of a contract extension. And even though Jordan won't practice until he has a new deal in place, it's not contentious. No one's holding out. Both parties realize Love has earned a new contract. After the second half of the season in which he was lights out, the Packers surged to a wild card spot. The time is now. I'm Amy Lawrence.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway east around the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange, all lanes are now open. However, you're looking at delays approaching that now closed Wilkinsburg off-ramp, and they remain pretty heavy down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. In the meantime, some very heavy fog on the Parkway west out around the I-79 interchange, according to our Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras. Once you do get by there, you will find delays once again at the runaway truck sandpile. Route 28 is up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join the HM3 Partners Independence Fund Friday, July 26th for Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. See Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, along with Queen Bee. There's even more on Saturday. BK Jackson, the legendary Smokey Robinson, and a huge superstar artist. Celebrity Care Fest, a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting. Visit hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Before we gripe about the Pirates, there's a lot of stuff we just talked about off the air that I'd like to bring up on the air, so we will do that over the course of the show. There's a lot more positive than negative going on with the Buccos. So I do want to gripe. But we didn't even mention Mitch in the first segment.
No.
He's such a constant, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had a little arm fatigue in the final start against the White Sox.
Said,
yeah, and I think honestly, man, can we really question anything they've done from a pitching standpoint? I mean, honestly.
No.
Like, they have nailed it all season long. They've nailed it. I heard Pony bring this up with Greg Brown the other day. I listened to a lot of radio going back and forth between Uniontown and Pittsburgh. And I will agree wholeheartedly with Pony, and Brownie did too. They've nailed everything, even whenever you consider all the outcries for Bednar, and I was crying for it, to get moved from the closer's role when he was struggling. They stuck with him. Bailey Falter, that worked out. Jared Jones, being careful with him. I mean, I know he got banged up. Paul Skeens, like, you can't question what they've done. And so they pull Mitch after 3 innings, and it helped them win the White Sox game because I don't know if he goes 5 or 6 if they win. Like, he just didn't have it.
Yep.
And it allowed him to have his velocity back up to like 97 miles an hour yesterday. The guy is a bleeping, I might swear today, Callis, just so you know, just be quick on the dump button. That guy's a flipping horse.
Yes, he is.
He's just it's if unspectacular, fine, but he's just so dang good.
It has to be a mind game, too. Like, I mean, just of thinking, you know, you're in the lineup yesterday and you have a guy that is just so consistent. He's just kind of chipping away at you, and that, you know, that's draining. And then you got to come back today, and it's just a whole different animal. Oh my God, it's a whole different animal. It's like going against Freddy Krueger than going against Michael Myers. Like it's you know, they both can get you a certain way. It's all going to be the same way.
But isn't that that's the beauty of it, man? That's well said by you, because again, Keller. It's 7 innings, only 3 strikeouts. I mean, he's a pretty good strikeout pitcher. He's not what he was last year striking dudes out. But that's fine because he knows how to go deep in a ball game. And I think he's been very thoughtful, and they've been thoughtful with him. Hey, when you need the strikeout, you know you got that. But be efficient. And so he goes 7 innings, 97 pitches. He's their horse. And on the broadcast yesterday, they brought it up. Like, You've got a great rotation, but you've only got one guy that you know bullpen's going to get most of the night off, and that's Keller. And so I don't want it to be lost just how great the season he's having is, because we see him butting up right against Paul Skeens, and he is so spectacular. 3.34 ERA, 7 innings again last night, and again, it was just sort of a ho-hum kind of deal. But on the season now, he's up to 121 innings. He's on pace to be right around 200 innings again. And in a postseason, if they were, my God, to get there, Skeens, Keller, and then everything else sort of falls into place. But I wouldn't want to face that.
No.
If I'm any team in baseball. And that's why you talked about it. They got away with that Philly series. They win 2 out of 3 without throwing their best 2 arms. So going into St. Louis, if they were going to finally take 2 out of 3, it sets up perfectly, and Keller got the job done last night.
Yep.
Brilliant. All right, now for my gripe. No, we've run out of time. I got 2 gripes with the Pirates, and we'll get to those coming up next. And I don't know that anybody can disagree, but we want to get it out there in the open. 412-928-9370 if you want to be part of the conversation. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play the Cardinals again in Game 2 of this 3-game series. That's going to be tonight at 6:40, same time as yesterday. Pirates won yesterday 2-1 over the Cardinals behind Mitch Keller's 7 innings pitched and only 1 earned run given up. Game time tonight can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. It's also the month of the 4th, and Zero Res, they're celebrating by offering 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at just $129 and giving you a 4th room free. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get the pros in there. Perfect time of year to get your air ducts cleaned as well. $75 off right now on air duct cleaning. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. Don't forget about dryer vents, too. We've had all of it done by Zero Res before, and it legitimately changes the feeling of your home. Everything feels cleaner once Zero Res has been in there. Like I said, leave it to the pros. You don't want to deep clean yourself with those nasty, dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Drinks with a view? I have the place for you. The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Delicious premium cocktails and that beautiful Pittsburgh skyline. Meet me there. The Steel Mill Saloon, across from the Duquesne Incline in Mount Washington.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org.
Bare Naked Ladies in Flight Tour 2024 live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men in a Junk Truck.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I got a real good
show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I forgot to mention this to start the show, but at the 50-minute mark of every hour, we're going to break down one of the positions on the offensive side for the Steelers. They officially report tomorrow. First real stuff starts on Thursday, so we'll do offense today, defense tomorrow. And instead of just going, okay, this guy could be pretty good, I wrote down some questions for every position unit, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to throw them in your direction.
Like
we'll do that coming up at about 6:48, 6:50, and we'll do it every hour. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. I don't want to do this, but I'm kind of going to do it. Like, who's a bigger unsung hero for the team, for the Pirates? Nick Gonzalez or Luis Ortiz? I mean, they're both massive for this team this year.
I think we're going to add a third in there by the end of the season.
Oh, I want to guess.
Go ahead, guess.
Rowdy?
No. I think that we're going to add a third, and they aren't going to make a move, and this guy's going to take it over.
Jack Sawinski?
Nope.
Oh, Joey Bart?
Nope.
Palacios?
Yes, sir.
Oh!
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
I said that yesterday. I love
He's going to be
guy.
an unsung hero by the end of the season. He's going to do the little things. And as he's done, and he's going to be that kind of heart and soul of the team. Like, ever since they brought him, he just brings that energy, and you could just tell his energy is infectious to this team. That's a shot in the arm that they've needed. Like, think about since he's been up. What have they done since he's been up?
He's such an energy boost, man. He gives me Josh Harrison vibes.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
And I should have known which way you were going whenever you said if they don't add at the deadline, he'd get more playing time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's just something about him and the energy, and the moment doesn't seem too big for him.
Cows, if you could look and take a second, when did he come up? And I bet you that their record shows that he is a big part of that process of them winning.
He's
not because he's been in the lineup every day, but just because he's on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that sounds crazy, but
Sorry, he was recalled from AAA on July 4th. There you go.
Yeah.
And since the 8th, they're 9-2, I want to say. So, pretty good. And in this month, I think they're 11-5. So, yeah, I think you can't have enough of those guys to where, I mean, early in the season, man, they're scraping by with, Connor Joe, he's going to be our big-time pinch hitter. And if Palacios is the 26th man on your roster or the first guy up off the bench, if you want to even look at it that way, that's an improvement. Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. Now, as for the gripes, look, you got Skeens tonight. Things are going great. This is nitpicking. I would start Quinn Priester tomorrow instead of Martin Perez. Martin Perez has been a disaster.
Yeah, he hasn't been good.
He has not. They won in spite of him against the Phillies. Now, he's another guy who his off-the-field stuff is supposedly very good.
Big-time leader.
Big-time leader. He does the dumping of Gatorade and all that. There's a spot for him on the team. I'm not saying, like, DFA him or if they found a taker in a trade, okay. I'm not saying you kick the guy to the curb. He became a bullpen arm for the Rangers last year en route to the World Series. If he would take over the old Luis Ortiz role, I don't know if the results would be as good because Ortiz has been outstanding, but I've seen enough of him taking the ball every fifth day.
Yeah.
And Quinn Priester's last two appearances have been very good.
Yes. Let him ride that momentum, that confidence.
Yes.
I'm with you.
Yes. And if he bombs, okay, that's not great, but I want to give him the opportunity to show what he's got. And my assumption is, no offense, that Martin Perez is going to bomb. So where's the risk? I'd like to see Quinn Priester. And I know he came out of the bullpen the other day. So that's one gripe I would have with them. And then this isn't so much a gripe I have with the team, but Key Bryant Hayes is back to being no good.
Yep.
Again. He was getting hot, it felt like, going into the All-Star break. Some guys need time. You know, Paul Skeens, you give him the rest. Mitch Keller needed the rest. Or O'Neal Cruz and a hammy, Andrew McCutchen, he's got some lingering things. They all needed a break. Key Bryant Hayes would have benefited from playing every single day, I feel like. And we had talked about it kind of the opposite, like just give the back a couple of days. But he was swinging a hotter stick. He swings at the pitch 3-0 and grounds in double play. Last night, I saw a Pirates blogger tweet out, if Hayes doesn't ground into a double play, I think it would be a win. And then, of course, he grounds into the double play. He looks just totally lost.
Yeah.
And it's kind of nuts to think a guy that they're paying and a team that still leaves a lot to be desired in their lineup and scoring runs is over 500, and he's really given them nothing offensively all year long. And I don't know what the solution is, because Jared Triolo hasn't been good, so you can't take him out and just have Triolo play every day. You're probably not going to be able to find a taker for him at the deadline, and if you did, you'd have to get a third baseman in return. Like, there's the McMahon guy for Colorado. You could do a change of scenery thing there. I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know what you do with him during the season. Like, he is absolutely a candidate to move this offseason. No doubt about that. But you're kind of, no offense, Key, you're kind of stuck with him the rest of the way.
Yeah.
So it is a shame, because I like the guy, and we've seen the flashes, and he's a joy to watch defensively. And the hope was if he could be a 750 OPS guy with the way he plays defensively, he's well worth the contract, but he's not even close to that.
They'd be in first place.
Yeah.
If he just played to, and we say this all the time, if he just played to his average, they'd probably be pretty close to first place.
Yes. And most of the season now, when you think about it, they haven't gotten a ton of production from their corners. They have for a month and a half now from Tellez, who's been a revelation. But on the flip side, Triolo and Key, they have not hit the ball at all. I can look it up, but I would imagine they're among the lowest in baseball.
Who's
OPS
better?
For third base.
Who has a better OPS? Triolo or Ke'Bryan Hayes?
It's gotta be Key, but I'm not.
I know.
I'm not. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Like, it's pretty close. So, if you were to move on, like, I mean, at this point, if Triolo's higher, like, you'd just rather be stuck with him.
So, Ke'Bryan Hayes' OPS is 596, and Triolo's is 555. But, so you asked the question, and I didn't know the answer immediately, and that tells you
everything you need to know.
Everything you need to know. All right, coming up next, I'm gonna ask Doran some questions about the Steelers' offensive line. That's where we'll begin at the 48, 50-minute mark of every hour. All show long, we'll be previewing the Steelers' offense just before they report to training camp. Before we do that, though, we hear from our guy, Nicholas Harry-Callis, with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play the Cardinals again in the second game of 3 in this series. They won yesterday 2-1 over the Cardinals. If you want to listen to the game tonight, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45. Lance Lynn pitches for the Cardinals against our guy, Paul Skeens. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
I'm pumped the NFL extended their mandate of Guardian caps and are now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Not only do Guardian caps help reduce the impact of hits to the head, but they preserve our helmets to keep our players fresh for game day. All July, enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page because 5 lucky teams will win a set of 10 Guardian caps for the upcoming football season. So do what I do. Have your team practice like the pros with Guardian caps. To learn more about Guardian's technology and get bulk team pricing, visit guardiansports.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heavy fog a factor in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look up around the Pittsburgh Mills interchange on Route 28. Some very heavy fog there, so please be sure to keep the speeds under control and your low beams on for safety's sake. Once you do get by that area, you're clear and steady down toward the north side. Parkway West, you're heavy right around the top of Green Tree Hill, then jammed just below Parkway Center, and the Parkway East solid at Churchill to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. How many birdies can you uncover? Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Hey fam, your girl Emmy here with a tour of my new place. Nope, no furniture yet and no AC, so ugh. But soon this place will be so bougie. We should check out my roommate Sarah's room. She has no money. Whoa, that dresser is really cute. And I love that bed. Does she get AC? What's going on?
At Mac.bid in the free app, you can decorate your new place at 80% off retail.
Who is MacBid? Oh, did she get a man in finance before me?
Mac.bid. You're only a few bids away from bougie.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
Flat tire, low tread, the best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires' inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Ram of Pittsburgh. Taylor, how goes the customer-centric, customer-centered lot and store transformation?
Bob, both our new and certified pre-owned exclusive outdoor showroom shopping experiences are getting the final touches, and the timing could not be better.
Sounds like you're about to win on some good incentives for this month as well.
How about buy the new Dodge Hornet RT and get 0% for 84 months, 0 down, no payment for 90 days. Couple that with our KBB instant cash offer on trades and another Three Rivers exclusive, our free 3RP protection program. They're both fully up and running and together keeping us Pittsburgh's lease leader. And during the Make This the Summer event, lease a new Jeep Compass Limited from $189 per month.
To experience Jeep of Pittsburgh, customer-centric car shopping, and get all the details, shop jeepofpittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than what paper towels and kitchen grease and soaps come. Use as directed.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, going to join us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour to get into the Bucks. But at the 50-minute mark of every hour today and tomorrow, we'll be breaking down a position unit for the Steelers as they report to St. Vincent College in Latrobe tomorrow for training camp. And we start with the Steelers' offensive line. And, Doran, I think one of the probably biggest, not talked about a lot, keys to the season is how they start running the football. Last 2 years, they finished strong running the ball. Can they start the season running the ball effectively when they have potentially a rookie starting at two of the spots? Or is it going to take time to gel, and it might look like it has the last few years?
I think that they'll figure that out in training camp. I think they know what they want to do at the running back position, and that's why they'll run the ball well. And I think that the line that was there last year, and you're adding obviously two big pieces and two young pieces potentially at the right tackle spot and definitely at center. I think they'll be able to run the ball effectively at first because they will know what they're doing. They will know why they're running the ball. They'll know how they're running the ball. It'll make sense what the different blocks are, what the team blocks are, what the ace blocks are, and different run plays. And the running backs will understand the rhyme or reason of why they're running the football and where to go and the direction that they're headed in. So I think they will start off fast because Arthur Smith knows and will incorporate the offense to start fast because he understands how to run an offense.
Yes.
Not saying he's the best offense coordinator in the world, but he is a legit offense coordinator that knows how to run, that knows how to call plays.
Yes. And he's going to utilize guys you would think to their strengths, whereas the last guy wouldn't. And, they figured it out as the season went on. Their schedule in the back half is too hard for them not to make hay early. And if you're going to make hay early, the way that this team is built, you're going to have to run the ball effectively early. Can Zach Frazier hit the ground running?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it from day one, which is tomorrow. He will hit the – it'll be shaky for him at first, but I think he's just a guy that will come in here and it'll take – a couple days and knock some rust off, but he'll be at the level of NFL play mentally and physically that he'll come in here and hit the ground running and then really take over, and you could just see him blossom. Watch him blossom throughout the season. You'll be like, oh my gosh, look what he's doing now compared to what he was doing against the Falcons. Whenever they play, when they start to get the division play, you'll see him start pointing and start IDing mics and doing things that he wasn't doing earlier in the season. I think he is a fantastic player, probably the best pick in the draft for the Steelers this year. And he'll absolutely hit the ground running.
And we've seen it, and I'm not comparing him to Marquise Pouncey, but we have seen it before. Marquise Pouncey came in day one, and, okay, that guy's legit. You can do it. We saw it with Creed Humphrey. We've seen it with other guys. Come in, good from day one. Linderbaum quickly became one of the better centers in football. You can do it at that position. Last thing for you here on the Steelers' offensive line. Fatanu should just start at right tackle to begin the year, no?
Yes. Why'd you draft him in the first round?
Right.
He's a dog.
And he's not a project the way that Broderick Jones even was.
No. He did play, 40 games at left tackle. He only played a few games at right tackle, but I think he profiles as a right tackle, and I think that's where he's definitely best suited. And to him, football's football. He's going to go out there, he's going to block, he's going to pass protect, and he's going to hold it down. So, yes, he is the guy.
Upon further review, I still didn't agree with it, but I understand why they didn't do it last year with Broderick Jones, because you had Myles Garrett, you had Bosa, you had Crosby, and you don't want a guy to be put on skates for his first 3 games of his NFL career. I still would have had Broderick Jones do it. You got to learn. Iron sharpens iron. You don't have that array of pass rushers in the first handful of games for Fautanu. So it's not like in the NFL it's ever easy, but he doesn't have to go up against the best of the best of the best of the best to start the season.
Yeah.
And again, he's not a project. And if they had drafted a guy like Amarius Mims, I think it would have been a different conversation.
Yes, probably Dan Moore would be starting.
Yes, you give him time, but just let Fautanu go, baby.
Yep.
Just let him go. There you go. We have previewed the Steelers' offensive line. Coming up at 7:48, I hope you don't take offense to this, Doran. I have mixed wide receivers and tight ends together. Just for time purposes.
Okay.
We can maybe get into that segment a little earlier than 7:48.
Yeah, the Titans deserve that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just was trying to figure out how to do offense tomorrow and defense, or offense today, defense tomorrow,
Yeah. Or maybe the Titans should just get their own segment.
Maybe we should just do a tight end show.
Yes. For sure.
All right, we got Jeff Hathorn coming up next, and we're going to talk to him, obviously, about what's going on with the Buccos. Paul Skeens on the mound today with an opportunity to take already the series against the St. Louis Cardinals. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Morning yesterday, we saw a much-needed soaking rain right here in Pittsburgh. The rain totals hitting 1/5 of an inch. Rain chances are back today with the best chance for rain coming from 5 to 9 o'clock this afternoon. Coverage will be scattered. Morning temps are in the mid-60s, and there is some patchy fog out there. At Pittsburgh, hitting 83 for the daily high with noon temperatures in the upper 70s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98 Twins, they've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first. Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild in Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Summer savings are heating up at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Whether you're looking for a car, SUV, or a truck, Spitzer has it. Panda's been busy tracking down the most competitive pricing to make sure you always get the lowest price possible. The Panda price. Plus, with every new vehicle purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Don't miss out on new Tacoma savings today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Excludes select new EV and commercial vehicles. Visit Spitzer.com for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still seeing some fog in your way in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway Easter delays starting back at Churchill all the way down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. That area very heavily fogged in, so please be careful and keep the low beams on for safety's sake. Also, if you're traveling on the Parkway West, those delays starting at the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Heavy traffic out of the South Hills on Route 51. Sawmill Run Boulevard delays almost back to Nobles Lane as you head toward the Liberty Tubes. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, and we are joined by the incomparable, our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Jeff. How you doing, bud?
Good morning, gents. How are you?
Oh, we are just peachy, my friend, and we'll go 30,000 to start things off, but Bucko Fever, Jeff, you got it? I mean, are you believing? 2 weeks ago, they were 4 games under 500. And now it seems like the world's their oyster, and they kind of have this team of destiny feel, especially when Nick Gonzalez is up at the plate. So I ask again, are you believing?
Yeah.
Bucko Fever.
Yeah, I mean, this should tell you a little bit about Bucko Fever. This should be Happy Camp Eve, but it's Happy Skeens Day.
Man,
that's the feeling around town right now, and that's kind of awesome. I mean, they could both coexist, but it's still about games. It's still about the Pirates being a half game out of a playoff spot. And to your point about Nick Gonzalez, and Doran, you know this, I mean, there's some athletes that, you know, you talk about that slow heartbeat that don't let the moment become too big for him. And man, this guy didn't make the team out of spring training. He didn't sulk. He went down, he worked. And when he's come up here, like, the moment hasn't been too big for him. And in fact, the big moments have been just right for him. And without him, I mean, yeah, Skeens has been huge. There have been other guys, Reynolds obviously, but without Gonzalez, they're not in this spot.
Jeff, if we look back and we're at the end of the season and we love our big stories, we know Skeens is a big story. Obviously, 1-1 pick. We don't have to get into that. We know what he is. Reynolds in June, he was a huge story of the hitting streak. But do you think we'll look back and say the biggest story might be Luis Ortiz at the end of the season and what he has done pitching for the Pirates?
It might be, depending on what his role is moving forward. But yeah, he stabilized the rotation that needed it. And, there's another guy. He got demoted to the bullpen. He just worked on things. He took those experiences and he kept working. That okay, if I get another shot, I'm going to be ready. And he did it. He did everything he needed. And man, when he got that shot, he's like, I'm not letting this go. Like, you're going to look foolish if you take me out of this rotation because I'm pitching so well. Ortiz Ortiz just finding the plate. It's like he's always had the stuff. You always saw it. It's just he didn't find the plate enough. Now he's eliminated those walks, and man, look at the pitcher he's become.
Is this a circumstance thing just based on the Phillies catcher taking one off the hand, something they see with the Cardinals, or do you think the Pirates went into the All-Star break thinking, okay, how do we improve this club with what we have here internally, and we're just going to be more aggressive running the base paths, stealing bases in the second half? Do you think this is something we're going to see more of? Double steal on Friday, 3 stolen bases last night.
Yeah, there is this kind of aggressive mentality with the team. I think situationally always plays into these things, but and that's going back to Gonzalez for a second. I mean, that's part of the reason that he's successful. Like, he doesn't sit and wait for pitches. He goes right after it.
Yes.
He doesn't allow the count to get too deep. He goes forward, and it's it's something you kind of waited for, like a Sawinski and other guys. Like, hey, quit taking so many damn pitches. Just hunt a first pitch. But yeah, you have seen more aggression, and this team has responded. I don't think you're going to see them, go crazy stealing bases all the time, but there is a definitely aggressive mindset. And there's that feeling, especially yesterday before the game in the room, like they know where they're at. They know that, this is something they've been working for, and that most of the guys in that room beyond Kutch hasn't really been in this position. Like, they're embracing it. They're enjoying the moment, but it hasn't been too big for them.
Jeff, Joey Bart has been a pleasant surprise whenever they acquired him early on in the season. I think he was the second pick of the draft whenever, maybe 2018, I can't remember, but he was a top 3 pick. With his emergence, could you see the Pirates moving on from Henry Davis? Do you think that Henry Davis's time is just about up at this point? Because Andy Rodriguez is coming back next year too.
Right. I mean, I don't know about moving on right now, but it puts some pressure on Henry. Like, hey, like to your point, we got Indy coming back. Joey's starting to hit the ball. And it might be Henry's like, hey, is there another position you guys might need me to play, or something else that I could do? Because the catching situation, not that he's been bad, but yeah, there's some heat on him now to like, hey, I need to start doing something. Or he might be one of those guys, and I've heard nothing to this point, I'm just throwing this out here, that even if he has a good couple of months in AAA, this might be one of those change of scenery guys. When you're looking about off-season moves, maybe Henry is part of a package somewhere else, and where someone believes that they could take that kind of talent and make it something with their team.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff, keep Brian Hayes, man. I thought he was turning a corner going into the All-Star break, and he grounds into that double play the other day on a 3-0 count, grounds into another double play yesterday. I don't know how to ask it other than this. Are they just stuck with him for the time being? Like, you can't plug Triolo in. What's he going to do? He's got a lower OPS than Key Brian Hayes. I doubt you'll find a taker for Hayes at the deadline. You just throw him out there every day and hope he turns it around?
Yeah, hope isn't a great plan, but I think you're right. And you kind of, hey, before the All-Star break, he had 3 straight multi-hit games.
Right.
Even if they're mostly singles, you think, okay, if Hayes starts going, like, this offense is really going to turn. But yes, I think, you throw him out there and hope that he has an August like he did last year and a September like he did last year, that somehow it clicks, because, you don't have better options. In AAA, there's a guy in Malcolm Nunez who's never sniffed the majors. Do you want to bring him up when your team is in a playoff chase? Brian still gives you really good defense. You just hope you get something out of that offense. And, and listen, the last couple of games still shows that as great as this run has been, there's still some deficiencies on offense. And there's still, a week out of the deadline, I think Pirates obviously could go and get a bat or two and really fortify this lineup.
Jeff, it's been very quiet. It's been very, very quiet. And we brought you on last week, and I asked you this question and to gauge your temperature around the situation. And I do wonder what it is right now on Tuesday, July 23rd. Sidney Crosby still hasn't signed a contract. I asked you this last week, and you're like, I'm aware, I'm not worried, but, I think that they'll get it done. It's another week that has gone by, and there has been crickets around Sidney Crosby. Are you getting worried a little bit now?
Not quite yet. If we go past August 7th, because his birthday, with the way he thinks, might just be the perfect time to announce something. We get past that date, then I'll start worrying a little bit. But, yeah, we're talking about second best player in franchise history, one of the all-time NHL greats, and you'd love to see this thing wrapped up. I'm not going to get too terribly concerned, but to your point, Doran, like every day that goes by, it's like, okay, what's up with Sid? And I was talking to somebody yesterday who covers the Penguins, and he's like, it was kind of a similar mentality. Like, let's get past his birthday, given all of his superstitions with 8-7. And if they still, or you don't hear that anything's happening, then I think, you'd be a month out of training camp. Concerns should be ratcheted up a little bit.
I feel like we need to ask you a training camp question.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah. So if you were me right now, Jeff, what question would you ask you?
Do you worry that anybody's going to be holding out, or is somebody going to show up in a helicopter tomorrow? And I don't. I think everybody will show up to camp. I will be curious on Thursday. Like, what does Cam Hayward do? Is he going to be a hold-in? Will he go through practice? And we haven't heard at all this offseason from Najee. Like, what's his mindset? I think he kind of, forget us. I think he owes it to the fans to let them know, like, hey, man, where's your head going into this year, and the fact that they didn't pick up your option, and what do you think about this offense? So hopefully we hear from him tomorrow. That's the one guy you kind of circle that, hey, come on, Najee. Like, people want to know, like, what you're thinking right now.
No doubt about it. All right, last thing here for you, another training camp question, Jeff. The wide receiver core they enter on Thursday with, will that be the same wide receiver core they break camp with?
No. I don't know if it'll be a monster splash, but I think they'll at least add somebody to the mix. I do believe stories that they would try to get a guy like Ayuk, but the cost, the competitors, the fact that the Niners, they may be trying to play a long game with them, but no, I think they're going to bring at least somebody in during camp. They'll probably give these guys a couple of days, see how it plays out. But we've seen it with middle linebacker, we've seen it in the secondary previously, where they've brought in guys that are either released or might just be sitting on the sidelines right now. So I think there'll be at least another body in there.
Jeff, thank you for your time. Get that sunscreen ready, bud.
Let's go. But first, it's tonight.
Oh, Skiing Day. Let's go. All right, bud. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Jeff.
Take care. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. It is 7:13. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. A lot to react to from that conversation, which we will do next. Are you smarter than a plumber? At the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Mitch Keller got no decision, pitched 7 innings in the Pirates' 2-1 win yesterday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Aroldis Chapman got the winning decision, and David Bednar got the save. Pirates and Cardinals playing again today in Game 2 of the 3-game series. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. It's Lance Lynn for the Cardinals going against Paul Skeens. It's Skeens Day. Let's go. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. For It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Over on Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
O'Reilly.
Eliminate carbon and varnish deposits with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up. A clean fuel system can increase performance and fuel economy. Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9 and get 2 times O Rewards points. In-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event is at South Hills Lincoln. Purchase a 24 Lincoln Navigator and pay no interest. That's right, 0% financing for 60 months on all new 2024 Navigators. South Hills Lincoln has over 30 Lincoln Navigators in stock. Test drive the Lincoln of your dreams during the Lincoln Summer Sales Event at South Hills Lincoln, Route 19, just 3 miles south of South Hills Village. Online at southhillslincolnofpittsburgh.com. 0% with approved financing through Lincoln AFS.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your 4th line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless. We're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the 2nd largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Jordan Love is about to join the ranks of the highest paid NFL QBs. But these new numbers for quarterbacks are astronomical. $50 million plus for a guy after one season. One day sooner than later, one of these quarterback contracts will destroy a franchise. I'm JR.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hi, I'm April Rose, and we all know about the speed of sound. But have you ever thought about the sounds of speeding? If you drive over the speed limit, there are lots of sounds that you might hear. You could hear the sound of your vehicle crashing, the sound of first responders desperately trying to save you. You could even hear the sound of people crying at a funeral. Because if you drive over the speed limit, you could do damage that's beyond repair. One way or another, speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Fog is thick, so's the traffic. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West. Some areas heavily fogged in, but you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 heavily fogged in up around the Pittsburgh Mills interchange, but fairly steady traffic-wise to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. How many birdies can you uncover? Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Are you smarter than a plumber? Coming up in the next segment, and then we are continuing our Steelers offensive breakdown. We'll be doing it at the 50-minute mark of every hour. We got wide receivers and tight ends coming up at 7:50. Our thanks to Jeff Hathorn for joining us in the previous segment. If you want to get in on the conversation, you can on Twitter, @_Adam Crowley, @ScoreandDoran, @Callis_33. You can follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. One thing he said right off the bat was, Steelers training camp, report date tomorrow, and the big story tonight is Skeens Day. For all the hullabaloo this offseason for the Steelers, like these last two offseasons have been two of the biggest, really in franchise history, transformative. Do you feel like we're going into this thing and it's kind of the forgotten story right now?
No doubt.
It's so quiet for Steelers camp, man. And I realize we drive conversation in this town, in this station. We're the station of note for sports in this town. We drive the conversation, but I think we also have a good pulse of the people. We talk about what you want us to talk about, what we think is going to rate well. We have not done as much Steelers in the last month as we usually do.
I think that, like you said, we have the pulse of what people want to hear, and I think that we also have the pulse right now of we just need to see it. You know, like we've talked about Justin Fields. Man. We've talked about Russell. We've talked about the receiver spot. We've talked about corner. We've talked about all these things. And, I mean, I think it's just time for us to just let it breathe so we can actually see what's – now, it's going to get exciting. It's definitely going to get exciting. There's going to come a point in the next about month where we're like, okay, like here we go.
Yes.
Because we're going to actually see something. I'm just so anxious to see what it's going to look like.
Do you think it's the Kenny Pickett thing? Like we saw it look so good last year that we can't even drum up the fake stuff this year to be like, oh, okay, Russell Wilson, I can't wait. Well, what's it really mean?
That too.
Like
that
Justin Fields can't wait to see. Well, Kenny Pickett had a perfect passer rating.
Yes, fool me once, okay.
Yeah.
Like, that whole saying there, I think that might have a little bit to do with it. But still, you know, there's only so many ways that we can drum up the excitement that, you know, we've already drummed it up.
Yeah.
We've been drumming it up, and you can only go so far until you actually have to see the product. And just seeing them on the field and playing or practicing, for those of you that are going up to Latrobe to watch, it'll be different because you're going to actually see what they got.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not going to see the whole present, but you'll be able to see what they got. You'll be able to see some wrapping paper, and you'll be ready to roll. So right now, Skeens is priority because we're in the thick of it, and we know how important every single game is. You're in the thick of something that could be very, very exciting, and he's a proponent of that. You just know that they're going to take they have to take it one game at a time, so we're going to be hanging on the edge of our seat as the season goes on with the Pirates.
Yeah, if they were out of it, I think I'd be more excited about Steelers camp.
Yeah.
But now it's like, all right, can the Pirates be in it at the deadline? Which it looks like, yeah. What are they going to do at the deadline? And so I think I'll get super jazzed when the first preseason game comes around. And it's not to say I'm not excited at all, but it's way on the back burner for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's way on the back burner. Speaking of which, to get into a Pirates topic that we brought up to Jeff, Key Brian Hayes and all of his struggles, I saw Pony ask this. I was thinking about this the other day. Key Brian Hayes, is it as bad a contract as we got going in Pittsburgh sports right now? Now, my answer to that is no. But he's on the Mount Rushmore of bad contracts right now.
What's some other ones?
Ogunjobi takes the cake for me.
Yeah.
Now, the difference is the Steelers are always going to spend to the cap. The Pirates earmarked this guy, Key, as one of the cornerstones to build around. That's why they paid him. And when they pay a guy and then he doesn't perform, that's bad.
Yes.
But they got 2 out of 3. They got Reynolds, who they've paid him $100 million, which for them is a ton. But in baseball, he's outperforming that contract. Mitch Keller, I think you can make the argument right now, is outperforming his contract. So 2 out of 3, that's really not that bad. That's what Meatloaf said, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
So Key's contract no good because he can't hit. And his OPS is lower than 600. But Larry Ogunjobi is just like an empty uniform. And I was expecting a lot more. And then the other one that came immediately to mind was Adam Graves. That we only saw him for 1 year, but holy cow, was he awful. And he's locked up for a long time. So those would probably be my 3. I don't know if I'm missing anyone at 412-928-9370. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. But those would be my 3.
Would Tomlin be on that list? Kind of scraping the list because you know that he's going to be here they're not going to fire him. You know that even if he does not have winning seasons and it's kind of mediocre like it has been, like he's going to be here. Would he be like scratching the surface as like the 4th spot?
If we open it up, then yeah. If we open it up to not just players, then yeah.
Right.
Because you're paying a guy to just be okay and keep you #in the hunt. Yeah, I think you can include him in that if you want to broaden it. And really, up until like the last 2 weeks, we don't know what Derek Shelton's making, but they signed him to a contract extension after April last year. And, I mean, he still has not given you results. Like, he hasn't finished a season above 500. Now, a lot of that doesn't have to do with him. It has to do with what's built up around him. But they gave him a contract when I don't know that they necessarily needed to give him a contract. And because they bought high on him at the time, it's probably not, super cheap. But I can't tell you the exact figures on that.
Mm-hmm.
Key, though, I said it to Jeff, and we talked about it earlier. I just think they're stuck with him for now. All of a sudden, I thought he was turning it around before the break. He's clearly the same guy he was. And I just don't think you can get rid of him until the offseason, and they have no better internal options.
No.
And I doubt that they're going to trade for a player over him when you have gaping holes at center field and in your outfield. I just think they're going to roll his ass out there every single day. Every day.
And just hope.
And just hope that he turns it around and can catch lightning in a bottle and can find a couple of weeks or a month or two of being a guy that can at least hit for a higher average. But they're stuck with him for now. And that stinks because I had a lot of high hopes. We all did have high hopes for him. And he doesn't have to hit that well for his contract to be worth it because he's only making $875 or whatever it is. And he is the best defensive third baseman in baseball. You get a 700 OPS, that's a good contract. Maybe he is the worst because he can't even live up to that.
No.
Where one aspect of his game is so good and he still can't live up to the contract.
And he hasn't even been that good in the field. Not as good as he usually is.
Yeah, he still leads the league in defensive run saves for third base, but The start of the season was brutal.
Brutal, yeah.
By his standards, absolutely it was. All right, coming up next, are you smarter than a plumber? We'll get into our Steelers tight end and wide receiver breakdown at 7:50. And we want you to come back with us after the break. We want you to come back with us after every break. Do not be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Lance Lynn to pitch for the Cardinals tonight against Paul Skeens, our guy for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Game time tonight, game 2 of the series, is at 6:40. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Derek needed to sell his home in Moon Township and reached out to Gina to learn more about his options. Derek said that Gina did an incredible marketing job on his home and getting his home in front of a lot of qualified buyers. With her expert marketing, Gina was quickly able to get an offer on Derek's home for over $450,000. Derek said that he would definitely use Gina over any other local real estate agent and highly recommends her to anyone that is thinking about selling or buying their home. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hi, I'm April Rose, and we all know about the speed of sound. But have you ever thought about the sounds of speeding? If you drive over the speed limit, there are lots of sounds that you might hear. You could hear the sound of your vehicle crashing, the sound of first responders desperately trying to save you. You could even hear the sound of people crying at a funeral. Because if you drive over the speed limit, you could do damage that's beyond repair. One way or another, speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts this weekend. For 3 days only, this Friday through Sunday. Get 20% off rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts Friday Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 3 days only and Sunday.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $129. Get a 4th room free and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call now 412-701-1188 or book online anytime ZeroResPGH.com.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A-plus rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Roadhog rib sandwich are back. Download the GetGo app today to order and get free tots. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
The Wild Things are home for a weekend of fun and great baseball, July 26th through 28th, with fireworks presented by Washington Spine Disc and Joint Center, baseball fights, cancer with a fanny pack giveaway presented by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by WCTPA on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Just saw this stat on my timeline. The Pirates are 32-19 in games started by Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, Mitch Keller, and Luis Ortiz. Pirates now 7 games over 500 since the Skeens and Nick Gonzalez recalls.
I wonder if you add Falter to that, what it would be? Probably be,
pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Right?
Pretty good. If you take basically Martin Perez and Quinn Priester out of the equation, then they're a very, very, very good baseball team.
Yeah.
And you grade them on that, don't you? Like, what they've been since you add the best pitcher in baseball to your staff, that's really who you are, and they're 7 games over. And again, we don't want to sleep on Nick Gonzalez. All right, but we got to get our attention here on our guy, Southside Jake. It's another edition of Are You Smarter Than a Plumber?
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Southside Jake with us now. Good morning, Jake. How we doing, bud?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
We are outstanding. Hit us. Hit us. Let's go.
We're ready to roll.
We're ready to compete.
Roll. Yep.
Right before the segment started, Doran looks me in the eye and he goes, let's get this win.
Uh-huh.
So we're feeling it.
Hey, real quick before I get started, I have a quick testimonial. I was in my office yesterday, and, throughout the day, people stop in, customers or whatnot. Guy walks in. And, I greet him. Hey, I'm Jake. How can I help you? Blah, blah. He's like, are you the guy from the Fan Morning Show?
Let's go.
I listen every Tuesday. So, guys, radio works. I can't say it enough.
Let's go.
I love it.
Let's go.
Let's go. But, all right, let's get on to the questions here. Oh, man, I have a good feeling about this one today. For me, not for you guys.
Rip it, baby.
All right. 14 days prior to a Major League Baseball being used in a game, how is it stored?
In the humidor, right?
Boom. You got it. Let's go.
Look at that. It's like a cigar.
Man, you were quick.
They treat baseball like a cigar? I did not know that.
Yep, I figured you were going to have that one, Doran.
No.
I know you were a big stogie guy.
Oh, I'm Southside Jake. I'm feeling really good about this.
Yep.
Please, let's go. Softball cracked right out of the park. Humidor.
Yeah, I got to throw you a bone here or there. You know that. Come on.
That's true. We always do start fairly confidently.
Nah, that was a good one, honestly. Great job. All right, shifting gears here. Olympics. Team USA. What men's professional basketball player holds the record for the most medals with Team USA?
What are you laughing back there, Callis? What do you got?
What was that noise?
Has to be LeBron James.
It's not LeBron, but I'll give you another shot at it.
Larry Bird.
No. Kind of a modern era player, guys.
Kobe.
Just in the past 20 years.
Kobe.
No.
Jeez.
So the answer is Carmelo Anthony.
What? Oh, man, he is Mr.
4
Olympics.
medals, 3 golds, and 1 bronze.
We don't talk about the bronze. All right, so we're 1-1 here. This will break the tie. This is for all the marbles.
The rubber match. Let's go. And I want Callis in on this one because he's the baseball guy, right?
So he says, yeah.
All right. We all know what it means to hit for the cycle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Who was the last Pirates player to hit for the cycle?
Well, I remember distinctly, he was not the last one, but I remember distinctly that Darrell Ward hit a cycle. I think the answer is Daniel Vogelbach, though. I think Daniel Vogelbach hit for the cycle with the Pirates. And if not, he did it immediately with the Mets upon being traded. But I recall a Daniel Vogelbach cycle. Do we have any other guesses before we make an official guess here?
I thought it was Jason Kendall, but...
No, because Darrell Ward hit one more recently than Kendall did.
It was 2005 then.
Yeah. My cat ran away.
It wasn't Vogelbach. No.
My cat ran away and then came back that night whenever he hit the cycle. Remember it very vividly, Darrell Ward. Do we got a better guess?
I like Darrell Ward. It wasn't Vogelbach.
It could have been Vogelbach.
It wasn't.
All right, hit
Wasn't Vogelbach.
Son of
a... you know, we're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to get some inside information on this one because my sources tell me that it was Jason Kendall in 2000.
There you go.
There's no way that's right. I love you, but there's no way.
Have to look that one up.
Yeah, Darrell Ward, Pirates cycle.
Yeah, look it up. You got the computer. You cheat all the time.
Ward hit it. Well, wait. My man's coming in here with fraudulent questions. Ward hit a two-run double in the first, an RBI triple in the fourth, golfed a 3-run homer in the fifth, and singled in the ninth. He was the first Pirates player to hit for the cycle since Jason Kendall on May 19, 2000.
All right, guys, I'm not perfect. Come on.
There we go.
That was in 2004. There's got to be more recent Pirate cycle than that, though.
Does John Jaso
Let's look at that.
Jaso.
2000 was Jason Kendall.
Pittsburgh Pirates history, the cycle. John Jaso had one. Yeah.
What year?
2016.
Yeah, so way to really suck there, Southside Jake.
Yeah,
you know who wins? Nobody, including the listener. We've all lost.
Yes.
Thank you for your time, buddy.
I'm going to have to vet my sources a little bit harder next time.
That's true. Well, they got this thing on the internet called Google.
Yeah,
Perhaps
the
you
source
could
is
ask
you.
Jeeves. Yeah, what are you doing
Jeeves.
here? Maybe give Jeeves a call.
I'm like a typical radio personality. Sometimes the sources don't come through. And, you can't be perfect. You can't be blamed for that.
Typical radio personality. I have a source. The source is me.
Yes, the source is just me. Thank you for your time, Jake. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right, boys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jake.
See you. Southside Jake. I'm going to do some more Jeeves asking during the break, and we'll find a list of Pirates cycles in team history.
I already found a bunch.
All right, well, we'll do it coming up next. And we've also got our preview of the Steelers wide receivers and tight ends. That tremendous segment, our baseball coverage on the Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get a ton of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates beat the Cardinals in Game 1 of the 3-game series yesterday by a 2-1 final score. Mitch Keller pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball. And then Aroldis Chapman and David Bednar nailed it down. Nick Gonzalez had the game-winning hit. Game 2 of the 3-game series is tonight at 6:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. We start our coverage at 5:45. For more Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Fog continues to be heavy in some areas, especially on Route 28 up around the Pittsburgh Mills interchange. We do have some slowdowns for you as well, right around the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges to the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East is solid at Churchill down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shederovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shederovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
You make the world fun. Fago makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Fago time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. 888-475-1763. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call 888-475-1763. Again, that's 888-475-1763.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 10% off your entire project. No payments for 12 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at Awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Coming up in 10 minutes, we want you to answer a Pirates question, and the best call will win a pair of tickets to something awesome. We'll tell you about that. Last segment went off the rails, total train wreck. I don't know what I was thinking about with Daniel Vogelbach.
Yeah, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, it's because it never happened.
Right.
John Jaso, the last Pirate to hit for the cycle back in 2016. Darrell Ward before that in 04. Jason Kendall in the year 2000. Now, we get back into our Steelers position-by-position previews. Heading into training camp. It's here, Doran. Let's go. And this one's got a near and dear place in your heart, and it is tight ends and wide receivers. But I want to start at wide receiver. Let's say the Steelers don't get Brandon Ayuk. They don't add to the wide receiver room. And let's omit Pickens and Freiermuth. Who will be the next Steelers leading receiver in terms of receptions? If we take those guys out, so who will be third on the Steelers in receptions this year?
Roman Wilson.
I'm going to say Jaylen Warren, but that doesn't really fit with my own prompt there.
Yeah, he's not a receiver.
I would agree with Roman Wilson.
Yeah.
Don't make that attitude.
But you said okay receivers, and then you want to add a running back of receptions.
I do think it's Roman Wilson, though.
Yeah.
Like, they have big plans for him. I just don't know that he's going to start day one and be great. But about halfway through the season, I bet you he's one of their bigger impact players. Could see him be a huge possession down guy. And really, at least you can get excited about him and not the Van Jeffersons of the world.
Like Van Jefferson, he'll do okay, but he's not going to break open a game. Like, he's not going to have a game where he has over 110 yards. He's not going to have that game. Roman Wilson, he might.
Yes.
He might at some point. So, yeah, Roman Wilson, I think that they're going to try to get him up to speed as fast as possible so he can be a threat at the receiver position.
Calvin Austin III had 17 catches last year for 180 yards and 1 touchdown. If I set the over-under for Calvin Austin at 35 catches for 350 yards, do you go over or under?
Over. I think Russell Wilson looks at Calvin Austin as a Tyler Lockett type. And I think he's going to use him, and he's going to get comfortable with him. And I think he likes having that smaller, faster receiver in his offense. He's going to get utilized a lot, and I think he goes well over 35 catches.
Pat Freiermuth, career high in touchdowns was 7 in 2021. Over, under 7 touchdowns for the Penn State product.
Over. Russell Wilson, 20 touchdowns in the red zone last year and only 1 interception. I don't know what their tight end was. Who was their tight end? I don't know who their tight end was, but I would like to look in at a break and see what he did last year. But Pat Freiermuth is going to be the number 1 target in the red zone, and he's going to have well over 7 touchdowns this year.
63 catches, the most we've ever seen from Pat Freiermuth in 2022. Over, under?
Over.
Agreed. 732 receiving yards, the most that Pat Freiermuth has ever had. Over, under?
Under. He'll be efficient whenever he catches the ball.
So he'll be more of a red zone threat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He'll score a lot of touchdowns, but he's not going to be, working the seams and getting those chunks and chunks and chunks. It's going to be little chunks, but not huge chunks.
Is he by far the guy who's going to be most excited about Arthur Smith?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact.
What do you mean?
Yes. Yes.
I think Pat Freiermuth, if they do not add Brandon Ayuk, and I don't want to go super hyperbolic here or anything, I think Pat Freiermuth is sneaky the most important guy on the team this year. If it's George Pickens and all these other receivers we've named, I think Pat Freiermuth is going to be the guy. If he has a good season, they can have a good offense.
Yep.
If he does not have a good season or he's banged up like he was last year, I find it hard to believe that without a Freiermuth, that without an Ayuk, without a DK Metcalf, without name guy, Terry McLaurin, that they'd have a good year if that guy doesn't perform well.
Yep.
And I'm expecting big things out of Pat Freiermuth. What about the other guys? Connor Hayward.
He's going to have a sneaky good year. He's going to be used correctly. He's going to be used where he can actually utilize his attributes better than he ever has in the past. But the other two guys, Pruitt and Darnell Washington, they'll be the main blockers. Pat Freiermuth, I don't think you're going to see him blocking that much. He's going to be utilized in the slot as the third receiver, and he probably will play a lot of outside as well as at the receiver spot. I don't think he'll be blocking that much.
No, not a lot of inline.
He's going to be Travis Kelce, like how they use him. Travis Kelce barely blocks.
He's a weapon.
Yes.
So Warren Sharp and Sharp Football have been ranking all the position units in the NFL day by day. In the Steelers wide receiver room, he has 28th in the league. And I buy that. Roman Wilson could be good. Calvin Austin, you're waiting for his breakout. George Pickens led the league last year in yards per reception. You can see reasons for optimism, but I can't disagree with that right now.
Right.
Now, if you fold the Freiermuth in there, perhaps you would change it if you did tight ends and wide receivers, but I can't quibble with where they have them right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Omar Khan understands that too. All right, we are breaking down the Steelers position by position on offense over the course of the show. We'll do running backs coming up at about 8:48. But coming up next, what do the Pirates have to do the rest of the way for the season to be a success? They are 100 games into this thing. There are only 62 now remaining. So what needs to be done for you to go, okay, that was a good year for the Pirates? Finish above 500? Do they got to get a wild card spot? Do they have to win the division? Do they have to win playoff rounds? We want to hear from you at 412-928-9370 on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the best caller is going to win a 4-pack of tickets and a food voucher to the Pony League World Series at Lou Hayes Pony Field from August 9th through August 14th. So get in line, 412-928-9370. And right now, fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevy. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 85.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Choose from a 24 Grand Cherokee starting at $299 for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $299 for 42 months. If speed is your thing, look at the all-new 2024 Dodge Hornet with 0% financing up to 84 months. The only choice is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal's a name you know and you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL, 877-351-SEAL, or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Bare Naked Ladies in Flight Tour 2024 live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound on the Parkway East, delay solid at Churchill down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Part of the blame goes to the closure of the Wilkinsburg off-ramp during that reconstruction project. And you have to get off at the Churchill interchange in order to access Penn Avenue to head through Wilkinsburg. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. Heavy from there down to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bednar strike away from shaking hands. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Hey, struck him out. Bednar saves it. Nick Gonzalez with the game-winning hit in the 8th. And the Pirates have won 9 of 11. They're within a game of the Cardinals and currently in wild card position with their win tonight, 2-1 over St. Louis.
Pirates beat the Brewers 2 out of 3, then they sweep the White Sox. They take 2 out of 3 from baseball's best team, the Phillies, looking to win their 4th consecutive series with Paul Skeens on the mound tonight at PNC Park. And we want to hear from you. 100 games into this thing, the Buccos at 51-49. What would constitute a successful season for them? Simply getting a wild card spot. Do they have to win the division? Do they have to win in the playoffs? Or do they just have to finish above 500? 412-928-9370 on that fan hotline, which is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Best call on that question wins a 4-spot of tickets to the Pony League World Series. Before the calls start coming in and before we discuss that in full form ourselves, we did not talk about this earlier, and I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up now. Rowdy Tellez's diving stop at first base saved that game. I just watched the replay on my phone. That'll get down to the corner and score 2 runs and you're down 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Ball game probably finished at that point, even though they have become the battling Bucks of late. Not only has he turned it around offensively, he's actually been pretty good defensively. And Callis, you said you had something you wanted to add on Tellez?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up, actually, is that he did that, and he's been great defensively on top of his pretty scorching offense here recently. But I have a theory about the Pirates that I kind of want to swirl around a bit. And just to say that maybe the strategy of being patient will become more popular than just cutting ties with players who may not do well for a stretch.
Well, they're being patient with Sawinski and nothing has happened. They're being patient with Key Brian Hayes and nothing has happened.
But they're not as cold as Tellez was. I'll say that.
Key Brian Hayes has an OPS under 600.
Right.
And Jack Sawinski's hitting 170.
Wasn't Tellez's OPS at like 400 at some point?
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, so
it was bad. And I'm not going to give them too much credit for Tellez. Like, it's nice that he's turned it around. I think just as much to do with it as anything else is that they were paying him $3.5 million.
Yes.
And they didn't want to pay a guy not to be a Pittsburgh
Absolutely.
Pirate.
That's where it's at.
Because those guys, well, Hayes, I mean, you're going to hang on because he's making $8.75 million a year. And Sawinski's cheap, so there's I don't know.
Not something to be said, though, for his strategy.
They weren't patient with Roanzi. I mean, it just goes, it ebbs and flows. But it has worked out for them. And oddly, when we talked way before about what they might need at the deadline, first base was always one of the big options. Now it's not. Now you feel pretty good about Rowdy Tellos over there. How the turntables.
He has done that a lot, though, in the field.
Yes, he has.
He's done that a lot this year, especially whenever he caught his hot streak. Whenever he was hitting, he was making some plays in the field and not just making routine, first baseman plays. Like, he's been very good on both sides of the ball.
Yes, he has.
Very good.
And I wonder if just the confidence hitting the ball the way that he is kind of gives him the ability to go, okay.
Right.
Because I'd imagine you take that baggage into the field with you.
Oh, yeah, you're thinking about it the whole time.
You have to be, especially him hearing the boos the way that he was.
Mm-hmm.
What a turnaround. One of the more unexpected turnarounds that I can think about. Didn't we bring up, like, maybe Mason Rudolph kind of fits that? You haven't seen a lot of that, especially the way he was hearing it from the fans. So what do you think, Doran? What do they need to do these next 62 games for us at the end of the year to go, you know what, that was a really good Pirates season?
I think that at least, at bare minimum, a wild card spot.
Yeah.
Because then you can look back at the end, and whatever happens after that, but you can look back at the season and say, we have the recipe for next year. Like, we just need to add certain pieces. Like, whenever you're going into an offseason and there's so much unknown, you don't have that identity of a team, it's hard to place the right pieces appropriately to make sure that you do have a fighter's chance in the next season. So if they do bare minimum, they have to make it to a wild card spot, because it's like, okay, we have this piece. We have Keller. We have Skeens. We got Jones. We got Ortiz. We've got even, Kutch in a sense. We got Reynolds. We got, Gonzalez. Now where can we add to make sure that next year we know what got us here, but can help us and vault us to winning that wild card series and winning a playoff series?
Yeah, I think it would be hard. I agree with you 100%. You got to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You got it. You're so close, and you've got so many of the right pieces in place. You need to be able to go in this offseason and then subsequently next year with momentum.
Yes.
And I don't think just finishing above 500 does that.
No.
Because you're going to get lapped by teams if you're not making the postseason, even if you do finish above 500. And I think most of us are going to be left with a bad taste in our mouths. Now, you might be able to make the argument that if you make the postseason, and we've all said if you get there, you got a chance in short series, that the momentum could be sapped by losing a playoff series. I don't know if I would buy that. I think if you get in, everything you said is right, Doran, because you hit the offseason, you think, all right, what do we need to push us over the top? So that's it for me. And it's the subject of our PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, funnily enough. TrustPJ.com. 65% of the voters so far saying, yeah, they got to get at least a wild card spot. Winning the division would be sick, though.
Yeah.
And I think it's in play. You're 6 games back. You are 7 games over 500 since Skeens and Nick Gonzalez came up. It's doable. I don't look at the Brewers, and we saw the Pirates take 2 out of 3 in that House of Horrors. I don't think they're that much better than the Pirates. Like, if the Pirates, the way they're built right now, if they had Skeens up from the beginning of the year, and I know that I said that I agree with their decision, and I do, but if they did, they might be in first place right now. They could be. They could be.
The Brewers are just a team that's taking advantage of the opportunities that are, within the division, within the NL. That's what the Brewers are doing. They're not just this fantastic, like, oh, they're coming to town. This is they're not the Phillies.
Right.
I don't get the same feel whenever the Pirates play the Brewers that I did against the Phillies. Like, this is the best team in baseball. The Brewers are just taking advantage of everybody being in one spot together.
Yes.
Which the Pirates could not easily do, but they could do that to an extent.
Well, isn't that also part of the reason why just finishing over 500 is not good enough?
Exactly, because everybody, it's all jumbled up.
Yeah, you've got a chance to make the playoffs getting into the mid-80 win range, and that was the case last year in the NL. It might not be the case next year. It might not be that the year after that. And the division's probably going to get tougher. The Chicago Cubs actually announced yesterday, their general manager, that they're sellers. We're going to get into that a little bit later on and what that actually could mean for the Pirates in a couple of different ways. But they're going to spend money. They just did on a manager. The Cardinals, they're going to buy at the deadline, and they're going to spend money this offseason. The Brewers, oddly, will spend certainly more money than the Pirates. The division is down. The league is down. You've got an opportunity. So just finishing above 500 is not good enough. Not now. Not when you've got a sprint remaining. When you've got just 62 games left, you got to find a way to get into the playoffs. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Mike in Scott Township first up on this. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how we doing?
We're doing great, man.
I think that it's, to be honest, NLCS or bust with this team. If they're going to get into the playoffs, and all I hear, or all I see, and I'm a season ticket holder myself, is they get in, the pitching will take over. I don't see why they couldn't. They need to add a bat, and I think it's NLCS or bust.
NLCS or bust? We'll put him on hold, Mike in Scott Township. Man, I can't go that far. But I understand what he's saying. Starkey wrote the column, Pirates have a better chance to win a World Series than to make the playoffs, and that's because we all know that they're designed with their pitching to go on a run in a series of short series. But if they make it, and they get a game at PNC Park, and this place is going bonkers, I think it will have been a successful year because they'll have taken advantage at least of this opportunity to get in. And I think we'd all look at it as the front end of this window that's finally opening, that we've been waiting so long for. I don't need a banner this year. It'd be great. But if they get in, I'll be happy. I'll be satisfied. If they did win the division, though, hats, T-shirts, they haven't done that in so long.
So long.
I'd be gearing up, man. It'd
be an insane accomplishment.
It would.
Yeah. This is I know we were talking wild card, but if they did that, that would be an insane accomplishment.
The ground they'd have to make up to do it.
They would just have to be scorching from here and just build it all the way up until weeks from now that they're just absolutely scorching. They can't lose.
Yeah, you got to go on one of those 20-8 kind of runs like the beginning of last year. I mean, you do have a lot of ground to make up, and their schedule is so hard that to have that kind of winning percentage. You're right, though. You're 100% right about that.
They do.
What have they shown you, especially of late, that makes you think that they're not just as good, if not better, than some of these teams?
All season, Crowley. Think about it. Orioles.
Yep, 2 out of 3.
Think about it. They split with the Phillies the first time. They beat the Dodgers. They beat the Braves. And now they beat the Phillies, and they could be on their way of beating the Cardinals.
2 out of 3 against the Brewers we just talked about.
Brewers.
I don't look at them and think, when you compare them side by side on the same field, I don't go, oh, man, Milwaukee's head and shoulders better than them.
No.
I certainly don't think that about the Cardinals. I tweeted it out this morning. I think the Pirates are better than the Cardinals. We've seen enough of them. Their run differential is terrible. They win a lot of close games, and credit to them and kudos to them for doing that. But they don't have the same Cardinal mystique as teams past. The voodoo Cardinal magic BS, the Pirates have kind of turned the tables on them. Rowdy Tellez making the diving stop, that's the kind of deal that they always do to us.
Right.
And Nick Gonzalez coming through in the clutch is the kind of crap the Cardinals always do to us. Wong is going to hit a home run or something. Or Matt Carpenter without his batting gloves is going to do something. It seems like they've turned the tables on them. That's the 4th time I've used that phrase. Sorry. I just don't look at any of these teams in the division and go, oh, yeah, they're way better than the Pirates. And now the Cubs are selling. So you tell us at 412-928-9370, 62 games left in the Pirates season. They've now played 100 games on the nose. What do they need to accomplish for this season to be deemed, in your eyes, a success? 412-928-9370. Best caller wins wins 4 tickets, actually, to the Pony League World Series. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll talk to you about this next, but first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals played tonight in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Lance Lynn to pitch for the Cardinals, Paul Skeens for the Pirates. Game time's at 5:45. Game time's at 6:40. Our coverage begins at 5:45 of the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone on bone constant pain. It robs you from so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with the regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation now. 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. QC Kinetics.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapik Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career and they talked to me about it.
He was done in just months.
I did do it online.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career.
It worked for me and I know it can work for you.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hey everybody, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts to keep your ride or die alive. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it. Literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. LeBron James saves the day for Team USA again in their final exhibition game against Germany. LeBron dropped 20 and finished with Team USA's last 11 points. The man is almost 40 years old. Nobody else is a better option to help out. After close calls against South Sudan and Germany, somebody help out LeBron in the real tournament. On JR.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still seeing a little bit of fog on Route 28 up near the Halton Bridge area, so be sure to keep those low beams on for safety's sake, please. Once you do get by that area, you'll be in line at the Route 8 at the bypass heading down toward the north side. Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, heavy from the top of the hill down toward Carnegie, then jammed from Roslyn Farms out past I-79 to Campbell's Run Road. The Parkway East is solid at Churchill to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Happy Skeens Day to all who celebrate. Who's not celebrating that these days? In Pittsburgh and all across the sports world, Paul Skeens is must-watch television. More on him a little bit later on in the show. Bucko's in St. Louis tonight at 6:40, and you can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The question right now, though, is with 62 games remaining, the Buccos have now played 100 games on the year. What do they need to do for you at the end of the year to go, okay, that was a successful Pirates season? 412-928-9370. Me and Doran say you just got to get in. Just get in. Wild card, division, whatever. You got to make the playoffs. What say you at 412-928-9370? Scott, now Aliquippa next up. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, Adam, Doran, how you guys doing?
Delightful.
Good. I got 3 points for you, right? Number one, they're the hottest team in baseball. They're 9-2 of their last 11. Number two, they don't go in slump. They're a fighting team. When's the last time they had a three in a row loss, right?
Yeah, not since May.
If they get in the playoffs, right, you have Skeens, Keller, or Ortiz and Jones in a 3-game series. What more do you want? Let's go all the way. I don't want to hear another thing about 2025 as a Pirate fan. Let's say you.
So you're saying World Series, Scott?
I'm not saying World Series. I'm saying definitely make the playoffs. And if they do, with that 3-game series, the sky's the limit with those 3 starters.
Thank you, Scott.
And you have options.
We'll put you on hold. So I didn't know if I wanted to say this or not. Here we are on June 23rd.
July.
Okay. Well, I definitely didn't want to say that. So here we are on July 23rd, and I'm putting it out there. This team can absolutely win the World Series. They can win the World Series. Sure they can. They don't need to for me to say, wow, that season was a success. They haven't won the World Series since 1979, and I think all of us would say 2013 was a success, winning the wild card game, getting Pittsburgh back on the baseball map. That was a successful 3-year period. It left you wanting more, but 13 for sure was a success. Getting there, to me, would be a success. But when you do have Skeens, when you do have Keller, when you've got Luis Ortiz, when you're going to have Jared Jones, when you've got Bailey Falter, the bullpen now looks way legit. I mean, it can't go better than last night.
Nope.
The last 2 performances from Aroldis Chapman are the best we've seen him all year long. And Bednar was sharp as a tack yesterday. He was outstanding. The bullpen with Majinski, with Holderman, the guys I previously mentioned, with Nicholas. The bullpen looks as good as we thought it would coming into the year. If they do get in, they've got a chance to win the World Series. Of course they do. Because the assumption there will also be that to push them into a playoff spot, they'll have added a bat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it's more likely than not. I'm not saying it's above a 5% chance. But this team absolutely could win the World Series.
Okay. With that being said, I have 2 things for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that they could win the World Series, if they do get in, do you think they could win again next year?
Sure.
Do you think so? Basically, you're saying that within the 6 years of Paul Skeens, that they could, if they win 1 this year, then they could win 2.
Yes, they have health, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Health,
but,
obviously.
I mean, you figure next year they're getting Oviedo, they're getting Andy Rodriguez back, and then if they add, which is my next question, would you be okay with them adding a rental then, if that would push them?
Oh man, that's a great question.
And not have control over that so-called player.
Mm-hmm.
For the future, but add right now and a rental to push them over that edge and to get them into that realm.
I would not give up, just as an example, Bubba Chandler for a rental, but I have now changed my tune on the rental deal. Like, if you can, at a reasonable cost, you can bring in a rental, then yeah, if I think they have a chance to win the World Series, you can do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see the perfect trade deadline for me, man, would be if they acquired a guy who you've got for the next 2-3 years, and then one more piece that comes at a cheaper cost because he is a rental, and now you've bolstered 2 spots.
Yeah.
Because rental, yeah, it's not as good. But because of that, you're probably not going to have to give up as much. So you can package bigger time prospects for a guy with control and maybe give a package of lesser prospects to get a rental. I hope, in an ideal world. But of course, do you agree they got a shot to win a World Series?
I think that I fell in line with Starkey wrote about a month ago. Yeah, it's harder for them to get in, but it's easier. I could see them winning a World Series, but it's harder for them, in my mind, to get in. Like the road to getting in is harder than the road to the World Series. That's a better way to say it.
Yeah, you got 5 teams right now, and you're jockeying for wild card position with, and you've got a very difficult schedule down the path here.
I mean, but everything would have to go
Of course,
right.
Of course. But the reason I say they've got a chance, and we've laid this out a million different times, every show has, their rotation, their pitching. But I just look at last year, man, and the Diamondbacks get in with 84 wins, and they go to the World Series. The year before that, the Phillies sneak into the postseason, and they go to the World Series. Baseball is a big sample size sport. That's why you play 162 games. Pirates aren't better than the Phillies. They're not better than the Dodgers.
All they have to do is be better than them. How many games?
Right.
Right.
You got to win 4 out of 7.
Right.
And they've already won a series against the Dodgers. They just won a series against the Phillies. I'm not saying it's the most likely thing in the world, but
it's not something that you would just be like,
I'm not
no
writing
way,
it off.
Right.
So you had Zangrilli on yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Did he change his tune? Because he said whenever I talked to him last Monday that they had a 0% chance of making the playoffs.
He definitely changed his tune, and I gave him the floor to do that. Changed it. Because I was wondering, too. I didn't even ask him before. Whenever he had him on, I was like, hey, do you want to talk about what you talked about last Monday with Crowley? I just was like, you know what? You said this. Do you want the time to talk about it? And he was like, you know what? I will backpedal. I will. So.
And honestly, for good reason, too. Right? Because when I talked to him, they had just beat the White Sox.
Right.
Right? Now you beat the Phillies. You take the first game of a series against St. Louis. Things change. I mean, I wouldn't have said the World Series thing last week, but Philly's got a great starting rotation. right? And the Dodgers are the Dodgers. But they don't throw Skeens at you twice in a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
And Mitch Keller, a pretty doggone good number 2. I think we can finally say that, right?
Yes.
And he could be a 1 on a lot of teams. Like Mitch Keller is now a constant for you. And you would throw that potentially 4 times out of 7 games, and then Jones or Ortiz or I mean, come on.
Yeah. I see what you're thinking here.
Again, not like we got people texting, I'm going to change the channel. I can't believe you're saying this about the Pirates. Again, the Diamondbacks last year. Again, the Phillies the year before. They didn't win a lot of games in the regular season. It's a crapshoot. It really is. The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, these teams that have spent money for our entire lives. Now, the Red Sox probably not a good example because it's led them to winning multiple championships, but the Yankees, they won in what, 08, 09? Okay. They win 90 games every damn year.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't guarantee anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers win 90 games or more every year. Doesn't guarantee you anything because the postseason is wild, man. So you got a shot. There is now maybe a player or multiple players that could be coming available at the deadline that we didn't think were going to be available until yesterday. We'll tell you who. We'll tell you why when we come back. And we should probably give those Pony League World Series tickets away to Mike from Scott Township. But the rest of you who are on the line, if you want to hang on, we'll talk to you as well at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates won yesterday 2-1 over the St. Louis Cardinals in the first of 3 games in this series. Game 2 of the 3-game series is tonight at 6:40. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 5:45. That coverage is presented by Pella Windows. It's Lance Lynn for the Cardinals going up against Paul Skeens of the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Bucko's weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. It's also the month of the 4th. And Zero Res, they're celebrating by offering 3-room Zero Resified starting at just $129 and giving you a 4th room free. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get the pros in there. Perfect time of year to get your air ducts cleaned as well. $75 off right now on air duct cleaning. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, less dust, lower energy bills in your home state stays cleaner longer. Don't forget about dryer vents, too. We've had all of it done by Zero Res before, and it legitimately changes the feeling of your home. Everything feels cleaner once Zero Res has been in there. Like I said, leave it to the pros. You don't want to deep clean yourself with those nasty, dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing, with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Coming up in 15 minutes, as we're previewing the Steelers season, we will take a look at the running back position. We're doing offense today at the 50-minute marks. We're doing defense tomorrow, as the Steelers will report to training camp, St. Vincent College in Latrobe tomorrow. But the Pirates are the story. Paul Skeens pitching tonight with a chance to take 2 out of 3, at least, against a hated St. Louis Cardinals team. I said in the last segment that I think the Pirates do have a chance to win the World Series this year. I don't put a high likelihood on it, but they have a chance. And people on the text line are going, oh, gee, come on. John Smoltz says they're dangerous. I mean, how many experts have we heard say you don't want to face the Pirates in the postseason, thus implying that they could do some damage if they got there? Catch lightning in a bottle, and you're throwing Skeens 2 times in a 7-game series. Crazier things have happened. Mm-hmm. They have. Now, there could be a few new players on the trade market, as Jed Hoyer, the president of baseball ops for the Chicago Cubs, announced that his team, barring a winning streak, will be sellers at the deadline. How nuts is that, first of all, that a guy would come out and say that this far in advance of the deadline? Now, it's not too far. It's 8 days, 7 days away. But when you got 6 games left, you could win 6 games in a row, especially the way that they've largely pitched this year. So they're looking at 2025 and beyond. I wonder, honestly, if the Cubs would be willing to part ways with, like, an Ian Happ. Mount Lebanon guy who's hit 16 homers this year. He's got an OPS at 800. Due $21 million this year, $19 million next year. Because he's not an elite player, just a very good player, because of the price tag of $40 million over the next couple of years, I could see him being highly sought after, but probably not be able to command a ton of big-time prospects because they'd be shifting salary off their books. I wonder if they're going to move on from him. And he has played center field in the past, not the last 2 years. Primarily a corner outfielder now, but it's not like they don't need corner outfield help. Maybe you could try him again in center field. I wonder if the Buccos might be calling the Cubs on Ian Happ.
Do you think that the Cubs would do a deal like that with the Pirates?
In division?
Right.
We've seen it. I mean, we saw that's how the Buccos wound up with Oviedo. They made a deal with St. Louis. Now, at that time, the Pirates weren't a contender, and that might change the math. And this is a player with a couple of years of control. So next year, if you are the Cubs and you do think you can be a contender, you'd have to go up against the Pirates now with Ian Happ. Maybe that shoots my theory in the butt when I talk about not having to give up too much. Maybe there'd be an extra cost to doing business with a division foe. Cody Bellinger as well.
See, I think that Paul Skeens throws a thorn in the side of anything within the division. Everybody knows what the deal is with him. Every team knows you're not going to do a deal with the Pirates if you're in division because you have to see that guy for the next over half a decade.
Yeah. And now we've just bolstered their chances to beat up on us.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
I wouldn't. Like, if I was GM, I would not do a deal with the Pirates if I was in the Central. No way.
I don't think I would either. And if I did, it would have to be, okay, give me Harrington, give me Bubba Chandler.
Yes.
So that for the next 5.
Tit for tat.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I want your top prospects.
Yeah. Yeah, you might be right about that.
Yeah, Skeens has done that.
We don't want to have to deal with that rotation, and now we've given you,
that?
We've legitimized you with a corner outfielder who can hit 30 home runs this year.
Like
home runs.
every general manager and team has a pulse on every other team and what they need and how close they are. Like I'm sure the Reds, the Cards, the Brewers, and the Cubs understand that the Pirates are a bat or two away, and they're like, we cannot enhance that.
You know what's crazy, man, is they're 3.5 games out of a playoff spot, the Cubs. How close would the Pirates have been to selling? Or at least not adding? Like, if they lost the series against the Phillies, if they only won 2 out of 3 against the White Sox, and they'd be sitting 3.5 games back, would they be looking at this the same way as Chicago? I'm kind of shocked, actually, that they're waving the white flag the way that they are. And you do wonder how close that line is. I just said in the last segment, I think the Pirates could win the World Series. They were a bad week. They might still be a bad week away from being sellers. This thing's on such a razor's edge right now. I wouldn't be waving the white flag if I'm Chicago. You're 3.5 back, and nobody's good. It's kind of shocking to me. The one thing I do take then, if you're right and they're just not going to do business with a division foe, you've got the Cubs 6 more times. And so if they do sell off a couple of pieces, that makes them all the more beatable. Not saying you get 6 free wins, but it would be easier if they got rid of the Bellingers or the Ian Happs of the world. So this is nothing but good news for the Pirates, that the Chicago Cubs are now all of a sudden sellers. And I do think it would be cool if Ian Happ came back.
I think it would be cool, too.
Yeah. But you're probably right. Unlikely. Now, would they even be willing to add that kind of salary, I'm wondering? The Pirates. Because we've talked about Luis Robert Jr. from the other side of town in Chicago and what he's going to be owed.
How many years would you have Happ for?
2. 21 and then 19. I think the Pirates are in a tough spot, actually, at the deadline. Like, to buy. Because if Parato's report is to be believed, and they don't want to add a ton of salary, you're going to be going after the Brent Rookers of the world. And everybody wants Brent Rooker.
Yes.
Like, if he didn't play on the A's, he'd be an MVP candidate. And if, in a world where Aaron Judge doesn't exist, but he's cheap, he's under team control. Now, 29 might hurt a little bit, but you're going to have to give up a lot probably to get that guy. And so the Pirates probably don't want to do that, give up that many prospects. But if you took on salary, a lot of salary, like 19, 21 mil, you probably wouldn't have to give up a ton of prospects. But it doesn't seem like they want to do that. Right. So you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here on that. Like, you got to either be willing to part with big-time prospects or you got to be willing to take on the damn money. Like, you can't go into this and say, well, we want to hold on to all our blue-chip guys, and then we also don't want to have to pay $20 million next season for a player. No, if you're going to go for it, you got to go for it in one form or another.
I mean, I would just look at it like this. Like, I'm loaded at pitcher. Like, who is, and we said this last week, who's a part of my future? Okay, like, at least 1 or 2 guys, or maybe 1 guy. So, Solomedo or Bubba Chandler, who do I see a part of this future? Probably Bubba Chandler. And I'm willing to part ways in order to get the pulse, like we keep saying, of everything that's going on right now and where we are. Like, I'm willing to part ways. Like, how many pitchers do you do you need?
Right. Well, and I understand exactly what you're saying, and I do agree in full form. I will also say I'd include Tamar Johnson in a deal. For sure, 100%. I think he's going to be a good player. He's come on in the second half of this season. He looks like the guy that we all thought he was coming into the year. But when's he going to be here? At the tail end of the Skeens project?
Right.
2 years from now? And he's not a sure thing, but he's still got value.
I mean, it seems like those spots are locked up, though. He's a middle infielder.
And then there's also that. Yeah.
I mean, you got Gonzalez and you got Cruz.
So Solomedo doesn't have I would not think, the cachet that a Bubba Chandler would have in a deal. But if you packaged him and Tamar Johnson, who is not a sure thing, who is blocked by your middle infielders, like you said, Doran, and is not going to be here until later on in the window, I'd be offering him big time.
Listen, you know what I would do before we take a break here?
Oh, boy, here we go.
I'd package Tamar Johnson with Jared Jones.
You're trading Jared Jones already?
Because Bubba Chandler can be my Jared Jones.
Mackey did say that he thinks that he could be a better player than Jared Jones.
Because Jones gives up too many home runs. We already went over
It's not even that. It's just the fact that I already have my two aces in Keller and Skeens, and then if I have another younger player that I think is going to be up next year, if I could get him up on the roster at the end of the year, see what he has. I mean, you can you can strike lightning in a bottle again with Bubba Chandler, and he's young, and you developed him. I mean, he's basically Jared Jones 2.0. And Jared Jones could command a decent amount. I mean, I'm sure he's on his way to being healthy, and that's what teams will be worried about. But I think that Jared Jones, packaged with a prospect, could command a decent amount. You can get something for that.
And Ortiz all of a sudden looks like the guy you thought he could be.
Yes.
And you're going to get Oviedo back next year, and that's no sure thing, but I really like the trajectory he was on. And frankly, the Pirates have not missed with Ben Cherington at the pitching. They have not. Bailey Falter, it worked. Luis Ortiz, now working. They managed Skeens, great. Mitch Keller, they figured it out with him. Like, if they get a pass anywhere, it should be Ben Cherington and what he has done to acquire pitching help and develop, actually, pitching help. Roansy Contreras, that didn't work out. Quinn Priester, okay, but the success stories far outweigh the failures. I don't think I would do it just yet, but I get the tree you're barking up. You have a stockpile of pitching. You can't score runs. You got to part with pitching if you want to score runs.
And for this year, like the way that it's going, I would take a chance on Ortiz being my third guy or even Falter if we made it to the playoffs.
And Marco Gonzalez is pretty good.
I'm just...
412-928-9370. Can't wait to see what the text line does after that scorching hot Doran Dickerson trade proposal. All right, coming up next, we're going to preview the Steelers' running back position, and then we'll get more into the Buccos and Skeens Day at the top of the hour. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals play tonight in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates won yesterday 2-1 behind 7 innings of one-run ball pitched by Mitch Keller. Aroldis Chapman pitched the 8th. David Bednar got the save in the 9th, and Nick Gonzalez had the game-winning hit in the 8th inning. For the Pirates tonight, they're going to start Paul Skeens, and Lance Lynn is going to start for the St. Louis Cardinals. Game time 6:40. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran Dickerson.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems creeping up in the morning rush. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Crews on the scene of an accident in Avalon at the intersection of Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, and Elizabeth Avenue. Watch for delays there in both directions. Also, an accident reported on the eastbound turnpike, mile marker 42.3. That's between the Butler Valley and Allegheny Valley interchanges. Parkway West, your jam near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacks solid before Churchill to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, and Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafé.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bouncing off what you said last segment, Doran, there is a Pirate that a week and a half ago I said trade, and now I don't want to trade him anymore. So I'll tell the people that guy coming up at 9 o'clock. The 50-minute my grandma died. The 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We've been breaking down the Steelers' offense position by position at the 50-minute mark of each hour. We got quarterbacks coming up for the final segment of the show, but running backs right now. And a simple question, perhaps, to start things off, Doran. At the end of the year, will the Steelers regret the decision not to have picked up Najee Harris's fifth-year option?
No, because they'll just go and negotiate something at the end of the year. No.
I don't think they will.
I mean, he's not going to get They're going to legitimately split the running backs. They're going to be 50-50 this year.
I could easily see Najee Harris having a career year, but if he does that, that doesn't prove to me that you need Najee Harris on the team next year. It will tell me that the offensive line is finally in a good place with all the talent they have. It'll tell me that they've finally got an offensive coordinator who's not a Nimrod. He's been pretty good. 1,000 yards in each of his first few seasons. If unspectacular, he's at least been solid for them. Not a breakaway speed guy, but you know he can shoulder the load. You know he'll play through injury. What I will say is, if he takes off, it'll just tell me we can plug and play somebody else with Jaylen Warren, and we feel like we can get probably pretty good results from that guy without having to break the bank. Jaylen Warren or Najee Harris? More yards from scrimmage in 2024. Which guy?
Jaylen Warren.
I do think I'm with you on that, too.
Yes.
I think there's still meat on that bone from a pass reception standpoint.
I think efficiency-wise, you want to hear a hot take?
Let's hear it. Trade Jared Jones? Or?
Right. I think efficiency-wise, per touch, Cordell Patterson.
What?
Yep. I'm going to go 45% Najee, 45% Jalen, and 10% Cordero. I think that there's big plans for him on the offense.
Sprinkle him in.
Yep. They're going to utilize him a lot.
I'm going to go completely the other way, and I'm prepared to just fall flat on my face. I bet you he doesn't touch the ball 35 times this year from scrimmage. He'll be a kick returner.
You want to put a bet on that? Let's do a bet. All right. I love this bet.
I also know who you know and who I'm sure you've talked to, and I don't love where I'm coming down on this.
I love this bet.
I think Cordero's had a really good NFL career, and I think he's going to be wonderful on special teams. But I don't want to take Jaylen Warren or Najee Harris off the field.
You don't have to.
I knew you were going to say that, too. What are we betting?
Oh, I'll come up with something.
We'll come up with something.
Yeah. Callis. Look, Callis, he's smirking back there. He can't wait. Something good.
All right, last question for you. Do you think Jaylen Warren can be a feature back in the NFL?
No.
I don't know that I think he can't, but I would say no right now. Like, I don't think you'd be in a great spot if Najee were to, knock on wood, really get hurt and have to miss like 9 weeks. Then you would see a lot of Cordero for sure.
Yes.
Could Jaylen Warren carry the load for 8-9 weeks at his size? I don't know. Not at 25 touches a game.
I don't think that they would. I think that they would alter the offense.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't think he needs to be like. I don't think he needs to be on a team if he was on a different team, like with a feature back, for him to be as good as he is. Like, I think if he had somebody that was just like him, like at the same production, he would do just as well. Like, if that makes sense. Like, he doesn't need to be behind Najee Harris. He doesn't need to be behind Derrick Henry. He doesn't need to be behind a Saquon Barkley. Like, he can be an equal to somebody else, but just he needs somebody else. He doesn't need somebody that's better.
He just needs somebody so where he's not the guy who touches the ball 25, 30 times.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think he can pop this year. We've talked about the line earlier on in the show. We touched on it briefly here in this segment. If you look at his yards per carry last season compared to Najee's, now people would say that the box was stacked more for Najee. Okay, fair, fine. What he was able to do behind these last few offensive lines, and now with a creative play caller and with a legitimately talented offensive line, I think he's going to be in the highlights a lot.
Yeah. I think they're both going to have a really good year.
And they have to. They have to. The way they're designed, the running game has to be good, and it has to be good at the start of the year. It can't come on late the way it has the last few seasons. All right, we'll break down quarterbacks coming up at about 9:48, 9:50. Coming up next, you mentioned a player in the last segment you would consider trading if you're the Pirates. I had a guy I said about a week and a half ago I would definitely move. I don't want to move him now. We'll tell you about all that when we come back. It's also Skeens Day. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 85, low 63, overcast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 3 bands. 1 stadium. Def Leppard, Journey, the Steve Miller Band. Together,
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons. Their biggest hits. Saturday, July 27th, PNC Park. Tickets on sale now at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. He'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
O'Reilly.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're not going to want to miss this. Diamonds Direct summer sale starts this weekend. For 3 days only, this Friday through Sunday. Get 20% off rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, and more. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. And designers are flying in from New York and LA to showcase their latest trends. That's 20% off, plus $100 off with an appointment and designer trunk shows. Tons of engagement rings on sale, too. 20% off starts Friday. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 3 days only and Sunday.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident in Shaler Township, Route 8 at Duquesne Street. We also have an accident now in Tarentum on Bull Creek Road at the ramp to Route 28 there. Also an earlier accident just cleared on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at Elizabeth Avenue in Avalon. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, and the Parkway East solid at Churchill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I've just been writing down a bunch of random Pirates topics, Doran, over here. We've been talking about potential training camp plans, some guests as we get closer to Steelers season. I've also been jotting down some Bucko's topics. I think we got a bunch of them that we can get through over the course of the next hour. And we'll get into the Steelers quarterbacks at the end of the hour as we preview their offense just a day before the team reports to St. Vincent College in Latrobe. First of all, I can't believe we're there. And I'm so happy that they are there and we are there, and now the Pirates are still in contention. Meanwhile, Callis is putting together a promo in the next room of me getting scared by Bubba, and we can't tell whether it's the sound of the goat screaming or the sound of me screaming, but we just hear screaming, incessant screaming beyond the glass, so that's not distracting at all. Callis, thank you for that. Really, really easy to focus here when you got... coming in the next room. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So, like a week and a half ago, I said if the Pirates wanted to move on from Aroldis Chapman and get a massive package in return, I would be okay with it so long as they were selling him and buying in another realm. Because you'd be getting the prorated $10.5 million off your books. I'll tell you what, I can't do it now. Mm-hmm. I cannot move on from Aroldis Chapman. His last few performances have been really good. His last two have been stellar.
Yes.
I think his last two performances, that's the guy that when you gave him $10.5 million, that you thought you were giving $10.5 million.
Yep.
He's going 100 at the knees. He's going 103. The breaking stuff was perfect. When he's around the plate, he's darn near unhittable. His problem has been he has not been around the plate enough. There's another guy that I said I would trade. And now I don't want to trade him either. And that's Luis Ortiz. When I said they should at least consider moving on from Ortiz, I thought it was a lightning in the bottle thing. Sell high. He's got great stuff. He's definitely somebody that other teams would be interested in. Well, now it's been 3 consecutive stellar starts, and I don't want to move on from that guy.
Mm-mm.
I think he can be a part of this thing. Like when we talk about this window with Skeens and Jones and Keller, I think you can maybe add Luis Ortiz in. Luis Ortiz has pitched more innings for the Pirates this year than has Paul Skeens, and he hasn't been as good as Skeens, but he's been very, very good.
Yes.
So I'm not moving on from either of those guys. And I'm definitely not moving on from Chapman, who I think was much more likely of a trade candidate before.
So basically, all pitchers are off the board for you.
On the Major League club, I would consider moving on from Martin Perez, but who's going to give up anything for him? And if you moved on from Marco Gonzalez, I don't think that would be the worst thing. And I think he could be sought after because Bailey Falter should be back in short order, and you're going to get Jared Jones back by late August at the latest, you would think. And then Quinn Priester, I think, can fold into this thing nicely.
Mm-hmm.
So if you moved on from either of the veterans, I don't think that would hurt that much. Who on the roster would you part from? It's not just starters, but just overall.
I mean, Henry Davis for sure.
Yep.
He counts, okay. Jack Sawinski. Brian Hayes, if I could get something. And maybe...
I mean, when you talk about value, who you'd be willing to part with, that's probably the list.
Maybe Connor Joe, if there's any value there.
Yeah. If someone would want just a vet bat.
Just a versatile player.
Yeah. Absolutely not an untouchable guy.
Right.
Jared Triolo, I don't think they'd have any value, but I did ask the question. Brian Hayes, for sure. Henry Davis, all of a sudden, is very expendable.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Michael A. Taylor.
Yeah. I love Michael A. Taylor if you find somebody to play over him. Like, if Michael A. Taylor is a pinch runner.
Yeah, very good.
That double steal, man, to me was one of the great moments of the season because it set up maybe the great moment of the season. And it was ballsy, and it showed a side of Derek Shelton I didn't know we had. But It doesn't happen if Michael A. Taylor doesn't get a good jump, doesn't have the perfect slide and get in there. I can't believe they didn't challenge it, first of all. What are they doing? But hell of a play by him. If he's a pinch runner, if he's a late-inning defensive replacement, and, from time to time in the lineup against lefties, I think that's perfect for Michael A. Taylor.
Yeah.
He could have some value for that for somebody else, but I wouldn't mind him being my 26th guy on the roster. If I could find a taker for Ke'Bryan Hayes, I'm absolutely doing that.
Me too.
But Henry Davis is all of a sudden expendable. It's not like you've got a catcher who's now become your starter, and it's a guy that you think, he's just playing well now and doesn't have the legs. This is a guy that is as much a talent as Henry Davis. I mean, both guys top 2 picks, both play the same position. Joey Bart has been at it longer. He seems to have figured it out. His resurgence in the shrewd move to pick him up by Ben Cherington, and knowing that Andy Rodriguez will be back next year, you would not be selling Henry at his highest value. No doubt about it. And I don't think he could be the principal player in a deal. But could he be a sweetener? Could he be that next piece that might push a deal over the top and one that you wouldn't miss because you're not trading him off your current roster? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I would not think twice about it. If Oakland says, and who knows, but if Oakland says, we want Anthony Salamedo, we want, I don't know, name a guy, and we want Henry Davis, I think I'd do it in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. And I could see why he'd be sought after as a secondary piece of a deal. So I'd be willing to move on from him. If someone wanted Quinn Priester, again, when we have these conversations, people blow up the text line and they'll say, no one wants this guy XYZ. We're just talking about guys. This is a fun time of year. Guys that you would consider. And it's not like that long ago Quinn Priester wasn't sought after. So I do think, those are all the guys I'd be willing to move. 412-928-9370. You want to weigh in?
You added Sawinski in there too, right?
Yeah, I was holding out hope for a while. I loved Sawinski last year. I said he should have been an all-star. I mean, he had an 800-plus OPS. He was really good. But he just looks like a total lost cause.
Yeah.
Just a total lost cause. I mean, we are 100 games into the season, and he's hitting below 200. He's a total disaster. And every time you play him, he's almost an automatic out. Doesn't always give you productive outs, strikes out way too much, does not play a great defensive center field. We can go on.
Yeah.
Now, for all those reasons, he's probably not a guy that other teams would be lining up for. But again, as a sweetener, as a piece of a package, yeah, sure, he makes a lot of sense to me. What about you at 412-928-9370? So there's one Pirates topic. I got a bunch more written down, including, and we'll get into this next, if you'd like to, Doran.
Yes.
If you were setting a Pirates rotation today, assuming the health of Jared Jones and Bailey Falter, how would we pencil that one in? We'll get into that when we come back. You can weigh in at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates and St. Louis Cardinals play today in Game 2 of the 3-game series this week. Pirates are half game out of a wild card spot. The St. Louis Cardinals are plus a half game up for the second wild card spot in the National League. It's going to be Paul Skeens pitching against Lance Lynn tonight. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, GOAT.
Thank you so much, Callis. Are you putting off replacing your windows or doors because of the cost? Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen. Their parent company, Andersen, is one of the oldest and largest window companies in the United States. So Renewal by Andersen can offer discounts other companies simply can't, and you don't have to do your whole project at once. You can do it in phases to make it even more affordable. And now is a great time to upgrade your windows. This month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their mega flash deal. You buy one window, entry door, or patio door. When you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 50% off, plus great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st at 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. We have helped thousands of patients just like you avoid spinal surgery, fix their problem, get their discs to heal, and get their quality of life back. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, our treatment, Introduce Arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. In fact, we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event is at South Hills Lincoln. Purchase a 24 Lincoln Navigator and pay no interest. That's right, 0% financing for 60 months on all new 2024 Navigators. South Hills Lincoln has over 30 Lincoln Navigators in stock. Test drive the Lincoln of your dreams during the Lincoln Summer Sales Event at South Hills Lincoln, Route 19, just 3 miles south of South Hills Village. Online at southhillslincolnofpittsburgh.com. 0% with approved financing through Lincoln AFS.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject. Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school. Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue. You got it. And markers? Of course. Oh, geez. Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
Mom, it's school shopping time.
On it. Ooh, Target has select supplies like crayons and glue sticks for 25 cents, plus markers for 50 cents.
Next, my new Rockstar vibe means new clothes.
Ooh, totally. These graphic tees are $6 and made to last.
And a strawberry lunch bag to match my sweet personality.
Got it, and it's only $5. Let's get your favorite Good and Gather snacks. They're now at a new lower price.
Best team ever.
When it comes to low prices, Target has your back to school.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. LeBron James has been named the male flag bearer for the United States at the Olympics, an honor that's quite deserving, especially if you've been watching the men's basketball tune-up games. Recent close games against South Sudan and Germany have been all but won in the final minutes by James in both contests, dominating at both ends of the floor. Someone that good at closing is a good choice to open the ceremony for America at the Olympics. I'm Bart Winkler.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews checking reports of an accident in the Strip District, the intersection of 16th Street and Liberty Avenue. Also one being checked out on Summit Park Drive near Quinn Drive. This is in North Fayette Township. Also an earlier accident being cleared on Route 8 at Duquesne Street in Shaler Township. Watch for delays around that. We have one in Tarentum as well being cleared on Bull Creek Road near the ramps to Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So would it ruin my mood if he came in here and screamed what the heck while we were doing a show? No, I'd forget about it 10 seconds later.
No, you wouldn't.
But I'm going to do something to you or orchestrate something to you, and we'll see how you react.
Oh, you're going to orchestrate something. Oh, yeah.
That's scream.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What a surprise. What a great man. Austin Bechtold and Bruce Bobick. Boback from Definitely You, the place that our guy Austin does cringeworthy videos to promote online. They heard about the grandma situation, big fans of the show, and I was going to buy a Paul Skeens player tee, and they've gifted me generously a Paul Skeens jersey.
That is awesome.
So thank you to Bruce. Thank you so much to Austin, and I'm going to get emotional, but I'm very excited about this.
That fits you like a glove. It fits you perfectly.
I feel like I am a couple of beers or a sandwich or two away from the belly poking out through this thing.
You'll be all right.
But I am over the moon. I'm wearing a Paul Skeens jersey now on Skeens Day.
I love it.
So thanks to Bruce, thanks to Austin, and the Buccos are going to win tonight, 13-0.
Austin's a good young man.
He is.
And so is Bruce.
Very nice man. And Callis, you have got me nothing ever.
I show up and work with you every day.
You know what? That is tough. That is tough.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about legitimately buying a Pirates jersey, and I guess I still haven't, but I haven't thought about getting a Pirates jersey in a long time because we know how it goes. And when you're a
What's
fan
your last
of a
one?
small market team, Kutch. Which I lost. I have no idea where my Kutch jersey is. I lost
How
it.
do you lose a jersey?
We moved. I don't know. And it got lost. So someone has it somewhere. Someone's probably wearing it around. Oh, where'd we get this? I don't know. It's mine now. It was one black and the old Pirate P. And I guess I did get a Garrett Cole jersey, but then I donated it after he wound up being a Yankee. But Paul Skeens has the potential to be an all-time great. And so even if he's only here for 5-6 years, I feel like you can wear a Skeens jersey forever because he could win the Cy Young this year, for God's sakes. And if you go down as one of the all-time greats, like people still wear Bonds jerseys around here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it'll stand the test of time.
That's nice. You should get it signed.
Oh, I can't. That's unprofessional.
Is it?
Yeah, but I'm me.
Have your daughter get it signed.
There we go.
Yep, bang.
But then I wouldn't want to wear it. Can you wear it after it's signed, or you got to hang that bad boy up?
You got to hang it up.
Question, real
Wait,
quick.
I
Yeah,
got
go
a
ahead.
story.
Okay.
Neil Walker signed one of my baseball gloves once that I used in games, and the signature wore off.
Well, now you are buddies with Neil. I'm sure Neil would be willing to sign something that you wouldn't use in a game.
I can't do that.
That's my kids, too. My kids have their gloves and their game jersey signed from the celebrity softball games.
Yes.
So and they're
going to wear them.
Yeah, they wear them.
Because they wore whenever they were out there like shagging fly balls and stuff, right?
So everybody signed them, and now that's what they wear during the games.
That is, you know what, though? There's such cachet for them. You just can't wash them.
No.
Which, Who cares? You're kids. You're going to get dirt and mud all over your jersey anyhow.
Yeah.
Jack Wilson one time said if he ever left a game and his jersey was clean, he didn't play well that day. Like, he always wanted to leave a game and have dirt on his uniform.
Yep.
Diving, sliding, whatever.
Yep.
That meant that he played, or at least he gave his best effort in a game. I had a Jack Wilson signed batting glove. I still have it somewhere. I love Jack Wilson.
You do?
He hit a homer in a game, and as he was coming off the field, he threw up his glove, and I just so happened to be there. And I still have that bad boy someplace.
You think about him whenever you're having relations.
I do, as a way to prolong the relations.
Yes.
Yeah. You just start thinking about baseball.
Yeah.
And Jack Wilson always pops into my head.
Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Jack.
I wish that wasn't true, but it's true.
I know it is.
Now, I wanted the white. Did you like the black-on-black jerseys the other day?
Yes.
Okay. Callis, did you like the black-on-black uniforms?
Absolutely. And the red sleeves were a very nice touch.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
O'Neal Cruz could not have looked cooler because he's got the red on the shoes, and then they've got the red on the sheets patch on the shoulder, and then he's got the long sleeve.
Does he have some red in his hair?
He might have the red beads. Yeah. He's got
something.
He's got the look. And he's coming on like an MVP, man. He had the big hit last night. The couple of big hits over the weekend against lefties. If he can be this version of O'Neal Cruz for the rest of the year, you got more than a puncher's chance. You have more than a puncher's chance. All right, hypothetically, I said I wanted to run this by you. And you can weigh into it, 412-928-9370 on the text line, on Twitter, what have you. If the Pirates are playing a postseason series tomorrow, I feel like we're all going with Skeens game 1 and Mitch Keller game 2. Assuming in this hypothetical you've got Jared Jones, Bailey Falter, Luis Ortiz, Marco Gonzalez all available to you. Quinn Priest or Marti Perez, sure, let's throw everybody in there. Who gets the ball game 3?
And Jones is healthy?
Yes.
Jones.
You're still going Jones over Luis Ortiz.
Mm-hmm. But it's not like it's a harder decision.
Yes.
Than because I just said I would trade Jones because I feel comfortable with Luis Ortiz being my third guy.
Right. But that doesn't mean that you think he's better than Jones.
Right.
Just that Jones would fetch probably a king's ransom in your mind.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think I would go with Jones too. I am not underselling what Luis Ortiz has meant to this team. He has pitched more innings than Paul Skeens. He has a 2.57 ERA, which is second lowest on the team. The reason I would go with Jones over Ortiz in a playoff series, and I'd like to pitch both, is because Jared Jones misses more bats. And if I'm more of a pitch-to-contact guy, I don't love that as much in the postseason.
If we're talking, say the postseason starts the day Jared Jones is activated, that's a different story.
Yeah, I'm saying
I'm riding a wave of Ortiz and his momentum, and he'd be my third guy. And then I'd let Jared Jones be the fourth-ish guy.
Well, let's play it this way then. Because I get what you're saying there, too. Like, how could you not give the ball to Luis Ortiz right now?
And Jared Jones has been out for 2 months.
Right. But let's say Jones comes back in August. You qualify for the postseason. You've got however you could and would want to line it up. We're both in agreement. We're going Skeens, Keller, Jones.
Yes.
Ortiz, probably.
Yes.
Then. And Bailey Falter as your first guy out of the pen. I feel really good about that in a long relief situation. I feel pretty good about Marco Gonzalez in that role.
Or Quinn.
Or Quinn Priester in that role. But isn't it wild that I remember not that long ago, before Skeens got called up, we were saying stuff into the microphone like, given the start that Jones had to his big league career, you gotta just understand when Skeens comes up, he's probably not going to do what Jared Jones did.
And bang.
And then he's been like the best pitcher, the best rookie pitcher in Major League Baseball history. They have such a shot here, man, to do something special. And Luis Ortiz, like we're having a conversation about a guy with a sub 2.5 ERA. And do we really even feel comfortable starting him as the third guy, or do we go with the other phenom, Jared Jones?
We're having a conversation about the Pirates potentially making the playoffs.
The day before the Steelers report to training camp. It's a great thing. All right, so I said I wrote down a million different Pirates topics. Actually, Callis, we didn't get your thoughts. You'd start Ortiz, or would you start Jones?
Jared Jones.
Oh, why?
I think that he's already set a precedent that he can win you a game in the playoffs like that.
The Orioles, he missed a lot of bats.
Mm-hmm.
No, he gave up a couple home runs in that game.
Yeah, he also struck out
7.
I want to say
7.
Okay, all right, so you don't.
I remember that because that's the series I gave my
I'm
opinion
not interested in those semantics, Callis, but you just said you would start him, and now you're saying he sucks.
You're not going to start him against the Orioles. You're going to start him in the first round against a weaker team.
Okay.
Then we'll see how he does.
This is what happens when I invite Callis into the conversation.
Yeah, of course.
All right, here's another topic I wrote down, and I want your thoughts on it. And a lot of people agree with us on the text line and say that they would go, when all things being equal, everyone healthy, that they'd go with Jared Jones. If we were to assign, or name, I should say, a Pirates MVP through 100 games, and we're not allowed to go with Skeens, we're not allowed to go with Brian Reynolds, who would we go with?
Gonzalez.
Would you just wait a second? We're going to do it next.
Oh, you didn't say that.
Come on, Crowley.
All right, so Doran has named Nick Gonzalez the third MVP of the Pirates. Who do we got?
I could pick a different person too.
No, you're going with Gonzalez.
I could pick a different person.
We'll debate. I'm going with Luis Ortiz. Bang, segment over. Show's over. Let's talk stealing.
Clutch.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates played tonight, 6:40 against the St. Louis Cardinals, game 2 of the 3-game series. Pirates won 2-1 yesterday. Nick Gonzalez had the go-ahead run batted in. O'Neal Cruz also had an RBI. Aroldis Chapman got the win. Mitch Keller pitched 7 innings, got a no decision. David Bednar got the save. You can listen to the coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan, starting at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. It's Paul Skeens against Lance Lynn. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone, constant pain. It robs you of so many different things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain. So this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments to accelerate your own body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation now, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, QC Kinetics.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. We got the wrong team favored in the NL Central. The Cardinals are underdogs against Paul Skeens and the Pirates tonight. The BetQL model has the Cardinals favored at -106, which is a 56-point difference from the current line. Cardinals money line at +150 is a 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant. and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940 or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington, and Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. And right now, get 10% off your entire project and no payments for 12 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For more than 70 years, business owners, facility directors, and loss prevention managers have entrusted the security of their property and their employees to Guardian Protection. If your business needs access control, surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, or a fire alarm system, rely on Guardian, Pittsburgh's hometown security expert. For a no-charge security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it. Literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Getting a root canal next week, big guy?
Yeah. Old football injury. It's just been bothering me for years.
Wait, a football injury?
Yeah, you know about the time whenever we were playing NC State in college, Russell Wilson, I tried to catch a pass at the end of the game in the end zone and knock my teeth out.
Yeah, but then you got all new teeth.
Yeah, but like and
they look good.
The nerves, like in the gums, have all like died.
So when you told me earlier that you were having pain, it's not tooth pain. It's like gum nerve pain.
Yes.
Oh, jeez,
yeah,
God.
And it comes and goes. So like I've always put it off, but like now it's just it's like, all right, this was 15 years ago. Like it's time to go. It's time to get.
So you just been living with that pain the whole time?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
And now it's just become too much.
Right.
Oh my God.
Right.
The two best words in sports, they say, are Game 7. I think as you start to get older, the two most feared words are root canal.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah. My mom got one last week. Terrible. Bad week for her,
serious?
by the way. Yeah.
She said it was terrible?
Terrible.
What do you mean it was terrible?
It was awful. She was in a ton of pain.
What?
Yeah. And my wife just got 2 done recently.
What'd she say?
Awful.
Are you being serious?
I'm totally serious.
Oh, see, now I can't do it.
It's just terrible.
I'd rather just live with it.
Now, Ron Cook always said that no big deal. But Starkey was complaining about a root canal not that long ago.
Oh, my God.
But none of these people, like my mom, didn't play in the NFL. She suffered very few injuries in her life. My wife lived a charmed life. You're used to surgery. You're used to pain. You'll be fine. Totally fine. If I got a root canal, I'd be off for a month and a half.
Oh, my goodness.
Just do it. Do it on a Friday after the show. I don't want to be without you anymore, big guy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh.
You are actually nervous about it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Really nervous. I'm not. Yes. I'm not looking. I'm counting down the minutes until next week.
You know what they had to do for my mom?
No, I don't want to know.
They gave her 20 Novocaine shots.
20?
She got like 20 shots.
No, she didn't.
She did.
You're just making this up.
No, seriously.
Because this is your moment that you can actually get me, and you're taking full advantage.
Well, you're afraid of something, and that might be too strong, but you're apprehensive about something for the first time in our relationship.
So you're messing around.
No, I'm giving you it straight, but
20 shots?
Yeah.
There's no way.
They did. I'll text her. They did. They were
They
were trying to find the sweet spot. Trying to numb her up because they didn't give her enough. They're like, does this hurt? Yes. Does this hurt? Yes. Yeah. I hate that too with the numb. Oh, God. Mm-mm. Nah. You probably thought you were done with all that. You get the new digits in there.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Sorry
I'm
about
starting
that.
to sweat.
You actually are starting to sweat.
Oh,
Terrible
my
thing,
gosh.
root canal.
I don't feel good.
All right, so who's your Pirates MVP through 100 games? If we can't go Keller, if we can't go Jones, or if we can't go Keller, we can't go Skeens, and we can't go Brian Reynolds.
Nick Gonzalez.
Yeah.
We said to start the show too. He got called up basically the day before Skeens got called up. Basically arrived at the same time, and obviously the Skeens hype was going to overshadow him. But he has really kept this team afloat a lot of times, and he's had game winners. He's just he's been consistent. Dropped off a little bit about a couple weeks ago, but he found it again. He's been fantastic. Was up last year. Didn't look like he was ready, but everything that I hear about him, he is just a smart baseball player and very intelligent baseball mind, and that obviously shows in his games. And he's not scared to get aggressive either. Like whenever he's at the plate, like if it's in the vicinity, he's taking a swing at it. He's taking a whack at it, and that aids his game very well. He's been fantastic, and he's been fantastic in the field too.
He has been, and he has been the antithesis to what had been a problem for the Pirates for a long time, which is they've been far too passive at the plate, and a ton of called strike threes. He goes up there hunting. He's up there hunting for his pitch. If it's near the strike zone, he's letting fly, which I think is actually a departure of what he did last year at the big league level. He's hitting 263 overall, but he's hitting 293 with runners in scoring position. In wins, he's hitting 300. In losses, he's hitting 213. You can draw a direct line. When Nick Gonzalez hits as like the third guy behind Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz, they win baseball games. So I can't disagree with any of that. And they've been 7 games over 500, like you said, since he's been called up. I'll go with Luis Ortiz. The Pirates went 3-1 with him as part of the equation as an opener. And then Jared Jones, he gets hurt. He's not in the rotation. And next thing you know, he's taken over for Jared Jones. Like, you have not missed Jared Jones because he stepped into the role and has been outstanding. So I think those are probably the two guys. I'm more inclined to go with you on Gonzalez, but that doesn't make for great conversation. And Callis wanted to nominate Rowdy Big Old Man Tellez.
Oh, you want to know why? Well, yeah, because he struggled through the first part of the year, but then he turned it around, and he's been a giant run producer for this team. And I think him in the lineup makes the lineup more feared, and just makes him better all the way around.
Doran, you're not on the text line, right?
No.
Man, good thing. A lot of people with their root canal nightmare stories, including a text I just got from my uncle saying, you better block off half a week. You're not going to be able to work.
Half a week?
You're going to be in so much pain, yeah. We've been previewing the Steelers' offense position by position. We'll end the show with taking a look at quarterback. Coming up next, our thoughts on Kyle Allen when we return. But first, It's a Nicholas Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Oh, no. The Pirates played tonight, game 2 of the 3-game series. They won yesterday 2-1. Game time tonight, 6:40. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45. It's going to be Paul Skeens for the Pirates against Lance Lynn of the Cardinals on the mound. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Tired of your home's windows letting in the heat? Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen, the window company with more than 2,000 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh. They're beautiful. High-quality windows and doors, which I have in my house, are custom-built and installed by certified master installers. Their composite Fibrex material is 2 times stronger than vinyl. It's warranted not to bend, not to warp, not to crack when exposed to extreme temperatures. And this month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their mega flash deal. You buy one window, entry door, or patio door. When you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 50% off. Plus great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st at 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of problems late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in the Strip District at the intersection of 16th Street and Liberty Avenue. Also one in Shaler Township on Route 8 at Duquesne Street, and one in Tarentum on Bull Creek Road near the intersection with the ramps to Route 28. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East easing down. Your delays now at the Wilkinsburg off-ramp to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you want to give your bathroom the glow-up it deserves, you need to call my friends at the Bath Authority. All Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA, and they can be installed in as little as 1 day. And at the Bath Authority, they do it all. Walk-in tubs, replacement showers, and more. Call today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Tired of the same old beer? Try Stone Buenaveza, imported all the way from San Diego. Stone Buenaveza is a Baja-inspired Mexican-style lager, made with just a touch of sea salt and real lime. Stone Buenaveza is ultra crisp, easy drinking, and perfectly refreshing. Everything a lager should be. In the native tongue of the San Diegoans, Buenaveza means good beer. Stone Buenaveza is available wherever good beer is sold. Ask for it by name. Buenaveza. Cheers.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com? They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to, get all the way down to the beach and back. So again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online, too, SchultzFord.com.
As you know, summertime is here. And for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with minor aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Social media's Biggest Loser is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. All the people saying Doran's going to have a terrible time with his root canal, you are all social media's biggest loser. There's no reason to be scaring Doran over here. Okay? He's going to be fine. He's going to be A-okay.
I'm really not feeling good.
I know you're not. I've really never seen you like.
And I'm serious because I've been talking to you throughout the whole break. Like,
you're like, no, wait, so what'd your mom say? What'd your wife say? Oh, your cousin said this? What about the text line? What are they saying on there? You'll be fine.
Oh, no.
He says because it's not his own mouth. I've only ever had one cavity. I have yellow teeth, and my bottom teeth are a little, crooked, but I've only had one cavity.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. So we've been breaking down the Steelers' offense position by position, and we've now landed on quarterback. And I have a couple of questions for you about the quarterback position, Doran. One, if Russell Wilson does not get hurt this year, will we see Justin Fields take snaps for the Steelers?
Yes.
Gadget guy?
Yes.
What might that look like in your mind?
Not Taysom Hill, but in a form where, maybe in the red zone, maybe on third downs, maybe he is playing running back. And he takes
running back?
But he takes direct snaps.
Okay. So like a modified Wildcat kind of deal.
Yes. So, yes, you will see him take snaps.
Do you think if Russell Wilson goes wire to wire that he can put up a similar stat line to last year's Russell Wilson?
No doubt.
Over under 26 touchdowns.
Under.
Over under 8 picks.
Over, slightly.
So similar but slightly worse numbers this year.
Yes.
He's going to fly by 3,000 passing yards.
Yes.
Which is what he had last season with the Broncos. That one under-discussed thing about Russ is the lack of interceptions. I know he took a lot of sacks, and that's just who he's always been. But he does not throw interceptions. He threw 11 in 2022, 6 before that, 5 in 2019, 7 in 2018. I mean, he very rarely threw double-digit picks in his career. In fact, just 4 times that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a dozen years in the NFL for Russell Wilson. Over under 350 rushing yards for Russell Wilson.
Over.
And last thing here for you on Russell Wilson, Doran. Will he receive MVP votes?
Wow. No.
I don't think so either.
No.
Ben never did. That's why I threw that in there.
No.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Russell Wilson. Could not be less excited to see him in the preseason, though.
Yep. It's going to take for what it is.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything for me. With Kenny, the first year, it was, what do you got in this guy? Year 2, what improvements are you going to see from Kenny? And then we saw significant improvements, and it didn't matter at all in the regular season. I'm not going to do the thing I did last year, especially with quarterback. If Justin Fields tears it up, if Russell Wilson tears it up, I'm basically going to forget it. Though I will say, if I have to put stock in one over the other, if Justin Fields performs well in the preseason, I think I could at least take that as a positive, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
There's only 3 guys that I am paying attention to in the preseason.
Ooh, I like this.
Faltanu, Zach Frazier, and Peyton Wilson.
I think Peyton Wilson might wind up being the preseason MVP.
Mm-hmm. 3 guys.
We'll get into the defense more on tomorrow's program. We got Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. We've got Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. John Wayner at 8:35. Coming up next, it's the Joe Starkey Show. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 85, low 63.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Flat tire, low tread, the best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone costs more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires' inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Pittsburgh's a great place to ride a bike, but sometimes cars don't pay attention and bicyclists get hurt. If that happens to you, call Goodrich & Geist, the good guys.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Route 8 in Shaler back open at Duquesne Street after crews cleared an earlier accident that had tied up that roadway for a bit. Also an accident in the Strip District in the final stages of clearing at the intersection of 16th Street and Liberty Avenue. And an earlier one also cleared in Tarentum on Bull Creek Road near the ramps to Route 28. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East still stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 just a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. And the HOV lane's now closed along with Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Big win for the Pirates yesterday against the St. Louis Cardinals at PNC Park. 2-1, Buccos win it. Nick Gonzalez, RBI base hit the opposite way in the 8th inning. Scored Brian Reynolds after O'Neill Cruz got the Pirates on the board in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Nolan Gorman tied it with a home run off the foul pole in right field in the top of the 5th. But Gonzalez's game-winning hit gave the Pirates a 1-run lead, which was closed out by David Bednar. Gave up 1 hit in the inning, struck out a batter, did not allow anybody to reach home plate. 18th save of the season. Pirates are 2 games over 500 and closing the gap on the St. Louis Cardinals. Milwaukee also lost, so the Pirates are 6 games back in the NL Central and currently a half game back of the New York Mets in the wild card, 1 game back of St. Louis for the second spot in the National League wildcard standings, as well as the second spot in the NL Central race. More 937thefan.com. Paul Skeens starts tonight. Go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Time for the Starkey Show. Let's go.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! Ah! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paul is late when we reunite. I don't know where he is tonight. Stuck in traffic and here he comes through the door.
With the first pick of the 2020.
Grab your headsets and sing with me. Hurry up, Paul, so you can see. You can join in on the very best part.
Schemes to begin his career with a strikeout.
Hey, hey, Buckos go all the way.
Swing and a foul tip. He struck him out.
Come on, City Limits. Come on, Paul.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 7 in a row. Skeens has struck out the first 7 Cubs in the game. 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. 11 strikeouts for Skeens. 6 innings of no-hit baseball in his first career start on the road. That's an incredible start to his big league career. There's another strikeout for Skeens. 5 in a row. He has struck out 9 Tigers today.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Paul Skeens, the wind, the pitch. He struck him out with 102. He decides to wait to the end for his fastest pitch of the day.
Here's a 1-0 to Frelick. Swinging a bouncer on to third. Hayes gloves. Throw to first. Got him. 7 no-hit innings for Paul Skeens in Milwaukee on this Thursday afternoon.
Hey, 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 Buckos go all the way. This is mine. Welcome back, Paul. Or welcome back to me. I forget who was out. You were. And I was before that.
I was out.
Buckos go all the way. Come City Limits.
I'll tell you the worst.
Now, if IT sings that, we'll really be on to something. I don't think we're going to get that, are we? What, Paul?
The worst day after you're gone for 5 days is trying to get relaunched into your life.
That's why we're playing this song. Forget about your life. Let's talk about the Pirates.
I got home late last night,
I know.
Myself.
I know.
Now I got to drag my butt out of bed and start trying to,
There's butts being dragged out of bed all over, and that's why the Pirates exist right now, Paul. They exist to enthrall us, to excite us, to have us finally be interested in Pirate baseball when it's Steeler camp.
There's no question. And that's a big thing. Is Steeler camp starts this week.
Tomorrow, players
report. But we're talking about baseball.
And I had completely forgotten about it.
That's what I mean.
This morning. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. And good morning, City Limits. You look wonderful.
Joe, you look incrinculant today. Good to be with you.
The last time I saw you, you were disheveled and disorganized. Today, I can always tell you're on your game when your hair is slicked back and you're joining in songs and you're ready to go.
I'm feeling great today.
You must have gotten a good night's sleep, did you?
I got a great night's sleep. I'm feeling good, especially after watching the game. Mitch Keller performed on the mound. 7 strong innings.
He put a foot down, didn't he?
Nick Gonzalez, another big hit.
Has 8 game-winning RBIs. Are you kidding me? He's only been here for 9 games, it feels like.
I put out that number about how Connor Joe is struggling and slumping in the last couple of months, and somebody said, well, Nick Gonzalez has been really bad too. And I said, the guy who's driven in the winning run in 2 of the last 3 wins?
I mean, he's been clutch. The overall numbers aren't great, but I'll take the clutchness over the numbers, and compared to the rest of the guys, or most of the rest of them in this lineup, he looks like Cal Ripken out there.
Absolutely.
But that's beside the point. I think, Paul, for the first time that I can remember, that the Pirates are a bigger story than the Steelers in training camp opens week, particularly right now today with Skeens starting against the Cardinals tonight. That's a bigger deal. More people are thinking about that than Russell Wilson showing up tomorrow. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm still half asleep.
I know.
But you're right. I think the fact that the Pirates are the biggest stories, okay, it is incredible that we are sitting here. Because usually in general, it's like, okay, tomorrow, Pirate season ends. Right?
Yeah.
Pirates just kind of
Usually that's the ending. You're right.
Pirates just kind of get us to the Steelers camp. And then, Steelers start. Now we're going to talk about and we're going to pull apart every little part of what happens in Steeler camp. We're going to talk about every position battle, even if there's not really a position battle. We're going to, But this year, listen, it won't shock me if even over the next 3, 4 weeks or whatever, if every single day when we come in here, the number one topic is the Pirates. Right?
And I love it that way.
I mean, absent of some big development like, Russell Wilson gets hurt or TJ Watt gets hurt at camp or something like that, or they trade for Brandon Ayuk. It's basically one of these things where, absent of something like that, I can't imagine that the Steelers will be a bigger deal, especially before the games start being played. You know what I mean?
For sure. I know what you mean. I'm living it. We're all living it right now. That was a great game last night again. And first star for me goes to Mitch Keller for that game last night. For him coming back in against a Cardinals team that rocked him. What was it, 3 weeks ago? Something like that. And in his previous start, he had been pulled after 57 pitches by our friend Shelty. And it turned out Shelty made the right move. It's turned out lately that Shelty's made several right moves. And I'm not just saying that because we're doing a radio show with him today. Although in the mailbag today, I got the old, if you criticize Ben Cherington, will you get fired question. And I absolutely went off on the guy because if you listen to this show, at any point, we're not short on Ben Cherington criticism. And I just wrote a piece in the Post-Gazette titled, Has Anybody Informed Ben Cherington That His Lineup Stinks? So basically, I and we will criticize whoever we want, whenever we want, however we want. And thank you for asking. But Shelty has made some good moves lately. And I think getting Keller out of that last start after only 57 pitches, and things hadn't really fallen apart. He was struggling. But that was a surprising move, and then they give Keller a couple extra days to get ready. And he was great. He was great last night, Paul. And that only underscores that this team, if they can get there, is going to be major trouble for whoever, whoever they play. Long? Did you see Chapman again last night? And they have the ability to start games and shut them down on the mound, which is what wins World Series.
Well, I would say the thing about it is they still, if you really just kind of want to break it down the way it needs to be broke down, they still are able to win games 2-1 because their pitching has been so good. And those are the kind of games that they would play in the playoffs.
Right?
They've had a guy like Nick Gonzalez who gets clutch hits in recent weeks and months. Or, month and a half or whatever it's been. Rowdy Tellez gets clutch hits for them. It seems like they've got some guys that get hits when they need hits. And if you can hold the other team to scoring 0 runs or 1 run because you pitch so well, you can beat anybody. There's nobody that you can't beat.
So the Pirates must have been listening to us because they just tweeted, Nick Gonzalez now has 8 game-winning RBIs this season, tied for the 5th most in the majors since his season debut on May 10th.
That's awesome.
How about that?
That is great stuff.
Right.
And now you still need to add a bat. I think the most popular phrase in Pittsburgh sports for the last 2 months has been add a bat. And it needs to happen still. Like Sawinski, don't look now, but his OPS in July is creeping toward 800. But at some point with Ben Cherington, even if a guy like Sawinski comes around, you can't undo the damage done by being so, quote, patient with these guys. And I'm not sure, by the way, that Connor Joe hasn't become the biggest issue in the lineup. What is he batting this month? Like 170? Last month it was.
What's funny is Connor Joe at one point was like, "Oh my God, he's their best hitter."
He carried the team for a month, and I give him credit for that. But come on, what are we doing here? He's still in the middle of the lineup all the time.
He's Connor Joe.
He has 1 extra base hit in July, and he had like 4 in June.
Okay, what are the options?
172 in July.
Well, yeah. 172, so he has gotten out of the 160s. He never gets an extra base hit. He was part of that rally the other night.
He's good at getting it. He's good at getting it to 3 and 2 every.
I mean, it's a disaster. And the lineup overall has produced some runs in July, but moving forward, is that going to last through August and September, the biggest games? I hope the Pirates don't fool themselves into believing that this is all going to be internal improvement. They've looked good on the Rowdy Tellez front. They have. But who else where the patience has paid off? Sawinski, like I said, he's having an okay month.
To some degree, but obviously.
Yeah, but there was no move to make there.
You were going to have patience with him.
Yeah, and he's been killing the ball.
Right, he's been.
Is he fun to watch? And 2 steals last night, Paul.
Right. That's the thing. You got a guy like him. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I would say that the internal improvement thing we've been talking about is always been a pipe dream. They have to go get some outfield help. And I don't mean defensive help. I mean offensive help in the outfield.
Yeah. I mean a bat.
I can live with Joey Bart. I can live with Joey Bart. I can live with Rowdy Tellez. But the outfielder, the outfielders that they have to choose from, it's like the Bermuda Triangle or the black hole, because at some point you have to look at it objectively, if you're the Pirates, and self-scout and say, we've got one legitimately good hitting outfielder right now. One. And the other guys we put in, we just have to kind of cross our fingers and hope that they get in, run into a pitch or something.
Yeah, I'm glad they called up Palacios.
Right.
I do like him, but yeah, they need a bona fide impact bat. That is so obvious. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Rundown of what's happening on today's show. Well, Derek Shelton at noon. Preceded, of course, by Destiny's Child. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. But yes, it's Paul Skeens Day. And I'm wondering if this guy's going to go undefeated on the season. Is it realistic for everybody? It is for me. And yet, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, is it really that Paul Skeens is just going to do this the rest of the year? Just completely dominate to the point where he's untouchable, to the point where literally every time he goes out there, you're thinking this could be a no-hitter?
Yes.
Is that just going to keep happening? Paul?
Here's the thing I want to see is the shock that people would have if he has a bad outing, which he hasn't had a bad outing yet.
Right.
Every pitcher in the history of baseball has 1 or 2 here and there. I mean, he's so good. We expect him basically every time to just be a machine. And, okay, he's going to get 7 innings and strike out 9 or 10 guys and give up maybe 1 run at the most.
I think he might go undefeated. The last time I was looking this up, and it's harder than you'd think to look it up, has anybody ever gone undefeated in a season, a starting pitcher? Limits, what do you think is the answer to that question?
I think no.
You'd be wrong. There was a guy named Tom Zachary for the 29 Yankees. Ron was the beat writer, and he went 12-0, although he only made 11 starts. So he had to have at least one of those wins was in relief, right? For old Tom Zachary in 29? I think Skeens might be the first starting pitcher in history, at least that I can find today in my crack research this morning, who goes double-digit undefeated in a season. I think he might go like 12-0.
says the last play, according to Saber Metrics, the last to do it was Howie Christ, who went 10-0 in his first full Major League season for the Cardinals in 1941.
Ron covered that team too.
Yeah, this is the first rookie or this is the last time a rookie or pitcher in general.
You're wrong about that too, City Limits, because he went 10-0, but he only started 8 games. So he did not win 8 games as a starter. Good old Howie Kiss.
Yeah, it says 6 of his 10 wins were in relief. So
there you go.
You're right.
There's never been, I don't think, unless Zachary's the guy, a starter to go double digits undefeated in 8 baseball seasons.
No, so then my prediction was right. No.
There was a guy recently, I think, for the Dodgers, somewhere, Red Sox, I can't remember, but I think it was in relief. Can you look at that? Undefeated seasons? So, Paul, do you think he's going to go unbeaten?
No. I just think there's going to be a game where, and it might even be a game where he only gives up 1 run or 2 runs. There's going to be a game where it's just, I just think it's unrealistic in so many ways. But that's where we really believe. That's where we really believe that he should go out every time and he's a machine. That's how good he's been.
His worst game was his first game. 4 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs against the Cubs, and that one was memorable because he blew them away at the top of the order. Then they snuck some balls in there, but in the end, it wasn't a horrible, horrible start. He had 7 strikeouts in 4 innings, and then since then, the only other time he's given up as many as 3 earned runs was the Dodgers, and we remember that game for him striking out Mookie Betts and Shohei Ohtani. His bad games are great and memorable,
Right.
And lately, it's been insanity. I mean, since that Dodger game, Cardinals, 6 1/3, no runs, 8 strikeouts. Reds, 6 innings, 1 run, 7 strikeouts. Tampa Bay, 7 innings, 1 run, 8 strikeouts. At Atlanta, 6 innings, 1 run, 9 strikeouts. Mets, 7 innings, 2 runs, 8 strikeouts, and then the masterpiece, the coup de grace, if you will, City Limits, and I know you will. 7 innings at Milwaukee against the division leaders. No hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 11 strikeouts. It's one of the best starts in Pirate history, is what that was.
Right.
That's all that was.
On 96 pitches.
Yes.
Pure domination.
And now this guy goes tonight against the hated Cardinals, and I just can't wait to watch it. Nothing against the Steelers. I'm not even thinking about players reporting tomorrow. The only thing I'm thinking about is this game.
Imagine that. Imagine if I'd have told you that just a year ago even.
Yeah.
Or, the beauty of it is, because of their starting pitching, and because the trade deadline is, 2 weeks away or whatever it is?
1 week from today.
Whatever it is. The Pirates are going to be, especially if they make a move at the trade deadline, they're going to be smoking hot for at least 2 or 3 more weeks.
They are so derelict of duty if they don't add to this lineup, because I don't care what anybody says at this point. I love, for instance, Dan Zangrilli. I don't know if he's still beating this drum of they're not yet really good enough to make that big move, and I've heard many others, say that.
I don't know how
I just disagree with it wholeheartedly at this point. How can you look at this staff right now and think that they end games with Holderman? Looks to me like prime Chapman. Chapman the other day throwing 103 twice. Who was that against? That was against Phillies.
Yeah, Saturday.
That was Aroldis Chapman from 2014.
That's the best he's looked all season by far.
And now Bednar's back to being Bednar. Who is a better back end of the bullpen than the Pirates? I'll answer that question. Nobody. Nobody in all of baseball. When you can throw 3 or 4 guys, Majinski's been fabulous. Holderman's had some struggles. I think he's great. Chapman is prime right now, and Bednar's a 2-time
how about that?
All-Star.
Chapman is a guy. You know what? But again, he's a pitcher. But when we talk about guys being, that they're a little patient with, they're a little bit patient with him, and he's gotten, better. And boy, he's starting to look like a guy. But again, I think they've got enough that if a contender wants to throw a couple of pieces at them to try and get Chapman, I would be willing to trade him. But boy, he's been.
Man, I was with you a week ago. Right now, that guy in 8th innings against great teams, I'm not sure I want to trade him right now.
It'd be hard morale-wise in that clubhouse, too, if you trade him and bring in other pieces, no matter what that is.
He's like a bull coming into the game. Like, you can see the dugout door, like, shaking like they do when they have the bull riding things.
He is.
He's just, like, frothing at the mouth to come into games, and then he comes in, and it's just like it's a spectacle right now, watching Aroldis Chapman.
Well, here's the thing, Joe. If you're going to keep him, then you absolutely need to go out and get help.
Yes.
If you're committed, and unfortunately we talked about trading Perez, I think his value has gone way down significantly.
I don't even want to talk about him starting tomorrow's game because it makes me livid.
But forget about that. If you're going to keep Chapman around, that tells me that you believe you're going to win this year. You're trying to win this year. So go make some moves to make your team better, make your lineup better, and go for it.
Yeah.
And that's why
now we talked about
the
parlay.
Dan Zangrillis of the world and the guys that are all out there, well, this is not the year to go for it. Oh?
This might literally be the year to go for it.
Why? Yeah, why? Why wouldn't you at this point?
You go into a series tomorrow against the Phillies. Great team, right? Best team in baseball. If everything's lined up properly. I'm coming out with Skeens, Keller, Jones. We just saw what Ortiz did to them. Maybe him in the first 4, and then Skeens again, and then Keller again, and then Jones again, assuming Jones comes back healthy. And here's the thing. Like, the 162-game season is all about longevity.
Right.
Like, can your bullpen... how many guys do you have back there, and how do you utilize them over time? Over time doesn't matter in the playoffs. I'm coming at you with Skeens in game 1, and I know I'm going to be in the game. Like, the odds are very, very strong that it's going to be 1-0, 2-1, whatever game.
Right.
And if I happen to be leading after 5 or 6 innings, I'm coming out now with, let's say even 5. I'm coming with Majinski, Holderman, Chapman, and Bednar. If I'm leaning after 7, I'm coming with Chapman and Bednar.
Right.
I mean, the notion that the Pirates couldn't get through playoff series right now, to me, that's the ridiculous thing. Not, why is everybody saying that this is the year for the Pirates? It's too soon. The ridiculous thing is saying they couldn't make a run in the playoffs if they got there. Because they could. They need help.
And that's probably the biggest thing they need to figure out is if they're now at a place where they are not going to trade Chapman, for instance, if that's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
If they're thinking that, then it's a waste to keep him if you don't make this team better. It really is.
How many games are left? 62?
62 games, yes.
So by normal rest, and I'm spitballing here, Skeens would make 12 more starts?
Yeah.
Because once every 5 days, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to say 10 more. I'm going to say 10 more starts if they space things out for him, right?
They are rolling with a 6-man rotation.
Whatever they're going to do. I'm going to say 9 or 10 more starts for Skeens. And in those 10 starts, I expect him to win probably 5 of them. He'll pitch well enough to win maybe 10 of them. I'm going to say he's going to go 11-0 this season with a sub-2 ERA and about 180 strikeouts. You like that?
Sounds like he would win the Cy Young Award with that.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's other guys with great numbers. But to say he's going to go 11-0 is not unrealistic.
Yeah, if he went 11-0, then he's what, 17-0?
Well, no, I'm saying overall he's 6-0 right now.
Oh, I thought you meant.
I think he goes 5-0.
I thought you meant in his last 12 starts if he goes 11-0.
I can't wait to watch this guy tonight.
Wait. So we said he's going to have 10 more starts.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, if he goes like 9-0, gets to 15-0, he has to be a lock for the Cy Young, right?
Well, he beat, at that point.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, forget about everything else.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's wise? Like, every game is gigantic now.
Yeah.
Is this guy not the type of horse, no pun intended with all our former producers, to just take his regular turn? Like, do you have to continue to space him out? Or is that actually the wise thing to do? How do you guys feel? Because I feel like, man, every time I miss a Skeens start or they miss one or skip one, even for a couple days, they're squandering their best chance to get in the playoffs. On the other hand, whatever they're doing is working.
Right.
Where do you come down on that? Do you just have him take his regular start the rest of the year and not miss any?
I do.
I think I do too.
I probably ask him.
We'll ask Shelty later.
I probably ask him. You know what I mean? I probably ask him, I say, hey, how are you feeling? Or is your arm, you know what I mean? And if he says maybe he needs an extra day, maybe I'll give him an extra day. But for the most part, I want him pitching as many times as he can pitch.
Yeah,
me too, man.
I'm okay with what they're doing. Probably one start is what would be lost, but could also be the difference in getting in the playoffs or not.
Do you think that's all? Because he's really, if he hasn't already reached it, he's rapidly approaching his career high in innings. And my guess is they have a number. They actually have a number in their mind that they don't want to exceed by much.
Well, if they don't want to exceed it by the end of the regular season, in the instance that they are in the playoffs.
Right.
And that's why they're doing this plan so that when they get to the playoffs, if they get to the playoffs, because he pitches 7 innings every game. And it's the whole Pirates idea. It's not about pitch count. It's all about ups, how many times he gets up and throws an inning, whatever. So in that instance, you're talking about another start or two pushed into the playoffs, which I'm okay with because of how well Ortiz has pitched. You're getting Falter back, and I think Priester can spot into a rotation spot.
Right.
I know.
But the problem is now, the games that he's supposed to start, you basically say that's a win.
Or we're going to have our best chance to
all those other guys.
They keep squandering.
I still am a little bit nervous that what we saw from Bailey Falter is fiction.
What about Ortiz, though? I think Ortiz has actually taken that spot.
I think he has, but now with Perez struggling a little bit,
there will be another spot.
There's another spot.
Could be another
and
spot.
Maybe,
open. I talked
about. Would you trade Marco Gonzalez?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean he's been decent, but I fear they bought they bought low, and the team they're playing bought high.
Right.
Sonny Gray, they spent $25 million a year on. He's paid off. Gibson, they spent $15 million on him. The Cardinals spent $40 million on 2 pitchers. They've combined like 17 wins, and they've been good. The Pirates spent whatever they spent on Perez and Gonzalez, bought both low, and they've gotten low production.
But I think the other thing is the Cardinals team that we're watching right now is not going to be the same Cardinals team a week from now.
Oh, they're going to make a move.
They're going to go make move. At least one move.
Yeah. And they're waiting on Goldschmidt and Arenado to explode.
Those two guys really haven't even gotten started, those two guys. So that's the thing that gives me a little bit of pause. I keep hearing people say this is the biggest series they've had and blah, 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 blah. It's not. I argue this all the time. There's 60 games left. Okay, it's nice to, maybe you tie them now or you're going to play them a few more times and down the stretch. The greatest example of this, do you remember when, so it would have been 13 or it was probably 13. Because of like some doubleheader stuff and rainouts, the Pirates played a 5-game series against the Cardinals in August.
Yeah.
And I think they swept them or they went 4-1. And everyone acted like they won the pennant. And it was like, there's still like 40 games left. And, of course, the Cardinals won the division because the Pirates lost, 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So every game matters and every game's important. But I think that we're getting way ahead of ourselves when we start talking about this is one of the biggest series they've ever played. No, it's not. It's important that they win. It's important that they win it. But if they win it and then they go on the road and go 1-5, who cares? You know what I mean? Like you have to but the other part of that is the Cardinals that they're playing right now are different than the Cardinals will be a week from now.
Well, hopefully the Pirates will be different,
and so
too.
hopefully the Pirates will be, too, because that is really going to tell the story of this season.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Weather cloudy and 85, but a great day to schedule a heart screening with the experts at UPMC. Very easy to do with people who absolutely know what they're doing. Why not? Right? I mean, it's so important to get that done. Why not schedule that heart screening with the experts at UPMC? Big night. Happy Paul Skeens Day. It's another one tonight. It is big against the Cardinals. And they're coming off a rousing win last night. And I'll tell you, one of the unsung heroes we're going to hear from next. Coming up, Destiny's Child also at 11 o'clock, which is gigantic. We're going to replay Shelty ripping Destiny's Child as we try to stir the pot and maybe create a little unlikely media feud with Destiny's Child and the manager. Do you think we can get that one going a little more, Paul?
Well, that's the thing. We got to get him to say something inflammatory or predict something or say something.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Oh, is that great? First of all, he's the most unlikely person in the world to be nicknamed Destiny's Child. And then secondly, he's the most unlikely media person in the world to have a feud with the manager. You know what I mean, Paul?
I can't believe
he's a living paradox, Destiny's Child.
I thought it was funny when he said, when we were like, well, Destiny's Child told us, like, it's August 13th or 14th. You could tell his tone changed completely.
Yeah, changed all the way to this.
You know? But by the way, Joe, before we get to the break, I didn't get a chance. How did your first golf tournament go?
Never made it. Tore rib cartilage. Over swinging at the range, 200 balls.
Oh, wow.
Went out to Longview on Friday. It was like a knife was sticking in my rib cage. And I'm done for probably 2 months. So I never got there.
Oh.
So maybe Destiny's Child can give you an injury report.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
What date is he going to put on Joe to return?
We'll ask him that top of the hour. Thank you for asking, though, Paul.
No, I was wondering. I was wondering about it all weekend.
This is a bummer. We had our summer all planned out here for more golf, and now I'm done. I'm on the DL. I'm on the IL. I'll tell you something else too. I got a question in the mailbag about a particular player who I think is very, very expendable, maybe more so by the day, despite his pedigree. Let's talk about that coming up next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
According to Pitt writer Amanda Godsey, Pat Narduzzi said today that Pitt loves having West Virginia rivalry on the schedule and says that Pitt would love to play Penn State too, saying, quote, if they'd play us, they won't play us. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. Jordan Love was present at the first training camp practice for the Green Bay Packers on Monday, but he was not there as a participant. Love and the Packers have yet to agree on the framework of an extension. Keeping him off the field is the right call until it's signed, although it is a bit surprising both sides let it linger this long. Still, expect it done by the end of the week. I'm Bart Winkler.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
Bare naked ladies.
In Flight Tour 2024, live. Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wedge Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Mom, it's school shopping time.
On it. Ooh, Target has select supplies like crayons and glue sticks for 25 cents, plus markers for 50 cents.
Next, my new Rockstar vibe means new clothes.
Ooh, totally. These graphic tees are $6 and made to last.
And a strawberry lunch bag to match my sweet personality.
Got it, and it's only $5. Let's get your favorite Good and Gather snacks. They're now at a new lower price.
Best team ever.
When it comes to low prices, Target has your back to school.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at 937thefan.com's contesting page. All right, I got asked this question, and I thought it was a good one today, Paul. In the Post-Gazette mailbag, does the emergence of Joey Bart make Henry Davis expendable at the trade deadline? What if it took Henry Davis to bring in a Brent Rooker? What if that was the piece that gave the Pirates a better trade package than any other team? If that was the piece that pushed them over the top?
Well, I would tell you this. I've been on the record as saying I don't have a problem if they have to throw him in any trade as long as they're getting value back, because I've watched a lot of sports in my life, and I'm very rarely wrong when I say this. I just don't think it's going to happen for him the way they think it's going to happen. I just don't. I just don't think he's going to be a guy that warrants 1-1. Ever. You know what I mean? I just don't think he's going to be that guy that warrants 1-1 ever.
I'm not thrilled with the idea of getting rid of him, but Joey Bart is really, really starting to grow on me. We've talked about him many times. Did you see his throw last night? And the way McHenry broke it down, like he can play the position, and he's been a pretty consistent hitter since it's still a small sample size. But the real point for me, Paul, is yes, the emergence of Bart, but also Endy Rodriguez is coming back. To me, he was their prime catching prospect, and he looked pretty good defensively when he came up here, and I still think he could hit.
That's what I always say to people, and you and I have talked about this before. You cannot worry about what Henry Davis becomes somewhere else if you have two guys that are here that are helping you win games. Let's say Henry Davis is one of these guys that bounces around for 2 or 3 more years and then, boom, takes off. Who cares? If you've got your people in place. You know, that's why I always say The biggest problem with the Tyler Glasnow trade wasn't that they traded a lot. It's that they did it for the wrong guy. Because what was his name? I forget.
Chris Archer.
If Chris Archer came in and was dominant for 2 years, nobody would be talking about that trade ever. So it's not about who you're trading. It's about who you're getting.
I do agree with that. And having said that, though, I'm still not enamored with the idea because Henry Davis is still young. And we were talking about this yesterday. His career numbers in AAA aren't good. They're great. And I know there's a huge, huge difference, maybe a bigger difference than ever before between AAA and the majors. But this guy pounds AAA pitching to the tune of 1,000 OPS.
Yeah.
So I'm not eager to give up on Henry Davis, but I am eager to make a run this season. And there's alternatives and maybe really good ones. That's, to me, is the whole point. Is they have a guy who was what's really the difference? Henry Davis went first overall. This dude went second overall.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a couple of years older. So what? He's still in his 20s.
And here's the thing. What did they have to give up to get him?
Nothing. And that gets to another point, which is Ben Cherington.
Right.
And all the justified criticism that has been levied against Cherington here on this show and all around town. And will again if he stands pat or makes some, piddly little move. If piddly's even a word, Limits, I don't know. Lots of justified criticism of Ben Cherington. I think that almost is just understood with everybody. But what doesn't get talked about is the moves, the things that Ben Cherington has done right, Paul.
Well,
and among those are Joey Bart.
Right.
Bailey Falter was a good move, but on a much bigger scale. Aroldis Chapman, have we all watched him pitch lately? Was that a good move? On a much bigger scale, he identified Keller and Reynolds as extension candidates and signed the deals for a combined almost $200 million. And he looks great on both fronts. And bigger than anything, and I think this is the one that people forget, and I went back and looked just to make sure I wasn't crazy, is it was a legit decision between Dylan Cruz and Paul Skeens at the top of that draft. And MLB.com at the time had, I think, 10 draft experts, a number of them, and they had Cruz as the likely pick. And they said this on the story on MLB.com. The majority of teams would take Cruz number one, and most teams think the Pirates will take Cruz. That was the thinking at the time. They went with Skeens. They got the right guy. It was only one of the most important decisions in franchise history, and Cherington got it right. So I don't see any problem with being balanced with this, Paul. He's had some really good moves.
Well, and I think there's another part of it, and you're right about that, but there's another part of it, Joe. The cautionary tale is if you hang on to Henry Davis too long, he becomes Joey Bart, who you just basically give away for nothing.
I know.
He's got value
but
now.
But too long for him is still a while away. He's got 300 Major League at-bats.
Yeah, but still.
Don't get me wrong. If that's what clinches Brent Rooker, I deal him.
You could sell him still. Based on his potential. He still has value. That's the biggest thing. But every month that goes by that he flames out, every month that goes by that it's working for him, his value goes down a little bit to the point where people start to say, can this guy get it done or not?
412-928-9370. Destiny's Child up next, but not until you join us. Limits, let's go to the phones, shall we?
Let's start with Bill in New Jersey.
Hey, Bill, what's up?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm with Paul in the retrospect, how the Archer trade, you can't be afraid to make a deal. And I was listening to what you guys were talking about, the bullpen. I say empty it up and go get Mason Miller and Rooker and pay their price. I don't care about prospects. I don't care about getting burned. If you got Mason Miller and Rooker, just look what that pitching would do from the sixth inning on with that bullpen. And I would give up Henry Davis. I might even go as far as Bubba Chandler. Because
you'd have to go. Wait, hold on a second here. What's your name again, Bill?
Bill. Yep.
If you went and got Mason Miller and Brent Rooker, you don't get to pick and choose. You ask the A's who they want, and you would absolutely lose Bubba Chandler. You might lose your top 5 prospects for those two guys.
And I might still do it because I'm all in.
I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm not saying I wouldn't, man. And also there's talk of Mason Miller being a starter next season.
Yeah.
Paul, you've talked about this.
Right. I mean, I think the thing about him is you're getting a guy for not just 1 year. That changes it for me. Changes a lot for me.
Can you imagine if Mason Miller and Rooker walked through those doors? IT would never be the same, would he, Limits?
No, he'd turn into Mr. T.
How's he doing today? Throw the mic over to him.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
There you go.
Wow. Fantastic.
It's always, what happened? Why fantastic, IT?
Is fantastic not a good adjective to use?
It's a great one, but it leads one to wonder why. What's gone on in IT's life that he's fantastic right now?
Why are you fantastic?
I don't know. I had a good night's sleep, woke up feeling good, so ready to conquer the day.
There you go, Paul.
He's still feeling good after his vacation.
I know he is.
He's still on
a
island
lot
time.
happened on that vacation.
Yeah?
All right. Next. Who's next?
Josh is in Pittsburgh.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, guys. Yeah, so to start it off, I think with Henry Davis, I am one of the people that wants to see him succeed so much because in my mind, I think that his draft pick was, to me, like the start of the Pirates really thinking, okay, let's rebuild, let's start getting players to make an impact. And I want him to succeed, and obviously that hasn't necessarily panned out. And with Endy coming back and Joey Bart playing how he is, I mean, he was picked 2 overall for a reason. I think, if you can trade Henry Davis for a player that can help you win now, like I think I've heard people say, like, if you can do like Solometo and Davis for Rooker or something like in that capacity,
yes,
I'll sign that ASAP. It's just, I think it's a tough spot because I think they're 50-50 on if they trade him now, they're scared that he's going to have more value in the future. And then in the future, if it doesn't pan out, they're scared he's going to lose value. And I think it's a tough spot to be in. But I think that the fact that the Pirates are seriously considered buyers, at least by my standards at this point, is a very good sign. And I think that any deal that you can do to win now, and if you lose your 1-1, think about it in the way that you got Joey Bart for dirt cheap. So you basically downgraded one draft spot and you got other players to help you win.
Yeah, and Endy was a higher rated prospect than Davis at this time last year. Appreciate the call. So, Paul, my hope is that Bob Nutting doesn't have, PTSD from the Archer trade. And if you're Nutting, you can also imagine him looking ahead and saying, yeah, even if we don't, look at what's happening right now. If we're just like hanging around for the next 5 years with Skeens,
right?
We have that event that is Paul Skeens, plus we could be pretty good. Why should I get rid of prospects now to go all in? To which I would answer, you only have to get rid of 1 or 2.
Right.
You should, by all rights, have dozens at this point.
And that's the point that I'm trying to make too. Is you've got a lot of guys down in your minor league system, at least allegedly. Now, maybe there are some who would say, well, it's not as deep as you think. Well, then that's a bigger problem than anything we're talking about in my mind. Would
93.
you agree with that?
Yes. He's had 5 years to collect prospects. That's all they've done. They just picked again. They just had 3 picks in the top 47 players in America. They just had 3 of the top 47 picks even this year. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, and AM 1020 KDKA and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the 24-25 school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS backpack drive. Visit the link on the homepage of 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or get a group together to support. Help ensure a good start to the school year for local kids. Fan weather. Sun Chevy Summer Drive, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with cloudy skies. This is the time of the week that you've all been waiting for. It's become appointment listening really across the countries. And I mean multiple countries. You have families huddled around the radio like it's the 1940s, getting ready for Destiny's Child. We have a brewing tiff, perhaps, between Andrew Destin and the Pirates manager. We'll try to settle that today. And then we have the manager.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
And then we have the Pirates manager himself coming up at noon. That's all ahead.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul Skeens will start tonight for the Pirates. 6:40 first pitch for the Buccos as the Pirates are just one game back of St. Louis and a half game back in the wild card race of the New York Mets. St. Louis will send Lance Lynn to the mound, 5-4 on the season with a 4.39 ERA. Skeens, 6-0, 1.90 ERA. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
PGT Trucking is fueled by the best drivers in the flatbed industry. This is Pat Bostic. For more than 40 years, PGT Trucking has been driven by the proud professionals. Fueled by the promise of great pay, reliable home time, quality equipment, respect, and family. Take the wheel in your career path and join the proud professionals at PGT, a 2024 Best Fleets to Drive For company. Visit pgttrucking.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal's a name you know and you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL, 877-351-SEAL, or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
La 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 la.
Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
Tired of your home's windows letting in the heat? Adam Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen, the window company with more than 2,000 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh. Their beautiful, high-quality windows and doors are custom-built and installed by certified master installers. Their composite Fibrex material is 2 times stronger than vinyl. It's warranted not to bend, warp, or crack when exposed to our extreme temperatures. This month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their mega flash deal. Buy 1 window, entry door, or patio door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 50% off, plus great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Hurry into Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, and Waynesburg during the Make This the Summer event. Take advantage of Pittsburgh's lowest prices on hundreds of new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram cars and trucks. This month, lease an ICE engine 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for just $299 a month. 27-month lease offer for 7,500 miles a year, $42.29 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details through 7/31/24. Start shopping at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Big things are happening at CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center this summer. Here with Patty Byrne. Patty, tell us about the big announcement.
We just finished our beautiful new showroom, making CGR your destination to see your projects come to life. Our displays feature Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, and much more.
That's great, Patty. And you also carry Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, plus Provia siding that's made right here in America. And everything is on display to make it easy to finalize your project.
Plus, CJR Wholesale hands down has the best customer service around.
No doubt about it. Stop by and check out that new showroom on Route 51 South in Ross Raver, or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
The Wild Things are home for a weekend of fun and great baseball, July 26th through 28th, with fireworks presented by Washington Spine Disc and Joint Center, baseball fights, cancer with a fanny pack giveaway presented by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by WCTPA on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Big 2-1 win for the Pirates yesterday against the St. Louis Cardinals. First of a 3-game series against St. Louis. Buccos won it back to 2 over 500. Nick Gonzalez, game-winning hit, bottom half of the 8th inning. David Bednar closed it out in the top half of the 9th. O'Neal Cruz also drove in a run, was the first run of the game for the Pirates. Gonzalez now has 8 game-winning RBIs this season. It's tied for the 5th most in the majors since he debuted this season with the Buccos in the big league club on May 10th. Paul Skeens will start today, 6:40 first pitch. Lance Lynn goes for St. Louis. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Andrew Destin joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7.
Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Child, we have a problem here. It seems that you and Derek Shelton, there may be some tension growing. We're going to play a tape, and we're going to get your interpretation of it. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me. I don't know what this is about, but I can only imagine.
I don't know what this is about. Paul, you ready? I mean, we're not stoking the fires here. We're just reporting the news. So here we go. Let's go back in time. 2 weeks ago, before I went on vacation, I innocently asked you when you thought Jared Jones would be back, and this was your answer, Destiny's Child.
I will say August 14th.
Okay. I dutifully reported that to Shelty not even an hour later, and Shelty grew a little bit tense, and this is how that went.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
I wonder how things have been since. And do we have a growing tiff between a beat writer and a manager?
First, that's genuinely hilarious. I love the Nostradamus comment. I really enjoy that.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
I mean, that's just great, right? Like, that's great banter. I love that. I hadn't seen Shelton actually in a while before yesterday. It'd been 2 weeks, I think, just with the team being on the road, All-Star break, and then a little personal time after the break. So, yeah, I think he was happy to see me, but you guys will have to ask him in an hour. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was putting on a show. I don't know. But
now, does he refer to you these days as Destiny's Child or perhaps DC, or how does that go?
Destiny's Child. He was glad to see me yesterday and said, "Good to see you, Destiny's Child." Press conference.
I will say August 14th.
Are you sticking to that timeline for Jones?
Something around that. I mean, my thought is mid-August. It's, maybe August 10th, maybe August 14th, 16th, something around then. I mean, he was throwing yesterday. I knew he had thrown a little bit earlier. Maybe that was the day before or something like that. But he was out to 90 to 120 feet through a flat ground. So there's some progression that needs to happen. Eventually he'll throw off a mound. Maybe that'll require a rehab start or two, something like that. So just given that it's, July 22nd, July 23rd, there's still a little bit of time. I imagine it's at least another week, maybe two, before we see him back.
Speaking of another week, Destiny's Child. We are a week away from the trade deadline. And so winners of what, 7 of 8 or whatever it was, they won 6 in a row, 7 of 8, whatever it is, it's very clear now that they need to go add a piece or two, because all this stuff about how they're a year away and this isn't the year to do it and all that stuff, all that crap goes out the window, doesn't it?
Yes and no. I think that to the conversations we've had, every week on this show, I still think that next year is the year that the team is going to be a better one. However, I think the calculus has changed tremendously the last few weeks, just given the body of work. That Phillies series, you never want to place too much emphasis on just one 3-game set, but what they showed to me against the Phillies is that they really can compete with anybody in baseball, and it's not to be taken lightly. So what I say with all of that is that with the trade deadline, yeah, I think you have to change the way that you approach it. I think that they absolutely need to add. I don't think it's so easy as the conversations that we've had here, where I've been, beating the drum of, hey, Aroldis Chapman's on an expiring contract. Maybe he's the guy that you deal to a contender because he's so pricey, all that sort of stuff. Now, I'm not saying that that's not going to happen, but my point there is that this is a team that needs to be taken seriously. You're a couple of games over 500. There are a lot of teams jumbled up there in the NL wildcard picture that I see no reason that the Pirates aren't as good, if not better. I think you have to go out and get an outfield bat. I think you have to. Whether that's a rental, whether that's a long-term guy, you have to add to this team, and it's just a matter of to what degree they decide to.
Are you still of the mind, however, that they shouldn't part ways with any of their top prospects?
Yes, 100%. And Bubba Chandler still, to me, is the one guy that's truly untouchable. And I just say that because I think he's going to be a big component of next year, the way that Jared Jones is a big component of this year. And I'm not saying, okay, you need to just kick the tire down the side of the road and keep it rolling and wait till next year. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that Bubba Chandler is the most big league ready of any of the prospects in the farm system, at least in terms of guys who are truly heralded. Like, I really like Braxton Ashcraft, but I don't think he's as much of an impact arm at the next level as Bubba Chandler has the potential to be as soon as next year. Like, Chandler easily could break camp in spring training, be in that rotation, one that has Jones, Skeens, Keller, etc. So he's the one guy that I wouldn't part with, but everybody else is fair game. I think you have to look at this as what is a good trade. With the way that they approach the MLB draft, maybe some guys like some middle infielders like Leover Peguero and Sung-Chae Chang, maybe those are two guys that are more expendable than they were, say, 3-4 weeks ago because of the way the Pirates approach the draft with getting guys like Connor Griffin as the first-round pick, the way that O'Neal Cruz has developed, especially the last month, what he's shown. I think middle infield isn't as big of a concern, so maybe that's one area you could trade. But starting pitching in general, I mean, that's where the depth in this farm system is. I got no problem with parting ways with a few of those guys, whether that's Thomas Harrington, Hunter Barco, etc.
Okay, because earlier you seemed to indicate you wouldn't touch any of the top prospects, but in order to, let's say, get a Brent Rooker, at least one, and maybe all it takes for the Pirates to outdo the Yankees or the Phillies or the Reds or the Braves for Brent Rooker would be they'd be the one team who could dip into their top 5 and throw in a Thomas Harrington. So you would do that.
Yeah, I would do one of the guys that I view as redundant, whether that's, Harrington I like a lot, but you have Ashcraft, you have Bubba Chandler. He's probably the 3rd best right-handed pitcher in your farm system. I think it's okay to part with that guy, which is not to say that, I've changed my tune considerably. It's more just, okay, well, this team has proven to be more serious, so I'm more willing to part with that guy versus you can only trade bottom of the farm system guys.
Would you include Henry Davis in that to clinch a deal?
Probably not, just because you're selling so low. I mean, his value is so low relative to his pedigree and what he's demonstrated capable of. Like, I'm not ready to give up on him yet, and I say that because look at the timeline of what the Giants did with Joey Bart, who is doing tremendously here in Pittsburgh. The last thing the Pirates would want to do is replay that exact scenario, where it's a guy who was a former top pick or top 2 pick, and you give him all these chances, and then you part ways. Like, we have to remember, Henry Davis was only drafted 3 years ago. I have to believe he gets at least another year in the organization, and maybe he doesn't come back up this year. I think he does, but you can't give up on a number 1 overall pick like that quickly.
I disagree. I think you can, because you do have two catchers, both under control, both who are high pedigree, both who are everything that you wanted to. from where you thought you were getting with Henry Davis. Henry Davis has a lot of value. He's one of the guys you could trade that brings back a lot of value to you. That doesn't change this team. If you get rid of him, it doesn't change this team even a little bit. So to me, I don't understand why we're so worried about, well, he was 1-1. Okay, Bart was 1-2. And Andy Rodriguez was a really highly drafted, and sometimes 1-1 guys, their best value is what they bring you in a trade while they still have value. I mean, have you seen anything? Yeah. Have you seen anything at all that indicates to you that Henry Davis is going to be a really good baseball player?
There have been a couple of moments last year. This year, I would say not very many. But I think you go back to 23, and it's not to, hone in too much on one game, but homering off Shohei Ohtani a couple of times. The raw power that he demonstrated. I think with Henry Davis, it's just the standpoint of we have to remember how much money was invested in the guy with drafting him that high financially. This is an investment from the Pirates. So that's one part of this. The second part is that this team is going to look very different next year regardless. Andy Rodriguez will be back. Sure, maybe that means he's the guy who's the everyday catcher back there, and he parts time with Joey Bart. What's going to happen at first base? Is it going to be Rowdy Tellez and Connor Joe again? I'm not so certain about that. Does Andrew McCutchen come back? I'm not entirely certain about that. There are a lot of things at play there where you look at those positions and say, hey, maybe Henry Davis is your first base / DH or just a first baseman, or you move him back to the outfield. I think you have to give that at least one more year. And the reason I don't trade him is because I don't think you get a ton for him. We have to think from the perspective of other teams. Look what the Giants got for Joey Bart, right? That was just a minor league guy, and it was after he was designated for assignment. The Pirates are a ways away from doing that, but I don't think I don't think he's the guy that pushes a trade over the top. I just don't think that he's perceived in that way around Major League Baseball. His value is so much higher to the Pirates, given what they've invested in him, than what his value would be to any other team. I think that's the best way that I can try to articulate that thought.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Andrew Destin from the Post-Gazette. Destiny's Child covers the Pirates. Let me ask you this. You're starting a baseball team, an expansion team, and you can start with any one of these three catchers. You get your pick. You put them in order for me. Henry Davis, Andy Rodriguez, Joey Bart. You're the owner of this baseball team. You're also the GM. It's an unusual dual title for Destiny's Child. How are you ranking those three? Davis, Bart, Rodriguez, now to the future. Who's going to have the best career?
Andy Rodriguez 1. I would go Joey Bart 2 and Henry Davis 3, but it's very close between Bart and Davis, because I think it's too small sample size, and I'm biased growing up out west. I've seen the body of work Joey Bart demonstrated across 4 years in the big leagues of the Giants. I still need to see more to be convinced that this is truly for real.
Yeah.
But I think Andy Rodriguez is the clear number one guy there. And it's not just the on-field stuff. He's tremendous in the clubhouse. Defensively, he's excellent. With the bat, team morale, that's the guy who I look at it and say, this guy's going to have a very good big league career. The only question of any consequence is what's he going to look like coming back from the elbow surgery. But he very well has already made a lot of progress. So, that's a long way of saying Endy's my guy. I would say that he's the number one there. And then you go flip-flop between the two, Bart or Davis, of which one. They're both just such wild cards to me, and I think we have to be careful about how seriously we take what we've seen from Bart in Pittsburgh when you compare that to what he demonstrated for so many years there in San Francisco.
Well, I mean, I can appreciate what you're saying, but I'm of the belief that we haven't seen anything from Henry Davis that suggests he's going to be a really good player. So, to me, I think because he has such a small body of work and he's only got how many, 200, 250, 300 at-bats or whatever he has and hasn't played a ton, I think that there's probably more value to him. I think there's probably more value in him than even you're giving credit for. The other guy, I think there probably is value too, because he's a young, controllable, left-handed power hitter, is Sawinski. Even though he hasn't hit well, he's hit with power. Left-handed bat like that hits it out of the park. I'm not saying you're getting a king's ransom for him, but I don't think he's value-less either. So, I mean, I think there are some guys they could actually trade that would look like maybe they're either being sellers or they're trading them off the major league roster. but they're not necessarily changing the makeup of their team. If it gives them a chance to make to make them better, wouldn't you agree that's kind of what you want to do?
Yeah, I think it's certainly something to consider. I mean, with Sawinski is a good point to bring up because he's had a much more significant body of work at the big league level, right? I mean, it's the guy who hit close to 30 home runs last year. Has shown capable of at least playing solid corner outfield. I wouldn't say that he's a guy that you could peg in as an everyday center fielder really on many teams, let alone the Pirates. I mean, that's the reason Michael A. Taylor is here in part, is just given how much better he is defensively. But yeah, it's a good point, Paul. It's that this is not going to be, at least I don't think this trade deadline should be perceived as a clear-cut, obvious, all the Pirates are going to do is add. There will be no subtractions because, right, I mean, that's just obvious math with the 26-man. Like, they're going to have to part ways with a few guys to clear spots for greater impact players at the big league level. I'm really curious to see which ones are the ones that they part ways with, if anyone, right? Like, Sawinski, controllable, young, has demonstrated power. There's a lot of upside there. And if you put him in an environment where you can allow a guy to fail, play him every day against righties and lefties, sure, that could work. But I don't know. It's something I'm very interested to see what happens there, just because there are some clear, obvious holes on the roster. And I'm curious if that means giving up on guys or it means, okay, we're going to try and make all of it work together. I'd have to believe that they're going to have to part at least with some big league talent to make any of these deadline deals happen.
Ke'Bryan Hayes, I must have got 5 questions, and I'm sure you're getting a lot as well. He's gotten some singles lately. The average, if you take, a little blip of time, the average looks okay, but this is a disaster. The power's gone. He was great in his final 3 months last year, just absolutely raking the ball, and nothing's happening this year. It's been an offensive disaster. The power is completely gone. What's happening with him? Is there any hope that he's going to recapture what he had late last season? And would the Pirates ever consider any alternatives, even for a little bit, with Hayes?
I can't. It's really difficult for me to come to a conclusion about what exactly is plaguing Ke'Bryan Hayes, but I think one point would be he's swinging at a lot of pitches. You look at his stats in July. I mean, I think I have this correct. I don't think he's walked in July. He's just kind of all over the place in the sense of, he's making contact, he's fouling off pitches, going deep in at bats, but there's not really any power there. It feels, I guess the best way to put it would be, it feels like a defensive swing versus an offensive swing. Like he's reacting to pitches versus being out in front, trying to drive the baseball. Feels like maybe he's a little bit on his back foot a little, but that's not anything, mechanically diagnosed by me. It's more just the eye test of, this is a guy who's trying to put the ball in play and spray it around versus trying to drive it with authority. So, yeah, maybe his average is a little bit up in July, but to your point, Joe, this has not been an impact offensive season for Ke'Bryan Hayes. The only thing you can hang your hat on is he's shown it before, right? He's demonstrated, whether it was the end of last season, whether it was 2020. It is in there, and I think that's why the Pirates would be so reluctant to move a guy like him. Like, I'm not saying that on the record of, they will never trade Ke'Bryan Hayes, or they are exploring trades. Like, I don't have any intel on that one other than it would be, in my opinion, foolish for the Pirates to move off him, just given that the contract, while yes, it is one of the higher ones on the team, is still very much a solid contract for a guy who provides you Gold Glove defense. And anything you get with the bat is a surplus. The issue is right now what you're getting with the bat is not even league average. So that's where we're having the discussions. I don't see any way that the Pirates don't continue to play him there every day. But I wonder if we start to see more 4 days of starting a week, 5 days of starting a week versus 6 or 7, and you see Jared Triolo spell him with more.
He's worse. Jared Triolo's worse.
Yeah.
What about Peguero? Why isn't he here? I think he could help this team, and I know he's not, Brooks Robinson or Mike Schmidt as far as hitting, but I think that he could help this team. I mean, when we say that Triolo could spell Ke'Bryan Hayes, I'd rather have Hayes at the plate.
Yeah.
Honestly. Right. And I think that's why we're seeing it play out the way it is. And to your point about Peguero, I have no solid answer as to why that's the case. I mean, he's fared well enough in AAA Indianapolis. He looked solid at times last year. He's had issues with hitting spin. Curveballs are really a problem for him, and sliders that he'll swing over the top of them. The plate discipline isn't great. But in terms of the tools, in terms of what he's demonstrated in the minors, yeah, he's earned a chance to be up here. I can't, on good authority say, why isn't he here? All I can say is that given what they have available at the big league level, that's why we're seeing so much of Ke'Bryan Hayes amid those struggles, is because, frankly, I don't think there's many other better options. As for why Peguero isn't here, wish I had a better answer for you, because we haven't seen him this year. He came up for that brief cup of coffee when Michael A. Taylor went on the paternity list, and he didn't even get in a game. So I can't put any logic behind that answer.
Well, and again, I mean, I think one of the things we saw when they finally brought up Palacios, I mean, I don't know that he's like hitting the cover off the ball by any stretch, but he has given them a little bit. And it feels like in some ways, ever since he's been in the lineup, there's been a little bit of spark. I don't know, maybe sometimes just changing things up a little bit can help.
Yeah, and it doesn't hurt when the guy that you're bringing in is a great clubhouse guy. Like, I think if you polled everybody in that clubhouse about Joshua Palacios, they'd say, yeah, this is one of the highest character, energetic guys in the room. And it was a shame for Palacios' sake that he was injured for so much of the season. Him getting up here has been huge. You know, he can play the outfield spots. He's not great defensively at any particular one of them. He's average to solid, but, you know, clutch late in games. You can't really, I mean, that was kind of an interesting conversation with Derek Shelton last night about guys with slow heartbeats with reference to Nick Gonzalez and how he comes up clutch late. I feel like Joshua Palacios kind of has that too, because late in games, you put him in a pinch hit spot. Last year, he was excellent at it. Last night, he did a solid job of doing that, coming off the bench for Connor Joe, who's, you know, really been scuffling the last couple of months. Like, Palacios, that's the kind of guy that you want on any roster, whether that's a fourth outfielder, a fifth outfielder, just a guy off the bench. Like, he needs to be here the rest of the season, at least in my mind.
Andrew Destin, Destiny's Child from the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. I guess we can finish with the obvious. It's Paul Skeens Day. Do you just expect more of the same here? I don't think there's any reason not to, right? I mean, I think there's a really, really good chance he's going to go out and dominate the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing that I'm curious about, and I'm probably getting too much in the nitty-gritty, is that last time against the Cardinals, he threw a lot of curveballs, which is not his best pitch. That's probably his fourth best pitch, and that really messed with the Cardinals. Like, that was not part of their scouting report, it seemed, at least from when I was out there in St. Louis. There were a lot of bad swings.
Yeah.
So I love the cat and mouse game of just seeing how this goes. I'm curious if it's going to be the top three pitches from Skeens. Does he roll more curves again? I'm curious with that. But, you know, the Cardinals had Mitch Keller's number until last night. The Cardinals have only seen Paul Skeens once. So I would say that there's little reason to believe anything other than that he will dominate. But I'm curious to see the cat and mouse game. I really always enjoy that.
Destiny's Child, you're in
14th.
Yeah.
You're a wonderful man. We'll be reading your stuff in the Post-Gazette. We're certainly going to present this. Is there anything you want us to tell Shelty to try to head this off at the pass?
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Anything at all that we can sort of smooth the waters going into tonight's media session?
You do, actually. You can bring up I was on a bachelor party this past week with a good friend of mine. We were bourbon tasting in Kentucky. And I know how Mr. Derek Shelton likes his bourbon. So you bring that up, and maybe they'll put me in some good graces.
Okay.
Paul, you been at a bourbon tasting?
I don't do bourbon.
I don't
like. No, I don't like stuff.
You do everything else?
Well, I don't like dark alcohol, basically.
Huh. What do you make of this Destiny's Child? He certainly likes light alcohol.
I drink vodka. I mean, you know, I like vodka. Obviously, it seems like Destiny's Child, you like bourbon or whiskey, right? I mean, you know, my son Elijah's really into bourbon and all kinds of different old fashions and all that other crap. Me, I just don't like it. It's too much for me. I don't like tequila either, believe it or not, Joe.
Wow.
I'm a vodka guy. That's what I do. I'll do a million different ways to drink vodka, but
how about gin?
A little bit, but it's a little bit. I'll drink a little bit of it, but I'm not a huge. I don't drink wine.
It feels to me like gin is more of like a hardcore drug.
Yeah.
Like I remember one night on gin, Destiny's Child, I wound up sleeping under a hedge in Buffalo. It doesn't feel. It does something is more powerful about gin. Would you agree?
Oh, I mean, for me, it's tough. I mean, I like dark stuff. So bourbon, I'll drink a Guinness any day of the week. I'm like, but gin, it's funny because that's like probably the drink or the the liquor of choice in the family to do gin and tonics around the holiday season, and that's always fun because I'm like, that's I can't say anybody's sleeping underneath a hedge though, Joe. I think you're alone on that one.
Yeah, well, I was that night.
Yeah, the other thing is I don't do wine either or champagne. I'm not
Wow.
I like vodka and beer.
Now, Child, speaking of the family, have they taken, I imagine this has been very exciting for them, the rise of Destiny's Child here in Pittsburgh. Has it been? They're back in California?
Yeah, back in California. They, funny enough, I'm sure they're both listening. At least my mom is right now. They always listen into all the shows here at 8:30 local time back out in the West Coast. But it's been fun. I think it's the travel back home to cover Sharks games or Giants or A's.
Yeah,
those are moments they certainly appreciate. But it's been fun for them to observe from afar. And I certainly miss being away from them. But to do this certainly justifies it. I hope I would think they think of it the same way.
Is there any chance that we get to meet Mr. and Mrs. Destiny's Child at some point?
At some point. You missed a chance last year. They were out here for Steelers-Niners. We all went as a family, but
I think they'd be quite enamored with Paul.
Well, I think when they come out, we need to bring them on and bring them into the studio and say hello to them.
Gin and tonics for everyone, right?
It sounds like a party.
They're from California, isn't it? Gin and juice out there. Huh?
Thank you, Destiny's Child.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Unreal. Thanks for having me, guys.
You should. What a pleasure. You should listen at noon today because it could be, even amidst the Cardinals series, that might be the lead topic.
Oh, this is going to be off the rails. I can't wait to listen in.
Thanks, man. Great work.
All right. That was good. That
Always
was good stuff.
See you, buddy.
That was the first time in about 3 or 4 weeks that Destiny's Child and I didn't really go have a tense moment.
It was headed that way, and I think Destiny's Child has learned how to head that off at the pass.
The Henry Davis, I was going to push him a little bit more and more on the Henry Davis thing. Again, I don't, and I never will, understand these people who are so concerned with what I call the prospects or the guys that, they think might become players, that they forget that the only thing that matters is that the major league team wins. And whatever it takes for that to happen is the only thing that matters. Anyway.
Well, for those of you who may have a question for Shelty on your minds, give a call here to IT or to City Limits and tell them what your question might be, and we'll field all inquiries. 412-928-9370. In the meantime, the Steelers do open camp. I don't want to make that a small deal. I just think that the Pirates finally, for once, are overshadowing that event, but it's still a big event. What are the biggest stories going into Steeler camp? We'll broach that topic in just a moment here. First, I want to tell you about one of my favorite topics, Gina Giampietro. Roseanne needed to sell her home in Ross Township, and after hearing about Gina on the radio, she contacted Gina to learn more about her options. Roseanne said that Gina was straightforward, always able to answer any questions, and helped her set a realistic asking price for her home. Because of Gina's expert knowledge of the local real estate market, Roseanne was able to sell her home in less than a week. That's what Gina can do for you. You can't lose. That's sort of where we start here. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Home doesn't sell by the deadline. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. It's as simple as that. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Give her a call, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Steelers start camp tomorrow. Players will report, and the first practice is Thursday. Open to the public, 10:30 from St. Vincent College. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
What are you doing with the pocket?
Yeah, why the pocket?
It classes it up. If this didn't have a pocket, it would just be a shirt. You remove the pockets, and all of a sudden, I can't go to the party. If you like practicality, watch this. Now I got a highlighter and a pen in my shirt.
Yeah, but when are you going to do that again?
When do you need that?
Or you're going to forget where they are, and you're going to be like,
Where's my pen? Oh, who's the callous? You took my pen?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh fans, I'm coming to see you. It's Lori Fetrick here, formerly known as Ice Ice Baby on the original American Gladiator series. I am coming to your hometown. Come see me and some of the other former American Gladiators October 18th this year at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall in Pittsburgh. Get reserved tickets and info at librarymusichall.com. Contenders, are you ready?
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm tonight, the low 68.
Weather brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. LeBron James to the rescue again. He carried Team USA in a tight win over Germany on Monday. They haven't lost in the exhibition games yet, but the games are surprisingly close. It's weird how much they rely on LeBron. He's 39. It looks great so far, But when the actual games start, it would be nice for Team USA if they won easily and did not need LeBron's heroics. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3 putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family-owned Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks, The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton, top of the hour, lots to ask, including Paul Skeens and innings limits. I think there's different ways to phrase this question, and I've got a question for him. I'm sure Paul has a lot. Pirates playing really, really well. They're playing as well as any team in baseball, honestly, over the last 10 to 12 games, and there's 62 of them left. They're 100 games into the season, so we got a lot to talk about with the Pirates manager on a Paul Skeens day. But in the meantime, there's this tiny little matter of the Steelers opening camp. Players report tomorrow, Paul. For you, what's the biggest story?
Well, first of all, I love the fact that, and I don't want to use the word afterthought, but I love the fact that Steelers opening training camp is sort of a back burner topic right now.
Yes.
Because it means that the Pirates are doing what they're doing. Now, I think as you know, Kragers was in here, and he's right about this. It will be a day-to-day thing as to what is the biggest topic in sports, right? It'll be a day-to-day thing. The biggest storyline, and I hate to say it because it sounds lazy, and it's not. I mean, it's obviously the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And not necessarily even the quarterbacks, although I think Justin Fields is a very intriguing player. It's Russell Wilson, and, what is he going to look like? What's he going to do?
I agree 100%, and at the same time, I feel like there's been, I don't know if it's an actual effort, but the way it's played out is like there's no quarterback controversy or competition or story. Meanwhile, that's just what it is. Is the quarterback of the future in this locker room as well with Justin Fields? And I'm not saying in training camp. Russell Wilson's going to start the season. But there is an absolute quarterback controversy here, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a great story.
Right.
The question for me is how long, if Russell Wilson struggles, does he get? The other question for me is his replacement right here? A guy that the Steelers were enamored with coming into the draft that they just went out and got, who's still young and has done, it's been a mixed bag, but he's done some great things in the NFL. I don't know if there's 5 guys who are more electric with the football in their hands than Justin Fields. So there is a gigantic quarterback story here, controversy here, if you want to call it that. However you want to phrase it, that's the story today and every day until the end of the season and beyond. Because they have a guy that I bet you that they think is their future in Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson for now is the present. Well, and every day is going to be a development on both fronts, every single day. And it would have been a controversy, a huge one, with Rudolph and Pickett, too, by the way, because right. you started to have a huge faction of Rudolph backers, and you had the Pickett tension with the franchise. It would have been a giant story with those two, and it's a giant story with these two. And here's the moral of the story, Paul.
Well,
is the Steelers still don't have their replacement for Ben, their quarterback of the future, if you know what I mean. They don't have their next franchise guy yet that we know of. Maybe Russell Wilson will be great and play 5 more years. We don't know yet.
Can I sort of tie this all together with the Pirates in some way? Will you
please?
Will
yes.
you
indulge you?
Yes. Just listen to me. Do you notice how, first of all, I would argue that in the NFL, draft picks are far more important than in Major League Baseball. Because, you're drafting a guy to help you today. The Steelers had no problem. Well, I won't say no problem, but the Steelers had no problem once they decided that Kenny Pickett wasn't their guy. That even though they had used a first-round pick on him, and he still was young and still had all the stuff that Destiny's Child was feeding me about.
I know where Paul's going, City Limits. Do you know?
Right?
Yeah, I know where he's going here. I like it.
All I'm saying is all the stuff that Destiny's Child was feeding me about Henry Davis. The Steelers basically said, he was our first shot at getting a franchise quarterback after Ben. Didn't work out. So are we going to have another year where, we have to get excited when he leads a game-winning drive and we win 10-9? Or are we going to try and get better? Let's get better. And then we'll worry about the franchise quarterback down the road, because let's get better for now. Pirates have never operated that way, for the most part. The Penguins do it. The Steelers do it. Yeah, there's salary caps and all that stuff, but it doesn't matter, because if you look at the NFL and you look at the NHL, there's some teams that are at the bottom every year regardless. You know what I mean? So my point is, if you look at what the Steelers did and how they did it, they basically said, in no uncertain terms, T.J. Watt probably only has a couple more years at a really, really high level in him. Cam Hayward might only have one more year at a high, high level in him. You know what I'm saying? So let's go out and try and win while we still have those guys.
Limits, I agree with every syllable and half syllable that Paul just uttered.
I retweet your uttering.
Thank you. We have to go because we need time for the manager. Very
That's right.
well said, Paul. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Our Shelton Show reaction is brought to you by Bet365. That'll be coming up, obviously, right after the manager. And our baseball talk on the Fan right now, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Man, there's a lot to talk about. I want to talk about that double steal the other night. I want to talk about Skeens and the future. I want to talk about the trade deadline and Key Brian Hayes. I know Paul has a lot on his mind. The Pirates manager next. It's the Derek Shelton Show. It's also the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with cloudy skies.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
Pirates won 2-1 yesterday. First of the three-game series against St. Louis. Now just one game back of the Cardinals. Have a chance to tie them today in the National League Central and Wild Card standings. 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Hello, similar to yesterday, we'll have a chance to see some passing showers and storms around for a couple of hours today. Today's chance comes from 4 this afternoon through around 9 o'clock. And again, the further south you are, the better the chance to see some rain. Highs today should hit the mid to low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Noon temperatures will likely be just under 80 degrees. Winds coming in out of the southwest at about 5 miles an hour. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty K Weather Center.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, lease for just $299 a month, or choose 0% financing for 48 months.
Outlander Sports, 0% financing for 48 months.
Eclipse Cross, just $299 a month, or 2.99% financing for 60 months.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Are you putting off replacing your windows or doors because of the cost? Adam Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen. Their parent company, Andersen, is one of the oldest and largest window companies in the U.S. So, Renewal by Andersen can often offer discounts other companies can't. And you don't have to do your whole project at once. You can do it in phases to make it even more affordable. Now's a great time to upgrade your windows. This month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their Mega Flash deal. Buy one window, entry door, or patio door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 50% off. Plus, great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The Wild Things are home for a weekend of fun and great baseball, July 26th through 28th with fireworks presented by Washington Spine Disc and Joint Center, baseball fights, cancer with a fanny pack giveaway presented by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by WCTPA on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. He'll help your AC work better than this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Bare Naked Ladies in Flight Tour 2024 live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Big win for the Pirates yesterday, 2-1 against the Cardinals. Buccos are back to 2 games over 500, 1 game back of the Cardinals in the National League wild card race, as well as the NL Central standings for second place in the division. Pirates are a half game back of the New York Mets for the third spot in the National League wild card. Mitch Keller with a strong performance. It was David Bednar who closed it out. Keller went 7 strong innings. Nick Gonzalez with the RBI base hit in the bottom half of the 8th, which was the game winner in the 2-1 victory. Paul Skeens will start today, 6:40 first pitch. Lance Lynn will go for the Cardinals. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. The Derek Shelton Show starts now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derek Shelton. The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derek Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, sir. The Derek Shelton Show brought to you by your local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you, there will be soon. Derek Shelton, manager of the hottest team in the National League, 8-2 in their last 10. There's no other National League team that can say that. 9-2 in their last 11. A little tiny half game out of a wild card spot right now. Derek Shelton is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Shelty, I certainly trust you're doing well today as your team is red hot these days, but I feel like we need to take care of perhaps a budding controversy first, maybe some budding tension between you and Destiny's Child. I feel like the important stuff has to come first. Are you ready for this?
I'm definitely ready. Good afternoon first, but yeah, I'm ready. I didn't know there was a feud between me and Destiny's Child.
Well, that's what we're trying to get to. So let's go back in time 3 weeks ago, or maybe 2 weeks, when Destiny's Child was innocently asked on this show when Jared Jones was coming back. This was his answer.
I will say August 14th.
That's the familiar sound of Destiny's Child. We presented that to you And it felt like you got heightened a little bit. This was your answer.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
So where are we now? We just had Destiny's Child on. He thinks things are okay. Are they okay on your end?
Between me and Destiny's Child?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't mess with a guy that wears collared shirts and khakis every day. Like I'm not messing with that. So I mean, number one, I was just hoping I got points for knowing who Nostradamus was. And then number two, I was just curious if Destiny's Child was a member of our performance and training staff that he was throwing out dates.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
What were you going to say?
I was going to say,
follow up on that?
He wanted to throw you an olive branch. Was that what you were?
Yeah, he did. And it sounds like things are okay.
Well, he wanted to throw you an olive branch, and by telling you that he spent the weekend in Kentucky tasting bourbon, and so he knows that you're a bourbon guy. And he said, "Will you please tell him that, so maybe I'll get some points with him." So
there you go.
Does that get him some points with you?
That gives him a ton of points with me. I'm a little disappointed that he didn't bring it up to me himself, but the fact that he did the bourbon tour, now, all right, so now I got something to talk to him about and see, like, where we're at. I want to know the specifics. I want to know if that was the olive branch. Like, did he do that because he was throwing the olive branch out, or was that something that he did independently?
Good question, and I hope you guys can settle things and broach that today. But meantime, Shelty, you guys are making a push here. And it's been fun to watch. Where did this begin? How did it begin? What has sparked this run for you guys?
Well, I think overall, number one, we've done a really good job of pitching the baseball. Going back, I mean, even till the Milwaukee series, which was a really good series, we've thrown the ball really well. Our bullpen's been really consistent. But I think the thing that has stood out is doing the little things right. You know, running the bases right. We've done a better job situationally. I mean, Nick has had a couple big hits in the especially after the break. But the biggest thing is I think offensively we're doing little things which have helped us win games.
Well, and I think one of the things that Joe and I were talking about is two guys that you have sort of waited on, and they've actually paid off for you. It was Rowdy, obviously, Tellez, and Aroldis Chapman, who had some scrambling and a little bit of scuffling. Both of those guys have really been sort of in their zone, haven't they, in recent weeks?
Yeah, they really have. I mean, Rowdy, I think the patience has paid off, and he's really been. I mean, he made a great play last night defensively, but offensively, he's really steadied and been the guy that we thought he was going to be. He had a tough couple months, and I give him credit because he held fast, he was accountable. And I think the fans appreciate that and realize that this guy was not good for a while, and he was the first person to say that. And I think that's why they've embraced him as he's gotten back to what we thought he was going to be. And then Chappie, yeah, I mean, he's been really good over the last 2 or 3 weeks, kind of settled in, throwing strikes, going right after people, and that's been really, really important for us at the back end with David and Holderman.
Shelty, there's so much stuff to talk about today. One thing is Joey Bart and how he has emerged here. I think Ben Cherington said the other day that he could be here for a long time. Is he making that case not only for that? I mean, is he making the case that he could be the guy here for a while?
I think he is making a case for that. And, I think one of the things that we have to realize is, Joey was a very highly touted prospect in San Francisco. And sometimes it takes time. And, we knew he had a really good spring. He's someone we watched through the spring, and then we knew the catching situation with the Giants was going to be they may have an odd man out. But it's one of those things where sometimes it takes a little bit of time. It just doesn't go on the timeline of everybody thinks because you're a prospect you're going to do it. And he's really done a nice job. Offensively, he's been solid. Defensively, he continues to work. I think as we saw the throw last night, he's thrown the ball really well. But he's really to your point, he's making a case to be here.
Well, and that brings the second part of that question is the longer he continues to make that case, does that make it, I don't want to say easier, but does that make it like more of a possibility that you could trade Henry Davis perhaps?
No, I think the thing with Henry is Henry's a part of our future, an important part of our future, and we have to get him right. And very much like in Joey's case, it doesn't happen on the time frame that everybody wants it to happen or expects it to happen. I mean, it's difficult to come to the big leagues and be a very productive player. But I think we're fortunate that we have not only Henry, but we have Andy Rodriguez. Having catching depth is something that's extremely important in the game. And, you're always one foul tip away from something happening. So, in Henry's case, we just need him to continue to get better. But, we feel both he and Indy are a really important part of our future.
It's the Derek Shelton Show here on 93.7 The Fan. Pirates manager, his team has won 9 of 11, making a real playoff push here, maybe even a divisional push here on the Brewers. So, Shelty, I think you addressed this a little bit last night. Gonzalez has 8 game-winning RBIs. There's this idea in baseball, it becomes so numbers-oriented that some people argue there's no such thing as clutch. There's just numbers out there. I got the impression that you disagree and that you think that Gonzalez is a guy who maybe thrives in those situations. Can you talk about that whole issue of clutch?
I disagree with the notion, and I think the comment I made last night is like analysts will tell you that it's not a thing. It is a thing. It's just like pitching the 9th inning. There's a different heartbeat that happens when you're doing that, and certain people have it. I honestly don't think it's a thing that can be taught. I think it's a thing that people have innately. They have the ability to slow the game down. They have the ability to not try to do too much. The guy that I used to go to a lot when I was a hitting coach was Garrett Anderson. Remember him from L.A.?
Yeah.
The Angels. I mean, slow heartbeat. This guy could produce RBIs all the time. I think that's important. I think Brian Reynolds has it. Nick Gonzalez has it. They have the ability that they don't try to do too much in those situations. And that's not to say that they're always going to produce in those situations. But when they step to the plate, that something productive is going to happen, and Nick has done a really good job with this.
When you've now a pretty large volume. I mean, it's not overly large, but you've got a pretty decently large size to sort of judge. What do you see from Nick Gonzalez beyond him being able to get these hits late in games? But what are some of the areas that you still feel like there needs to be growth?
Well, I think defensively he's grown a ton since he's got here. I mean, and if you want to talk analytics or you want to talk metrics, we can prove that. And I give Donnie Kelly and Mindy Lopez, our infield guys, a ton of credit. And Nick, but they've gone out every day and worked on, first step, the movements, the angles. And I think we've seen it from the time he got to the big leagues. His angles were not consistent. And now we're seeing more consistent angles. We're seeing him make the turn better than he has. Some of those things, you have to get to the big leagues to be able to figure those things out. I give our coaching group credit. I give Nick credit because of the fact that he has gotten better at those things at the major league level, and he's become a good second baseman.
Shelty, at the risk of implicating this guy again, Destiny's Child pointed out that Key Brian Hayes has no walks this month. He's gotten some hits for sure, but the power is still just missing. And I'm wondering, is he beyond this injury, or what is the issue that you're identifying with Hayes? Because this has just been very frustrating for everybody, including you and him, I'm sure, to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we need Key to get hot. I think that is important. And we saw him get hot last year, and we know that it's in there. I think the biggest thing is just making sure driving the baseball. We saw it in the Chicago series right before the break. He drove some balls in the gap. Just has to get back to him consistently doing that and being on time. I think that's, the focus that we need to make sure that we're talking about and working about on every day.
Is he beyond the injury?
Yeah, I mean, he has a back injury, so it's something that is going to continue to linger. It's just like having a hand injury for a hitter. It's things they're going to linger. I mean, he's healthy, but there's daily management of it. That there's no doubt about that. I think that's something that we're aware of and we have to be aware of in terms of the days he gets and how he feels. But it's not something that is hindering him, but it is something that's there, and it's probably going to be there the rest of the year.
Do you guys, is there some sort of special plan that you'll have to try and get him days off or get him, I mean, do you have to manage him differently because of all that?
Yeah, I think so. He's going to get the day off today, and Triolo's going to play third, and then we play the 12:35 tomorrow, and then we have the off day, and then we go out west. So it's just management. I mean, it's very similar and no different to the management of Kutch and making sure he gets his days, and then kind of the counterbalance of, with Kutch, it comes with Reynolds because Reynolds is not coming out of the lineup, has not come out of the lineup. So the days that Kutch gives, we're able to give Reynolds those DH days. It's just a culmination of everything. I mean, the catching's a little bit different because of, day, night, and making sure that goes that way. But in that regard, we have to make sure we take care of guys' bodies going into stretches, and we'll continue to do that. And then secondly, Tree hasn't played in 7 or 8 days. We got to make sure he gets on the field because it could be a situation that he gets a pinch hit late, and we don't need it to be like it's his first at bat in 2 weeks. All those things kind of come into play. So have to be thoughtful of that with the schedule and then with how guys feel.
Shelty, I know Peguero isn't tearing it up at AAA, but I have to believe there's a lot of people who believe that he would be an upgrade on Triolo right now. What's the rationale, given all the struggles, the season-long struggle really at the plate, for having Triolo still here?
Well, defensively, he's still elite. I mean, I think that there's no one that can counter that. I mean, he's been elite at second. He's been elite at third. The inconsistency of the at-bats is something that's been, it's been something because Nick has played well. Just quite honestly, Nick has played well. So it's a situation where, we got to make sure we get Tree at-bats to try to get him going. But defensively, he's been so good, and he's so versatile. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, he can play all 4 infield positions, which gives us the flexibility to make moves during the game.
So is Peguero, has he been a thought for you guys to promote or no?
No, as of now, I mean, we have not thought about changing our position player group.
In terms of changing, the trade deadline's a week from now. These conversations have been going on and going on, but the fact that you guys have won whatever it is 9 out of your last 11 and really kind of shown that, hey, this is actually a team that you could get to the playoffs probably. And obviously, once you get there with your pitching, you're going to be a real nightmare to deal with. So, do you expect that over the next week that Ben will be aggressive, working the phones to try and get you a little bit of help for your offense?
I think Ben's being aggressive now. I mean, and like we talked about last week, and I think the phrase I used was "it takes 2 to tango," which it does. I mean, it takes 2 teams willing to make a deal. I know Ben is actively talking to people. There has to be people available. There has to be the right deal. And then the second and probably more important point is, and you guys highlighted at the beginning, there's so many teams in the race and very close with 62 games left that everybody is looking, and everybody's looking for one thing. They're looking for offense, because offense has been down so much throughout Major League Baseball this season, and that's the challenge. And I think the other challenge we have is there's teams that are going to go down to the wire determining if they're going to buy or sell, and because of that, it makes it more challenging to make a deal. The fact that we haven't seen anything really happen as of now, and I think I even said this last week, it shows that there's a lot of people trying to decide what to do. I think we're going to see a flurry within the game in the last probably 48 hours.
Shelty, it feels like in center field that there's really not a viable everyday option for you right now. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think we're trying to work back and forth. I mean, we've struggled offensively with the guys that have been in that role with Jack and Michael. I mean, the defense is especially with Michael has been very good. So I think we're trying to mix and match. We played Josh out there the other day, and I think we'll continue to do that. Honestly, we need to get Jack going offensively. I mean, he could be a big part of what we do, and we've seen him do it in the past.
I guess the question, though, becomes how long can you wait? Like with Rowdy, your patience paid off. But with other guys, Connor Joe is another one now who this has been 2 long months where I think he has like 4 extra base hits. How long can you be patient?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and I think we'll be able to probably answer that over the next 10 days and see what happens and, if there's additions to the club. So I think that, over the next 10 days will be a little telling.
Well, not to throw him under the bus yet again, but Destiny's Child has today told us that he believes in your organization that Bubba Chandler is the only untouchable prospect in the entire organization. What are your thoughts on that?
I love it. So Destiny's Child's not only running performance and training for us, but he's also running baseball ops. I mean, this guy can – I mean, you talk about a Swiss Army knife of
He's unbelievable.
Functionality. Yeah, I mean so I would say we have some players that we value very highly and but – in that case, Ben will have to make a decision on all the players if they come up within trade conversations.
A lot of people asking us to ask you, when is Barecki coming back?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think Ryan's going to throw again. I think he's scheduled to throw again tonight, and then we'll probably make a decision after that.
And another question we get a lot, and I know we've talked about this, Shelty, a number of times, is the management of Skeens moving ahead. And I think the question that people want answered is this. It's best phrased like this. Can you say that there is a 0% chance that a healthy Paul Skeens would be shut down in September? There's no chance of that.
Yeah, I don't think we have any plans of shutting Paul Skeens down. I mean, I think it's a situation where we do have to monitor. I think, as you guys said, and I mean, we monitored his workload coming out of the break. I mean, he's not thrown through the 5th day. We monitored him when he was in Indianapolis early in the season, and a lot of people didn't like that, but we needed him to pitch at the big league level. So I think our plan right now is for Paul to continue to pitch.
Let's get to Perez for a moment. Is it safe to say that maybe tomorrow he's pitching to keep his spot in the rotation?
I would not say that's safe to say. We need Martin to pitch better, obviously. His last couple starts have not been very good. We go back to the one before that. It was 7 1/3. It's good, but we need him to pitch more consistently. Now, that being said, we do have options, with other people that are starters. I mean, Bailey's going to go out and throw on a rehab. We have Priester in our bullpen who's been a starter. So the fact that we have options, I think, is important, but we need Martin to pitch well.
Paul, may I ask one more rotational question?
Yeah, go ahead. You're on a roll.
I mean, Ortiz, he's in your rotation now, yes?
Yes, Ortiz is in the rotation. I don't foresee him coming out of the rotation, anytime soon. He's pitched his way into the rotation. He's been one of our most consistent guys, and and I think this is a really good case. We talk about pitching development. We talk about the critique of at times of how we use guys. I think our pitching program and our pitching group has done a good job. We've made a really good major league starter, and we had to do it through a progression at the major league level this year. And Louis has really done a nice job.
He certainly has, and when you get your full complement of pitchers ready, I mean, do you have in mind some of the guy or at least one of the guys that's in your starting rotation that could also transition and kind of become a bullpen guy?
Yeah, we haven't talked about that yet. I mean, I kind of live in the world that I don't want to get fully there until we know everybody's healthy. So once we get to the point where everybody's healthy, then we can start to make decisions on. But being speculative right now, like just having enough starting pitching depth, especially after the last really 3 or 4 years of not having that much pitching depth, it's something that I'm happy that we have.
Winding down with Derek Shelton on the Derek Shelton Show, I have 2 quick strategy questions. One worked out incredibly well, one didn't. And the first was the double steal the other night against the Phillies, which was awesome. But I didn't get from the reporting after the game whether that was Taylor on his own instigating that, one of your coaches, or you. How did that come about, Shelty?
So I answered it cryptically, and you didn't like it. Basically, is what you're telling me.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
I'm probably going to stay right there. I will say that. I will say this: T. Brock does a lot of work. Tark Brock does a lot of work on when we should run, when we should not run. He and I talk about it specifically during the game and before the game and have it scripted out. And there are times when, I kind of red light him. So other than that, that's probably what I'm going to say.
So the buck stops with you on that then in the end.
100%. Yeah.
Unless Taylor just goes, then nobody can do anything about that. But that didn't happen.
Yes. No.
And then the other decision is 3-0. Key Bryan the other day. It didn't really look like a great pitch to swing at 3-0. I'm assuming he had the green light there. Why?
He did have the green light, there, and I think you're right. I mean, we got to get a better pitch to swing at. I think in watching that sequence again, it's probably something I would have done differently, because of the fact that the first three sinkers that were thrown were considerably off the plate in. And after watching the replay of that, I didn't realize how far they are in because it's hard from the side to tell in and out. And then he swung at a ball that was too far in. So looking back at that, probably would have done that one differently.
Paul, do you have a final question for the manager?
I think we've covered all the ground here.
I guess, Shelty, I do have one last one. It's just it's got to be a different place to walk into. This might be the high point in terms of clubhouse atmosphere and a feeling that you guys can actually win and get somewhere since you arrived as Pirate manager. I feel like that's... Go ahead.
I think that's a fair assessment, and I think you can feel it in the ballpark. I think that's the most important thing. Like, our clubhouse feels it, and I think they've felt it all year long. Even when we were going through stretches when we weren't playing well, we were feeling it. But you can feel it in the ballpark. When we walked in the ballpark for that Phillies series, there was a different buzz. There was a different feeling, and I give credit to our fans, man, and continue to stay with us because there's a different feeling when you walk in the ballpark now, and I think our players are feeling that and excited about that, and it's really cool.
And Skeen's on the mound tonight. It's not like the excitement's going to stop. It should be fun to watch. Good luck, Shelty. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good week.
All right. Paul, that was interesting.
Yes, very
on many fronts, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job of answering a lot of questions.
Here's the thing I like about Shelty, and you have I know a faction of fans out there who anytime you compliment the manager or the GM, you're somehow betraying your journalistic values or some crap like that. He's done a good job, first of all.
Right.
They're in playoff position in spite of a lot of adversity this season. And I don't agree with everything he does. I thought the Key Bryan Hayes thing the other day was outrageous. But he just admitted it. I like that in a guy, in a coach or manager. When he does something, and it's happened a number of times this season, he comes right out and says, yeah, you know what? As I look back on that, I shouldn't have done it. I appreciate that. And if I were a fan, I'd appreciate that. I'm trying to think, weren't there some other examples? I know there were. I just can't think of what they were, where he has said, if I could do that over again, I wouldn't do it. And there's been at least 2 or 3 examples, and this is the latest one with Key Bryan Hayes. I appreciate that, Paul.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The other thing is that, and this is why I laugh when these people say, "Oh, well, you're not going to ask tough questions," or what did the guy ask in your mailbag? Something about, "Oh, well, you're afraid he won't come on your show," or something like that. You know what I mean? You can ask him whatever you want to ask him. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get angry at you and he just answers it.
I mean, there are a couple of highly questionable personnel situations happening. I don't know whether any other way to ask it other than, why is Jared Triolo still here? Which is pretty much verbatim what I asked in a respectful way.
Exactly.
He said because of his elite defense. All right, that's what they think. We get to agree or disagree. I asked or opined that I don't think they have a viable everyday center fielder right now. Does he? And he basically said, I don't either. I mean, he said, we're trying.
Right.
But he also said last week we need a bat, and I would imagine that's the spot, center or whatever, outfielder with a bat. Or even a DH with a bat.
And that's just it. I mean, I think one of the biggest things with that is, he's obviously has to face these guys in the clubhouse. You know what I mean? So he's not going to throw his players under the bus.
One thing I do wish he had said, though, was that Perez is pitching for a spot in the rotation tomorrow. I mentioned yesterday, it's time here. It's time to get your team on the floor, right?
But again, I think one of the things with that is he's got to face these guys every day.
Yeah.
So he's got to basically try and finesse his answers. He can't just come out and say Sawinski stinks and this guy stinks, and I don't even think that he can come out really and say, yeah, we need to go get a center fielder in the trade, because he's got. But his answers, if you listen to what he's saying, he's essentially saying that he agrees. He does, but in other words, he isn't pushing back on the idea that we need help for our offense.
Right,
you
and
know what I mean?
specifically there. Our Shelton Show reaction brought to you by Bet365. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I don't know about you guys, but the most notable thing that was said that whole time to me was about Joey Bart, because I was very careful with the way I phrased the question, Paul, which was, if this guy is this guy staking a claim to be the guy? Not stick with the Pirates or, be in the majors. Is he making a claim right now to be your catcher moving forward? And Shelty said yes. He said yes to that question.
Right.
We'll replay the question and answer next. But Joey Bart's become one of the biggest stories of the season.
But the flip side of that is, in the next breath, he said, well, Henry Davis is our future.
A big part of our future.
And Andy Rodriguez.
And Andy. So something's got to give here moving forward.
But
with
that's
three
my
catchers.
point.
Someone's going to play a different position.
That's my point is he's got to keep Henry Davis and if because the bottom line is, if he says, yeah, Henry Davis is done, he stinks, he's cooked, he can't help us at all.
Right. Well, he's never going to say that, but in so many words.
His trade value goes way down if they were going to try and trade him. And B, it becomes, we probably put a little headline on that, and it becomes a story that becomes viral. And if Henry Davis doesn't read the news, someone in his family does. And
sure, and Henry Davis might see a headline coming out, City Limits. Shelton, Joey Bart could be our future at catcher. That's exactly what he said.
And it's something that Cherington also uttered over the weekend. And the growing sentiment that continues to be made for Joey Bart to be a future of this team. And he's earned it.
Let's play that question and answer next as we go over a lot of what Shelton said. And we invite you into the show, your impressions of what Shelton said on any one of those topics. Ke'Bryan Hayes is just gigantic. That was the other most notable thing, Paul, was he said he essentially said, he didn't say he's still injured necessarily, but he said that's still he kind of did almost in a way, at least that he's still dealing with the effects of that injury by day-to-day management. And then you asked him, is this something you're going to manage by giving him days? And he said yes. Did he say he's not playing tonight or tomorrow? Which one? Limits.
Who? Hayes?
Yeah.
Hayes is not playing today.
I think you said today.
There you go. He answered Paul's question by saying they're going to manage. I mean, if Ke'Bryan Hayes was lighting it up right now as a healthy, borderline star third baseman, he doesn't sit Skeens night against the Cardinals. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Something's happening there.
Well, I think, first of all, you can watch him swing. It doesn't look like he's got a ton of oomph in his swing right now, which would probably suggest that his back is indeed still bothering him.
Let's listen to some of that next and your impressions for all of it at 928-9370. It's 12:33. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Top of the hour, Pat Narduzzi has opened his mouth again and said something very interesting regarding Penn State. I feel like we've been over that a few times in the past, and God bless him. I wouldn't have him any other way than saying exactly what's on his mind, and I think I may agree with this one. HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment. July 26th and 27th, the Pat Benatar, Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here, Learn who at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul Skeens night in Pittsburgh as Skeens goes to the mound against the St. Louis Cardinals at 6:40. It'll be Lance Lynn pitching for the Cardinals. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Yesterday, the Pirates won 2-1, or just a game back of St. Louis in the division, as well as in the wild card race for the second wild card. Pirates are half game back of the Mets for the third and final wild card spot in the National League. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Bucko's weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Ready for all those summer get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Their Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items. Barbecue parties or graduations are easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. Learn more at gianteagle.com.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Get a $10 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic Motor Oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. For the second half of the season, Jordan Love's stats were as good as any quarterback in the NFL. He's sitting out Packers practice until he gets a new contract done. But make no mistake, it's a small sample size, but this team believes in Love. Don't be surprised if he becomes the richest player in league history in the coming days. I'm Andrew Perloff. Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, and Waynesburg, make this the summer of Ram. Drive the most awarded light-duty and heavy-duty truck brand over the last 5 years. Right now, lease a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn for just $399 a month. 42-month, 10,000-mile-a-year lease with $45.19 due at signing, pending credit approval. See Ron Lewis Ram for details through 7/31/24. Find your Ram truck at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah, 5 years! It's 5 years of gig speed internet. High five for gig speed. 5 years of advanced security. Security win. And 5 years of a great rate that won't change. Our rate ain't changing. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. There it is! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Woohoo! Now he's got savings. I'm so excited. Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Man, the more I think about it, and Paul and I were just working, I was working on my putting. We went back and visited the PM guys. That's always fun, isn't it, Paul, to visit with them before their show back in the bullpen?
It absolutely is, just to talk to them a little bit.
What a bunch of wonderful men.
Yes.
I'm not sure the biggest thing he just said was Key Brian Hayes. I got a text from somebody I know who said, how do we know that Hayes just isn't damaged goods at this point? You know, you hate to phrase it that way. But this doesn't appear to be going away, Paul. It doesn't. He missed a whole month last year. He missed the month, I think the month of July. He had a great June, a great August, a great September. He missed a month, like in the middle of the season. And then let's listen to this and analyze it. And I believe Shelty said he's not in the lineup tonight. It's just, it feels like a lingering problem.
Well,
from, was it last year or 2 years ago? When he said he couldn't even get on the team plane at the end of the year, yet he was still playing. That was 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
This is crazy. I mean, it's just not good. Let's listen to this question and answer and talk about this.
So this is just his answer. You did follow there. Your follow-up is in here.
Okay. Yeah, it was about Hayes and the injury.
Yeah.
We need Key to get hot. I think that is important. And we saw him get hot last year, and we know that it's in there. I think the biggest thing is just making sure driving the baseball. We saw it in the Chicago series right before the break. He drove some balls in the gap. Just have to get back to him consistently doing that and being on time. I think that's the focus that we need to make sure that we're talking about and working about on every day.
Is he beyond the injury?
Yeah, I mean, he has a back injury, so it's something that is going to continue to linger. It's just like having a hand injury for a hitter. It's things that they're going to linger. I mean, he's healthy, but there's daily management of it. That there's no doubt about that. I think that's something that we're aware of and we have to be aware of in terms of the days he gets and how he feels. It's not something that is hindering him, but it is something that's there and it's probably going to be there the rest of the year.
And did he say he's not playing tonight? I thought he said that.
He said he's not playing today.
Yeah.
My initial question was about how they're going to manage him with the injury.
Right.
That's when he said, well, yeah, he's not going to be in the lineup today. And then, we followed up with all that other stuff.
Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Don't you agree with me, though?
What? On which part?
I said this about a month and a half ago. One of the reasons I believe that Ke'Bryan Hayes signed a deal that at the time looked like an incredibly low-ball, team-friendly deal.
Yeah.
It's because he probably kind of, at that point he had a wrist injury or something, but I think he probably knew also that his back, you know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, you have back issues, they never go away. They are really, really difficult to deal with. And if you're a baseball player or a golfer or one of these sports where you have to use your leverage and, twist and all that other stuff, I'm just telling you, it's something that's going to be with him the rest of his career that is probably going to limit what he can do and how he can do it. And he's probably going to have months where he has to sit out.
Man, I hope that's not the case. Is there some sort of surgical procedure? Like what? When he's been asked about it, his answers have been very concerning. It feels like they haven't really identified the problem. That's the thing. But last year, Paul, it wasn't like he had a good 3 weeks. His last 3 months, he killed the ball. He just absolutely killed it. And he wound up with 15 home runs and less than 500 at-bats. He's got 3 this year. Ke'Bryan Hayes had 31 doubles last year. 31. He's got 9. He even had, did he have 7 triples? So in the end last year, he had like 53 extra base hits for a .453 slug percentage.
Right.
This year, he has 12 extra base hits, and he's slugging .596. His offense is the biggest disappointment on the team.
And he did say, Shelton, that it will be Jared Triolo at third base today. Hayes will go tomorrow. They're just trying to manage everything. And
I don't know.
It's not good.
How do you survive with no offense from third base? The Triolo thing, he's worse than Hayes.
Especially when you're getting nothing from center field. There's 2 offensive positions that you're getting nothing from. And when Yasmani Grandal's in there, you can count in a third.
It's really, really concerning.
And he'll be in there tomorrow, won't he?
One of today or tomorrow, because Bart's not going to play a day after night.
It's a huge story, and I just wonder what the actual diagnosis and the actual treatment is. Because Shelton basically just said there, it's lingering. It's a lingering situation. Although his defense, he got off to an unusually weird start this year defensively, but he's been tremendous. Here's the thing. Here's how good this guy is defensively, Paul.
Yeah.
The WAR rating, which rates your overall contribution to a club. Guess where Ke'Bryan Hayes ranks on the Pirates in WAR? Either one of you.
I don't know. On the Pirates?
Yeah. He's third. Good guess. City limits.
Wait, he's third? Well, that's because of his defense.
Because of his defense. It's Brian Reynolds first with a 3-1 WAR, followed by Cruz at 1.7, followed by Ke'Bryan Hayes. Now, when you actually look at the rest of the roster,
where's Skeens?
There's just not, I think it's different for pitchers. There's just not much to choose from here. Joey Bart is next, then McCutcheon, who doesn't play defense. He doesn't play the field. Connor Joe, Gonzalez, Triolo, Taylor, Rowdy. So Ke'Bryan Hayes has the third best WAR on this team because he's so good defensively. If he snapped out of this and even approximated what he did for his last 3 months last season, it would absolutely transform this team because he'd be a legit 2, 3, 4 hitter.
Well, yeah, but again, I think what's alarming, okay, is not necessarily that he's not hitting for, like, he's not driving the ball and hitting for power. It's that he's not hitting it at all. He's not doing anything at all.
I mean, he has, to be fair, hit a bunch of, he had like 8 hits in the Texas, or who did they play before the break? Chicago in the White Sox series. He had 8 hits in that series. And it looked like he took some good swings, but it's been almost all singles, and it's just been, he's just sapped of his power. It's disappointing. All right, Pat Narduzzi has spoken up on Penn State. Are we going to actually hear this or just talk about the quote?
No, I have the quote.
You have the quote. Where was this from? ACC Media Day?
That's correct.
This is a beautiful thing.
Which is taking part the same day as Big Ten Media Day, ironically. I wonder if anybody asked James Franklin about it.
Let's talk about this a little bit. Coming up, the 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I could also ask Paul Zeiss who lasts longer at their current school. They're both signed until for eternity here. James Franklin or Pat Narduzzi. In fact, I will ask Paul Zeiss that coming up at the top of the hour. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with cloudy skies.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates Cardinals tonight at 6:40. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Well, I thank you, City Limits. I've been remiss. We're going to delay that for a moment. Not what you might say, we're going to Jason delay that for a moment.
Very good.
Narduzzi, you like that horse? Because, and this is my bad, we have the great Michael McHenry coming up next. The other notable thing that Shelty talked about was Joey Bart. I flat out asked him, do you have the question and answer there?
I do.
City Limits, why don't we hear that for a moment, leading into Michael McHenry?
You want it now?
Yeah.
No, I think the thing with Henry is Henry's a part of our future, an important part of our future, and we have to get him right. And very much.
That was
Henry Davis. This is Bart.
One thing is Joey Bart and how he has emerged here. I think Ben Cherington said the other day that he could be here for a long time. Is he making that case not only for that? I mean, is he making the case that he could be the guy here for a while?
I think he is making a case for that. And, I think one of the things that we have to realize is, Joey was a very highly touted prospect in San Francisco. And sometimes it takes time. We knew he had a really good spring. He's someone we watched through the spring, and then we knew the catching situation with the Giants was going to be they may have an odd man out. But it's one of those things where sometimes it takes a little bit of time. It just doesn't go on the timeline of everybody thinks because you're a prospect you're going to do it. He's really done a nice job. Offensively, he's been solid. Defensively, he continues to work. I think as we saw the throw last night, he's thrown the ball really well. But to your point, he's making a case to be here.
Not just to be here. My question wasn't, is he making a case to be here? It was very specifically, is he making a case to be the guy? And Shelty said, yes, he is, Paul.
Exactly. I mean, that's the point. Like, I think that he made it probably more clear, in my mind, that they are looking at Joey Bart as somebody who actually is going to be in a situation where he's going to play his way into this whole thing.
Well, let's ask Michael McHenry that exact question next, the one that I asked City Limits earlier. If Michael was starting a team right now and had his choice of Endy Rodriguez, Joey Bart, or Henry Davis, who would he start his team with as a catcher? That's a good question, isn't it?
I don't think I answered the question, did I?
No, maybe I asked Paul. Who did I ask that question?
You asked Paul the question.
No, I asked one of our guests. Oh, I asked Destiny's Child.
Yes.
And he, I think, picked right with Endy Rodriguez.
He picked Rodriguez. He picked Rodriguez, then Bart, and then Davis, but he also said that Davis he wouldn't trade. That doesn't make sense, does it, Paul? We have to get back to Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child's become the centerpiece of this show today, hasn't he? And we're going to have to get back to Shelty on that as well.
Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
And it got even better today. All right, McHenry next, then the Pat Narduzzi quote, which is a doozy, pun intended. Do you like that horse?
Very nice.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The Wild Things are home for a weekend of fun and great baseball, July 26th through 28th with fireworks presented by Washington Spine Disc and Joint Center, baseball fights, cancer with a fanny pack giveaway presented by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by WCTPA on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get Go app today to order and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. It was a big win for the Pirates yesterday against the St. Louis Cardinals. 2-1 winners. Mitch Keller went 7 innings and only allowed 1 run. It was a Nolan Gorman solo home run down the line. O'Neal Cruz put the Pirates on the board in the 3rd inning. It was Nick Gonzalez that won it for the Pirates with an RBI base hit that scored Brian Reynolds in the bottom half of the 8th inning. David Bednar with the save, his 18th of the season. Aroldis Chapman with a clean inning in the 8th, 1-2-3 to be able to pick up the win. He's now 2-4 on the season. And the Pirates will send undefeated Paul Skeens at 6-0 with a 1.90 ERA to the mound tonight. Pirates 2 games over 500, 1 game back of the Cardinals, who are 52-48 on the season and hold the 2nd National League wild card spot, as well as the 2nd spot in the National League Central. Pirates trail them by 1 game, and the Mets by half a game for the 3rd and final wild card spot in the National League. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This song puts me in a good mood, as do the Pirates. I mean, this is fun stuff. Normally, Paul, during the summers at this time, for practically the past decade it's been, the Pirates are on, but they're background music, you know? No offense to some of the guys that have been rolling through here for the past several years, but some of them weren't really baseball. One guy was a football player, in fact. What was his name? Jay Alford out in the outfield? Was that his name? The football player?
You're talking about Hayden Hurst, the tight end that they drafted?
I don't know.
Remember him? He played for the Ravens.
Beside the point, It's now appointment viewing. Like we build dinners around around the Pirates. The games start at 6:40. I can't wait. I've readjusted my schedule here, and I got to get my kids somewhere. I've got to do a couple things getting ready for a trip. That's all on the back burner, big boy, because the Pirates are on the front burner. It's Paul Skeens Day. I love this. I'm in a good mood.
Absolutely. Because, the thing about it is, as I said before, tomorrow, almost every year I can remember, would mark the end of the Pirates being on the front burner, and many years even being still on the stove.
As soon as the Steelers walk through that door.
Starts, it's, all football all the time.
That ain't happening now. In fact, it's all Pirates all the time.
I'm
right
going
now.
tonight.
Are you?
I'm going to the game tonight. Buddy and I are going.
Your fake mustache on?
Possibly.
Is Michael McHenry on with us?
He is.
Is he on our screen, on our monitor?
He is.
There he is, Paul.
Hello.
Beautiful shot there. It's the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. The great Michael McHenry. What a breakdown last night, Michael. I can't say enough about it. No matter who you're with, I think it was Kevin Young last night. It was brilliant. I learned something from both of you guys last night about you talked about waiting on the throw as a catcher, not reaching out for it, waiting for it. And, man, he rifled that guy out. And then Kevin Young talked about the tag. You also don't want to reach out there. Let the ball travel to you and then go down and drop the tag. That was great stuff.
I appreciate it. Yeah, Bart's really grown this year. I mean, you looked at the beginning of the year, he was 0 for 8. I think he had a really good series throughout 3 guys, and he's been nails ever since. Letting that ball come to him is such an incredible thing because he's seen the game happen right out in front of him. A lot of times, guys want to force it. He let it come to him, slowed down. The time wasn't as good as it possibly could be, but the fact is, he was able to just land it right in the bag. And like you said, Gonzalez put himself in a great position to make a great tag, great stuff.
Man, Joey Bart's become a story, Michael, and I wanted to play you a clip just a couple minutes ago with Derek Shelton, and then I'll ask you a question right after this clip. Here we go. This is Shelton on Joey Bart, and the question's very specific here. I don't want to know if Joey Bart can stick around. I know he can. I want to know if he's staking a claim to be the guy. Here we go. One thing is Joey Bart and how he has emerged here. I think Ben Cherington said the other day that he could be here for a long time. Is he making that case not only for that? I mean, is he making the case that he could be the guy here for a while?
I think he is making a case for that. And, I think one of the things that we have to realize is, Joey was a very highly touted prospect in San Francisco. And sometimes it takes time. We knew he had a really good spring. He's someone we watched through the spring, and then we knew the catching situation with the Giants was going to be they may have an odd man out. But it's one of those things where sometimes it takes a little bit of time. It just doesn't go on the timeline of everybody thinks because you're a prospect you're going to do it. He's really done a nice job. Offensively, he's been solid. Defensively, he continues to work. I think as we saw the throw last night, he's thrown the ball really well. But to your point, he's making a case to be here.
Not just to be here, to be the guy, Michael. And here's how I'm going to phrase the question to you. I asked this exact question to Andrew Destin, a.k.a. Destiny's Child from the Post-Gazette earlier today. And he's become a big part of the show here. You're running a baseball team, Michael. You've just inherited a team. You're the owner and you're the GM. And I'm going to give you a choice of 3 catchers to move forward with in the future. Joey Bart, Endy Rodriguez, or Henry Davis. How would you put them in order, and who are you going with first?
I'm going with all 3, to be honest, because I think these guys have the capability to move around. Maybe Joey Bart hasn't been able to show that quite as much as the other 2. But remember, Endy Rodriguez in 22 was maybe the best prospect in all baseball when it comes to offense. He played second base, he played right field, he played left field, he played first base, and he was better than average at a couple of those positions, and he was adequate everywhere else. So now you have that Swiss Army knife in him and a switch-hitting bat with power. That's absolutely phenomenal to have. It really balances out and extends your lineup. And then if Henry Davis and Bart kind of come together, you're kind of looking at an Atlanta situation, right? 2 guys that can catch and throw, they can block, they can manage a staff, and they hit for power. So I like all three of them. I think it's going to be really cool to see how they kind of play it all out. Obviously, I think Bart's got the lead right now. Henry Davis is kind of looking in, and Indy's got to get healthy. So it's going to be fun having that dynamic position. And worst case scenario, which is still a bonus for the Pirates, is you have an asset to trade if all three of these guys hit.
Well, I think the thing about it, then you have three guys in, to go forward with down the road. But is there any, thought in your mind that one of them could maybe play first base or something else?
I do. I definitely could see all three of them being able to. I've mentioned that with Bart a couple different times. He'd be a great platoon type first baseman where you can throw him over there, early in the game and maybe flip the switch, but you'd have to carry three because you wouldn't want to burn your catcher after that sixth inning. But yeah, with his power and his barrel control that he's been able to show, he's put together good at bats. I'd love to see him in the lineup as a power option as a righty more often.
Well, happy Paul Skeens Day, Michael. I mean, I don't know. Am I crazy? I go into every one of his starts wondering if we're going to see a no-hitter. The last time against the Cardinals, I think he went to a lot of breaking balls, if I'm remembering correctly. What do you think the game plan will be tonight?
The coolest thing about Skeens and Keller is you don't know. They have the ability to adapt on the fly. And I constantly just keep thinking that Paul Skeens is 22 years old. It's remarkable. His ability to understand himself and self-awareness is remarkable. So he's going to go out today. He's going to pitch his best game from the get-go in his mind, and then it'll adapt depending on the situation, the scoreboard, and the feel of his stuff. So it's going to be exciting to see. I do think the breaking ball will play. We saw last night, Keller only had 3 whiffs. They were all on breaking balls just outside the zone. They did not chase that breaking ball yesterday, so he had to go to the fastball. He hit it well. I think we're going to see the same thing from Skeens.
When you think about Paul Skeens, obviously at some point he's going to have a performance where he loses a game or he doesn't pitch well. I mean, he's a machine, but he ain't. They all, even the best guys, have a day off. How surprising would that be when he finally does have that day where someone gets the best of him, knowing how good he is?
Yeah, I don't know what that day's going to look like. There's been quite a few days where he hasn't pitched well and he's still come out where he's given up 1 run. I mean, there's been, I guess, 3 games I can think of right off the top of my head where he didn't have his fastball command and he was able to wrinkle in breaking balls long enough to get to that 4th or 5th inning to actually find that fastball command at the very end of the ball game. So, yeah, this guy's a different breed. I'm not going to put any limitations on him, let alone expectations, because I think he's pulling the expectations himself. I don't think anybody expected how good he would be. Even if you said that, I don't think you could actually truthfully go home, look yourself in the mirror and say, yeah, I knew he was going to be this good. We knew he was going to be great. The guy's been better than great.
Let's move on to a different topic. I'm looking at June 7th, 2012. Pirates end Chapman streak, beat Reds 5-4 in 10 innings. Do you know who got the RBI double in the 10th off Chapman to win that game?
Who was it?
Guy named Michael McHenry, as I remember, as I'm reading this story. Here's my question on him. This guy looks like he did in 2012. He was throwing 103 the other day. Do you see any drop-off from prime Chapman to what you're seeing now?
If I'm honest, the last 2 outings may be the best Chapman I've ever seen. And why I say that is because his feel of his split and his slider have just been remarkable. I mean, see what he did last night, first 2 hitters. He didn't really have to use his fastball. His fastball was the accessory pitch, which is crazy. But then he has a lefty come up, and he throws a sinker in, which I've not seen him do against the lefty. The guys have been leaning out. He's given up more hard contact against lefties this year than he has the last couple years. If he can run that sinker in and have feel for that off-speed stuff, this guy's a different animal because now it becomes a weapon with more than maybe one just missile of an arm. He's got feel, and that's a different animal.
What pitch did you hit that night for that double? He had been perfect up till that point in the season, and you ruined his perfect streak. What was it?
The heat-seeking missile is what it was. Yeah.
Do you
101 fastball.
Do you just guess on that, like a soccer goalie in penalty kicks, where you just say, "I'm guessing fastball," and here I go?
Yeah, he's a guy you can't leave the fastball with. I mean, if he hangs a breaking ball at 88 and it's up, because you're ready for that fastball, you have a chance to hit it. The problem is when he's down with those pitches, it's almost impossible to hit because you can't cover 100 middle of the zone and up and try to cover down at the bottom with 2 off-speed pitches that have really good movement. So that's what's the difference of him now to me when I faced him in 12. He didn't have a split finger, and his slider really was a gift if he threw it to a righty if it wasn't down the zone.
That's always very interesting to hear somebody that is now talking about, that has actually had experience hitting against a guy like Aroldis Chapman. That to me, I mean, there's a lot of things that make you really good at your job, but that to me is what makes you, even better than a lot, is that you played recently enough that you've played against some of these guys and you've gotten to see some of these guys, and you kind of played in what I would call the modern age of baseball, where they started to change to all the launch angle stuff and all the analytics and all that stuff. So you have a pretty good grasp of the game, the way that it's played, and you watch, for instance, what the Pirates are doing offensively. And I got to ask you, I know that it's a new era of baseball, but why a team like the Pirates, who struggle so much to score, and there's a number of other teams out there the same way, why are they so reluctant and hesitant to try and play small ball and manufacture runs the old-fashioned way?
Yeah, that's the give and take with analytics. I mean, when you look at it, bopping and walking is the thing that people want to do. So they want to slug and have a high OPS. And the reality of it is you got to play with what the game gives you. I know I've said that a couple times on air today with you guys, but sometimes you have to be aware, I don't feel good in the box. The guy behind me is absolutely raking. So maybe it is over and then instead of striking out. Maybe it is better to give yourself up, get that out, move that guy over. You just have to play the game. And I think there's a good balance. I was just at a USA event, and we talked about both sides. We talked about dirt ball reads. We talked about moving the runner over, all these different things. I said, you don't have to sacrifice your batting average, bunt him over. There's a lot of different things you can do, but you have to be self-aware. You have to understand what's the umpire. Like last night, the umpire was inconsistent. If you know that's the case, that's the game you're playing today. That's why you play 162. That's why it's so awesome. And you're right. I was very fortunate to see both sides. I get to see no analytics. I get to see some. And I get to see it all come out all at once when I was kind of on the tail end of my career. And there's good to it. There's bad to it. You just have to use it properly. And I think the Pirates in the second half thus far have done an incredible job with that balance.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, Pat Narduzzi had an eye-opening quote about Penn State. We're going to get to that before the top of the hour and the PM guys coming in. And the hotline that Michael McHenry's on right now, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Derek Shelton told us today, Michael, that Ke'Bryan Hayes, he sort of said, yeah, he's healthy, but it's also lingering, that they have to manage this injury with things that he does every day, and he's not even in the lineup today. As a connoisseur of hitting, where has Hayes' power gone? I mean, my God, his slugging percentage last year and the number of extra base hits he had last year have dissipated to almost nothing. What has happened?
So I'm going to use an example from yesterday. I was playing in a charity golf tournament for the alumni, and one of the guys that was on my team had a bad back yesterday, but he hit everything in the middle of the fairway. Everything was struck perfectly. He wasn't trying to do too much. And that's a great example for everybody that's listening right now. If you've ever had an issue with anything, if you just use it to your advantage the best possible you can, sometimes that's the way it plays out. I think we're all looking at Hayes what he was last year, but he's not the same guy. He can't rotate as well. You can see the barrel path is off. It's not in plane as long as it should be. And that's going to make it really tough for a guy that can be inside out specifically to stay in the zone long enough to really create power, especially in the gap. So what we saw in spring training is who he is. But right now with his health issues, I think he's just got to play with what he has, which is tough.
Did you ever have back issues?
I didn't. I had quite a few knee surgeries. I mean, everyone that ever played the game of baseball beats because it's a front forward game. You always got to work that backside. So yeah, you'd have back spasms because you're constantly rotating against one side. The way you throw, the way you hit is usually that strong side. So you're rotating one way. So you'll eventually get your hips out of line. So that's a problem he faces. But the other problem is, he actually has chronic back issues, and he's got to find a way to balance that.
Meanwhile, the other end of the spectrum is O'Neal Cruz. That homer he hit the other night was like a golf ball. I mean, it was just a bomb to center field. What is happening with him? Especially, it seems there's a little bit of traction against lefties. He was borderline unplayable against lefties before, and now he's hammered a couple.
He made a great adjustment early July. He spread out his feet a little bit. He shortened up everything. In spring training, he started using a smaller bat. And I think the attempt was, I'm going to be able to control my barrel. I've got all these limbs kind of going everywhere. It's not easy to put 6, 7 in motion. And once it's in motion, that first 3 inches that he makes swinging-wise are going to tell a whole story for him. So the fact that he has continued to make little minor micro adjustments is showing his growth. And I think this guy's maturing right in front of our eyes, the way he's still in bases. Everything he's doing, I think, is a product of just time. And when you have a unicorn on your hands, you can't teach a unicorn how to fly. It's going to teach itself. They throw it off the edge and say, hey, go fly, and you got to figure it out. And that's what this guy's doing. He's flying a little bit. He falls. He picks himself back up. He jumps off the ledge again. And as he keeps jumping, he's going to get a little bit more and more until he starts soaring.
To use a sort of an analogy with, I coach basketball, and I coach AAU basketball. And at the end of the year, some parents and whatnot, we talk about, well, we really need to get this team better next year. But what they're really saying is, we need to get this team better as long as it's not at my daughter's position. So bring that forward to the Pirates in their situation right now. You've been in that clubhouse. You've been in clubhouse. A week to go before trade deadline. How do players balance the idea of we need to get better, but we need to make sure that we don't get better at my position? Is there like a nervousness? Obviously, if you're O'Neal Cruz, you're probably not nervous. But if you're one of the outfielders or you're one of the positions that maybe, how do those discussions go on? Is there a little bit of uncertainty, a little bit of nervousness, nervous energy, I should say, in the clubhouse, in this next week?
Absolutely. And you asked, is it talked about? If it's not, it should be. Because if you don't get those anxieties out of you, sometimes they carry over into the field. And, from a guy who's been traded multiple times, sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. But a lot of times, with the team we have and the type of dudes we have, you could get traded, and it's a huge benefit to you because it's just changing your uniform. You show what you can do. You're not having the year you want, and you get traded. You go somewhere else. They see a value in you. So all of a sudden, you were somebody that maybe wasn't getting an opportunity in the place you were in, but it is your original home. And then you go somewhere and you get a great opportunity. That's my story with the Pirates, right? I came over. I was stuck in AAA behind the guys in Boston. I was playing. Came here. I got an opportunity. So there's a chance a lot of guys are getting opportunities. They just have to use whatever comes their way to their advantage. There could be a positive played out in it. But, yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. I think it's win now is the thought. You're hearing the guys speak, and it's indicative of what's being said in the clubhouse. You're doing a Gonzo story yesterday. He's saying, yeah, we want to win. We want to win now. It's every given day. Keller's saying the same thing. They want to win today. And that's a good sign that this team is thinking about. We want to get deep in this postseason. We want to win that last game. That's always the goal. If you win the last game, you're holding up a trophy, and you're the best on the planet. So I think these guys are really thinking, hey, we're not good. Maybe not as good as we want to be, but we can get better and better, and they have all year long.
Michael, great stuff as always. We'll be watching tonight, Paul Skeen's night at the Ball Yard, and we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys. God bless.
All right.
Man, is he good, huh, Paul?
Yeah, he is.
How about the unicorn analogy there?
Yeah.
Where you don't really teach the unicorn anything. He just does it on his own because he's a unicorn.
Right.
That made a lot of sense to me.
Well, I think one of the things that is is cool about him is he did play sort of in the era when it was just starting to transition to the analytics stuff. So he got enough of a dose of that he can explain.
Yeah.
Listen, to guys like you and I who are kind of like, listen, here's my thing. If you've got guys that are batting 180 and have no power, and why are you not bunting, having them try and, slap one down
Not
the
with
line?
2 strikes, but I agree.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like doing whatever it takes to move guys over to make sure that you're getting semi-productive outs from these guys. It drives me nuts when I watch games, and it's not just the Pirates. It seems like every team at the bottom of their lineup have multiple guys who cannot hit. And yet, 2 guys on, they let them swing away.
It's unreal. I even thought Cruz himself should have bunted. Does he know how to bunt? I don't know yesterday. He struck out in that situation. But, man, he's not striking out a lot. He's been unbelievable. Fun to watch. This month, he's hitting .321 with a .585 slug and a .947 OPS. This is the type of guy who, if he takes off from here on out, he just puts a team on his back.
Yeah.
That's how good he can be. All right, coming up.
Absolutely.
Pat Narduzzi, what did he say about Penn State? We will play that and talk about that next to finish the show. We'll be right back. We want to talk more Pirates and Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. So easy to do. You'll be in the best care possible, and it won't cost you much time. Just, it's a good idea. Do it. I did it. Maybe it was 2 years ago now, maybe less than that. Went down to one of their facilities and just felt a whole lot better coming out. And you could too with the good folks at UPMC.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
According to Aaron Wilson, the Steelers are bringing in former Pitt quarterback and Pine Richland alum Ben DiNucci for a free agent workout. Pirates tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals, 6:40 first pitch. It's Paul Skeens Day for the Buccos. 1 game back of the Cardinals. If the Pirates win, they tie the Cardinals in the wild card standings and for second place in the National League Central. For second place in the division behind the Milwaukee Brewers. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, lease for just $299 a month, or choose 0% financing for 48 months.
Outlander Sports, 0% financing for 48 months.
Eclipse Cross, just $299 a month, or 2.99% financing for 60 months.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With autopay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now, and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. As we get deeper into the summer, make sure you're paying attention to the Kansas City Royals. 11 games over 500 after last night's win. They won 55 of their first 100 games for the third time in franchise history. The previous 2 times, they won the World Series. I'm Andrew Bogish.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Before Team USA was competing on the world's biggest stage, they were competing in backyards. Before they qualified for the Olympic Games, they were qualifying for regionals. Before they were hometown heroes, they were kids with a dream. Watch those dreams become reality during the Olympic and Paralympic Games with Xfinity. Stream every nail-biter, comeback, and record-breaking moment on any device with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage and a reliable connection even when everyone's online. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Get ready for the Olympic Games with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/TeamUSA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Offer ends 7/25/24. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tired of your home's windows letting in the heat? Adam Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen, the window company with more than 2,000 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh. Their beautiful, high-quality windows and doors are custom-built and installed by certified master installers. Their composite Fibrex material is 2 times stronger than vinyl. It's warranted not to bend, warp, or crack when exposed to our extreme temperatures. This month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their mega flash deal. Buy 1 window, entry door, or patio door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 50% off, plus great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right. Where were we? Oh, how about this, Paul? City Limits has put on his journalist hat here. He has breaking news according to anonymous sources, at least one. What do you got there, Limitless Wonder?
I'm hearing that Jared Jones is starting to ramp up his rehab and is expected to throw a bullpen this weekend.
How about that noise?
There you go. That's what we call news.
That's big, City Limits. So when can we expect him back then? Are you going to pull an Andrew Destin? And
it might potentially take a while. I thought that Zeiss was going to pull this on me when I said that.
Source with the question marks. Immediate block. Immediate block. Right?
Source.
How about August 14th? Does that sound about right for him?
Well, I wouldn't call it great.
I will say August 14th.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. All right, let's get to Narduzzi. I like it when he talks because it's always news. He's at Media Day. What did he say?
Pittsburgh, we embrace rivalries, okay? We'd love to play Penn State.
if they would play us. If they won't play us, we'd love to play West Virginia as many times as we can play them. 2 years ago, we got them at home. They got us last year. They're coming back. Our kids couldn't be more excited. They got an idea, really, after 2 years, what a real rivalry game is. I think you need to lose a rivalry game to understand what it means to you. I think you have to lose one to know, okay, I don't ever want to lose a rivalry game again. And I think that's kind of what we go into this game with.
So the beginning of that was interesting. Do you think that Pitt is still making overtures there, Paul? Would you like to see Penn State and Pitt play? Do you think it'll ever happen again in our lifetimes?
No.
No?
No. I don't. Well, put it this way. I think it would take a different coach at Penn State. And I don't know that Franklin's going anywhere anytime soon. So I think as long as James Franklin is the coach at Penn State, that I don't think they will play Pitt. I mean, how old is Franklin? He's not that old, is he? He's like 50 maybe.
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics 52. During our live radio show.
Yes. That was pretty funny. He's 52 years old.
We've been waiting the whole show for that.
All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, I gave it to you.
The timing was impeccable there.
52 years old.
Impeccable. Paul, do you like our new drop? We worked hard on this when you were gone. Play it for him again just so we can hear the whole thing.
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
That's funny. I like that.
That's so good.
I love that. What did you say now? How old's Franklin? Paul?
I was saying that basically, say Franklin stays there the next 8 to 10 years. New guy comes in, even if he wants to set something up, it probably wouldn't be for like 5 or 6 years, from the time he gets there because of the way scheduling goes.
Can't they?
My point is, I just don't see it.
I mean, Penn State has West Virginia, Bowling Green, and Kent State. Then in 25, they have Nevada, Villanova, and I can't read this, I think FIU, and then Marshall, Temple, and Buffalo. No offense to your Temple Owls, but do they have to play Temple? Do they have to play Buffalo? And then they play Syracuse twice. Can't that just be Pitt? Why can't they play Pitt? Here's the thing I always say.
I would like to see them play. I shouldn't say never in my lifetime.
No, but moving on from that, would you like to see it?
In the next 15 to 20 years.
Do you want to see it, and should it happen?
It should happen every year, but college football's stupid. It's stupid. I mean, we're talking about Pitt and West Virginia are not in the same league, but Pitt and Cal and Stanford are in the same league.
I know.
Pitt and West Virginia are not in the same league, but West Virginia's in the same league as Arizona and Arizona State. Arizona and Arizona State are not in the same league as USC and UCLA, but they're in the same league as, pick any other team across, Cincinnati.
The whole thing's stupid. But the bottom line is if Penn State wanted it to happen, it would happen. And I always say from the Penn State side, I think people don't realize how many Penn State alums, especially, obviously, in Western Pennsylvania, of which there are thousands upon thousands, want this to happen. They love this game.
As someone that is receiving their master's from Penn State, I want this thing to happen more than any other game that can happen on the Penn State schedule and the Pitt schedule.
It's fun. I've said this. My stepson went to Penn State, loved it, and they loved the renewal of the Pitt rivalry. It's a big deal and a lot of fun for them too. It's more fun to play Pitt for people at Penn State, like the students and the alumni, than it is to play Nevada, FIU, Villanova, Marshall, Buffalo, Temple, Syracuse, or Delaware.
It's good for both sides.
It is, Paul. It just is. It's a great, fun game for the state.
They should play.
I think the politicians in this state should make them play. God knows they do stupider things every year, spend their time on. How about focusing on this for 2 seconds? If you want any more money from the state, then play.
Especially because we've gotten to the point where college football is being run more and more like the NFL by the day. And games like this, I mean, make it a designated rivalry, like what Major League Baseball does with the Pirates and the Tigers, whatever, as the American League rival. Do the same thing out of different conferences with the ACC and the Big Ten in terms of a football game once a year. Even if you add one more game a year and play 13.
Do you feel like the Penn State mentality, Paul, is we have nothing to gain by this and everything to lose?
Yeah, it's that arrogance. You know, that again, we talked about last week, that should not exist, but does. But that's their view of, the whole. And you know what? Here's the thing. Here's why I don't cry a river for Pitt. Because Pitt basketball does the same thing to Duquesne.
Pitt football has done previously the same thing to West Virginia.
Right.
Now they're starting to play again.
Because, and you know why?
Because no Penn State.
Because they didn't have Penn State on their schedule. I remember when, I think it was Peterson said, "Oh well, we want to play. We don't need to play West Virginia. Our rivals are Penn State and Notre Dame." Well, Notre Dame is now part of a scheduling alliance with the ACC, so Pitt only gets to play them every so often. And the flip side of that is Penn State won't play Pitt, so they had to play West Virginia. But look, Pitt does the same thing to Duquesne in basketball.
Yes, they do,
and it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
There's not
and it's a disservice to fans from all parties.
So that's why I don't cry a river for Pitt fans when they don't get their way and don't get to play against Penn State. You know what? You do the same thing to Duquesne. Everybody is okay with it when their school does it, but they're not okay with it when other schools do it.
Right.
And now the way that college football is so screwed up, that's the other part of it. I mean, aren't the Big Ten and aren't they eventually going to have to go to the whole 9 conference game model?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. How many conference games are they going to have to play?
So if they play 9, there's just not really, if they go to 9, then there's zero chance that Pitt will be back on the schedule. The one thing that Franklin had floated a few years ago, which I think is absolutely absurd, okay, is he said, well, maybe we could play them like at a neutral site game in like D.C. or in what are you talking about? You're really going to take Pitt, Penn State off of either of their campuses? Are you that arrogant that you think, you know what I'm saying, that, oh, well, yeah, we're going to play a game in Miami because, we want to recruit down there, so we're going to bring Penn State down there, and we need an opponent, so if Pitt wants us. Why would Pitt agree to that? It's like, no. If we're going to play you, we're going to play you either at your place or at our place.
Well, let's spark this up tomorrow. We have to run. Paul, this was a good reunion. We have a lot planned tomorrow, including, I might add, Pittsburgh's top 10 athletes of the 21st century, based on this ESPN list that just came out with Sidney Crosby 22nd among all athletes. I still think that was too low. We'll talk about that. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 85 today with cloudy skies. Talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Paul. Good night, Limits.
Good night.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul Skeens night in Pittsburgh, 6:40 first pitch against the Cardinals. Lance Lynn will throw for St. Louis. If the Pirates beat the Redbirds, tied in the standings. The Buccos are currently a half game back of the Mets for the final wildcard spot in the NL, and 1 game back of the Cardinals for second in the NL Central and the second NL wildcard. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Cubs and Brewers continue their series in Chicago today as the home team looks to make it 3 straight wins. Chicago sends Jameson Taillon to the mound tonight, and he's been on a roll lately, winning 4 of his last 5 starts. He's gone at least 6 innings in 4 of those games as well. The BetQL model is backing at Taillon today against Milwaukee. The model is grabbing the Cubs on the money line over the Brewers. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
3 bands, 1 stadium. Def Leppard, Journey, the Steve Miller Band. Together. 3 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons. Their biggest hits. Saturday, July 27th, PNC Park. Tickets on sale now at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Summer savings are heating up at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Whether you're looking for a car, SUV, or a truck, Spitzer has it. Panda's been busy tracking down the most competitive pricing to make sure you always get the lowest price possible. The Panda price. Plus, with every new vehicle purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Don't miss out on new Tacoma savings today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Excludes select new EV and commercial vehicles. Visit Spitzer.com for details.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
The Wild Things are home for a weekend of fun and great baseball, July 26th through 28th with fireworks presented by Washington Spine Disc and Joint Center, baseball fights, cancer with a fanny pack giveaway presented by St. Clair Health, and Disney Night presented by WCTPA on a Blueprints Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup. And get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-3128. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-3128. That's 800-575-3128.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads. Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3 putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame.
Awaken180weightloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates, Cardinals, 640. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bednar strike away from shaking hands. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Bednar saves it. Nick Gonzalez with the game-winning hit in the 8th. And the Pirates have won 9 of 11. They're within a game of the Cardinals. And currently in wild card position with their win tonight, 2-1 over St. Louis.
Overall, number one, we've done a really good job of pitching the baseball. Going back, even till the Milwaukee series, which was a really good series, we've thrown the ball really well. Our bullpen's been really consistent. But I think the thing that has stood out is doing the little things right. Running the bases right. We've done a better job situationally. Nick has had a couple big hits, especially after the break. But the biggest thing is I think offensively we're doing little things which have helped us win games.
Derek Shelton and Joe Block before that. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back together in just a few hours. Paul Skeens will toe the rubber for the first time at PNC Park since the All-Star game, since he took his no-hitter into 7 innings against the Milwaukee Brewers, and that's kind of where this stretch started for the Pirates, that series win in Milwaukee to sweep the lowly White Sox. Coming out of the break, the 2 out of 3 against the Phillies, and now off to a good start against the Cardinals with Mitch Keller and Nick Gonzalez last night, and Rowdy Tellez's great defense. So here we go. Pirates, for a little bit last night, were tied in the wild card, a virtual tie with 4 teams. Half game out, only 1 behind St. Louis for the second wild card, Chris Muller, and only 3.5 behind the Braves for the first wild card, which would mean if that happened, they would host a playoff series at PNC Park. So a lot of good vibes, a lot of good juju. A lot of good energy around the Pirates right now, and we are 7 days out from the trade deadline. Let me ask you guys this question. If the Pirates do nothing, will they make the playoffs?
Overwhelmingly likely that they will not.
Why'd you hesitate then if it was overwhelmingly likely?
Because their pitching is so good, you never know. And if O'Neal Cruz continues what he's been doing, they would have this middle-of-the-lineup bat to go with Reynolds. There's the chance that they would have just enough offense to get over the finish line. I'd also have to be kind of intellectually honest here. They could do nothing, and they've won, 8 out of their last 10 having done nothing?
9 of 11.
Yeah, 9 of 11, you're right. Joe Block even said that. So, I don't know. I guess I can't say that they would definitely crater or not make it if they did nothing.
So you've already changed your mind 6 minutes into the show.
Yeah, but I don't want to really – no, it's really only 3 minutes into the show. We didn't start until 2:03.
Okay.
I don't want to be the person who says they could still make it because their pitching is so good and because certain bats are heating up.
Why don't you want to be that guy?
Because I think they need to try to maximize their chances to both make it and make noise by adding pieces to their lineup because they are a flawed team. I am a firm believer that if they're big 3 starters, you almost can call it a big 4 now because Luis Ortiz is 10th in the National League in WAR for pitchers.
But barring injury, they'll still have the big 4. With or without a trade at the deadline.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you. You can say that you can be the person who goes, if you've got pitching like that, you can win any playoff series, and that is true. But I still want more hitting. I don't want there to be excuses made for why they have this, and this already in place, and therefore they can rest on their laurels a little bit because they don't actually need as much as you think. You have the door like ajar now. Kick it open. I'm not even saying you have to do that by getting Luis Robert Jr. or somebody like that. Try to kick it open with a real, actual, honest-to-God name for your lineup. Brent Rooker, somebody like that. And Brent Rooker's a hell of a name, actually, given the way the guy is hitting this year. He might be the best actual player out there, but he's older than the rest of those guys, so there's less appeal to him. Get somebody. Make your lineup more than what it is right now, which is really Brian Reynolds, O'Neal Cruz, I think still Rowdy Tellez, because he had a very sharply hit base hit last night. I think he's still seeing it well. And then when it's clutch time.
Reflexes of a feline over at first base.
Really?
What a play
Siamese,
by the giant man last night.
It was a great play. I tip my cap. There has been a vibe shift on that guy like I have rarely ever seen.
Because we love the fat athlete here in Pittsburgh.
We also, I
More
think,
than anything
secretly
else,
like a redemption story, too.
True.
He's an in-season redemption
But if you're
arc.
a hefty man, if you're a large fellow, and you put out and you produce, we like you here.
You what?
Yeah, you put out, you produce. We like those.
I really
folks.
don't use that first term in sports context.
Phil Kessel was a bigger guy. That was one of the things we loved about him.
He just
eating hot dogs and scoring goals.
Just put out, produced.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, my point is, though, you'd have like those two bats right now, and then you'd have Tellez, who still looks like he's playing pretty well. And then in big situations, you have Nick Gonzalez, who I love because if their whole approach under Andy Haynes seemed to be let's turn the team into all Kevin Youkilis circa mid-2000s. Do you like that, Red Sox fan, Donnie? Like, let's be patient hitters, work counts, and then we're skilled enough that we'll still get base hits and extra base hits deep into counts. Nick Gonzalez is the antithesis of that. He comes up in spots where he could produce a run and maybe get a game-winning hit, and is usually hunting for the first, second, and third pitch, and he's good enough to put bat to ball more often than not.
Donnie, they make the playoffs with no moves?
No, I don't think they do. I mean, they are hot right now. This is great. They have put themselves even more in the thick of things than what they were, even though the National League, the way it was, you knew that a lot of teams were going to hang around. Now there's a few teams that have even admitted they will be sellers, two of them in the NL Central alone, the Reds and the Cubs. But they were hot at the beginning of the season, too, and that quickly faded away. There's nothing to say that can't happen here either. I mean, if Brian Reynolds goes through a dry spell, if O'Neal Cruz goes through a dry spell, if Rowdy Tellez comes back down to earth, that will hurt their offense with key players if they actually go cold, because I don't have too much faith in a lot of the other bats to rise up to the occasion.
Would you guys agree that right now the feeling in the city and among the fans for the team is at a very high level?
Most positive I can remember it being since 2015.
And I think Skeens has been the guy that's ignited that. He's been the catalyst of that, and he's become must-watch and must-see. And so that paired with the fact that they're winning games now, I think has created a lot of buzz. There's big-time buzz in the Pirates. We have Steelers training camp in a couple days, and yet here we are starting the show and doing most of our show on the Pirates again today because of the fan interest in them right now. I think that evaporates if they don't do anything in the next 7 days. I think if they do next to nothing or nothing, I think the fans say, well, same old Pirates. Why did I get myself interested in this team? I'm not buying it. They don't even believe in themselves. And I actually think that in the clubhouse, it would have a massive negative effect too. The same way, I know it's a different sport, but the same way when Jake Gensel got traded, that probably ended up being the difference in the Penguins making and missing the playoffs because they got boo-boo faced for like 2 weeks and were, crying the blues and acting like, Kyle Dubas had done this treasonous thing against them. They went out and laid that egg against Washington, and it took them a while to get their crap together. I actually think the same thing could happen to this team if they do nothing. I think they need a show. They need a show of faith from the organization. I think the fans need that too. The fans need to know that this team means business. So
Ben Cherington said it in his show. He said our obligation is he said things that made me think that he at least somewhat understands that, but then I can never tell if it's GM speak or not, and in this franchise, just front office speak. He said it's about, paraphrasing here, it's about this year's team. It's about helping this year's team. He said, we're getting to the point in the year where it's got to be your best 5 or 6 guys in the rotation. They are lucky enough to be deep enough that when they're healthy, they probably do have a 6-man rotation.
If they pick up someone who is an upgrade on Sawinski in center field, I think the Pirates will make the playoffs. If they don't, I honestly think they'll finish in last place.
Because you think that it would hurt everyone's feelings that much?
I think it would initially, yeah. I think it would. And I think fans would maybe not, quote-unquote, revolt, but I think it would be a pretty ugly place next Tuesday if we're on the air at 4 o'clock. They haven't made a move. What the fans are going to say
I wonder what their GM
about ownership
thinks about
and the front office's commitment to this team.
The owner already said we need to make an upgrade, and then that set off like a major cascade of It seemed like the owner was getting one message out, the GM was pushing back against the owner, and for a brief moment in time, it was the closest thing we get to palace intrigue with this team. They need to do something. You have two objectively good offensive players.
Because Crowley said today he thinks they can win the World Series with this team.
Like, as currently constructed?
Yes.
This team can absolutely win the World Series. When you do have Skeens, when you do have Keller, when you've got Luis Ortiz, when you're going to have Jared Jones, when you've got Bailey Falter, the bullpen looks way legit. If they do get in, they've got a chance to win the World Series. Of course they do.
Yeah, any team that gets in with their kind of starting pitching should be considered armed and dangerous.
But you're
for
a
the
guy
World
that
Series.
says hitting is actually more important than pitching, so I would think you would not.
Yeah, I think I've come back around on that watching them this year. I think I've generally come back around on that. I think that was one of those wrong Mulsey takes. When I watch, here's why. The Cardinals have some good hitters. They have a guy that hit a laser beam off of Keller yesterday, but they ultimately got one run. I already feel like, and I know I shouldn't say this because even though I don't have your powers of jinxing, I actually feel like they've already won this series against the Cardinals. That's how confident I am because of the pitcher that they're sending to the mound. Neither of us has. He might be the most powerful athlete ever.
Said Pirates would go 6-1 into the break.
Yes.
They did.
No, I know. You not being able to jinx the man means he might actually be some sort of God figure walking among us because you are the most powerful mush in all of sports. You really are. But I think that's how good he is, and that's how good their pitching is. Don't you feel that a little bit? I feel like they have won the series already without actually seeing the second game.
Yeah, I think they're going to bludgeon the Cardinals tonight.
I think it's so likely that they're going to win this game tonight that it's automatically a 4-2 stretch.
And then it's a bullpen game for St. Louis tomorrow afternoon. They'll win that, and they'll sweep them, and they'll be ahead of them in the standings. Yes, I am predicting that to happen. I'm also predicting a perfect game from Paul Skeens tonight. I'll be there for history. And a guy that pitched a perfect game is going to join us at 2:35. We can ask him if he sees the same things with Skeens.
A perfect game specifically tonight?
Yes. Coincidence that we're having someone who threw a perfect game on the same day that Skeens is pitching? I don't think so.
Better chance Paul Skeens throws just 4 perfect innings tonight, or that the Cardinals break up both a no-hitter and a perfect game in the first inning with a single. Better chance that he goes 4 perfect innings or gives up a base hit to wipe it all out in the first inning.
He does. Whenever he does give up hits and runs,
He's
it
on
happens
my side.
early.
So
Donnie's a believer with me.
So you think it's going to be a base hit?
Pirates go for a series win over the Cardinals tonight. It is a Paul Skeens night. Can the Pirates make the playoffs without a trade? 412-928-9370. Let's start with that 7 days away from the deadline in this game tonight on The Fan. Best call is going to win tickets to a big event here in Pittsburgh later this month. 412-928-9370. Right now, a headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
2-1 win against the Cardinals last night to open the 3-game set. Mitch Keller, 7 innings, 1 earned run, 3 strikeouts, a couple of walks. Pirates and Cardinals do it again tonight. 6:40 first pitch. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. We're fired up today, as you can tell, about baseball. I'm also fired up about trying to save you money, especially if you're making a big purchase like a new vehicle. You got to go see my guys at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington and the North Hills. Doesn't matter where you go, you're going to get great customer service, and you're definitely going to get great deals because Shorkey knows all about trying to help you stretch your dollar. And any Mitsubishi you get into at Shorkey is also going to give you peace of mind. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Let's check them out right now, shall we? What I'm driving, the 7-passenger Outlander. Lease one for just $299 a month or choose 0% financing for 48 months. You can get into an Eclipse Cross right now, just $299 a month or 2.99% financing for 60 months. Style, safety, all-wheel drive. Those come standard with Mitsubishi, and Shorkey's going to give you those summer savings and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Guess what? The Mitsu that fits you is out there. You can find it. You just got to check out Western PA's best inventory. Shop summer savings right now, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. So technically, Packers quarterback Jordan Love is doing, well, he's not holding out. He's holding in. I'm telling you, he is their franchise quarterback. They know it. And when you have a franchise quarterback, you pay that guy, and they will sooner than later. I'm Jim Rome.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Ram of Pittsburgh. Taylor, how goes the customer-centric, customer-centered lot and store transformation?
Bob, both our new and certified pre-owned exclusive outdoor showroom shopping experiences are getting the final touches, and the timing could not be better.
Sounds like you're about to announce some good incentives for this month as well.
How about buy the new Dodge Hornet RT and get 0% for 84 months, 0 down, no payment for 90 days. Couple that with our KBB Instant Cash offer on trades and another Three Rivers exclusive, our free 3RP protection program. They're both fully up and running and together keeping us Pittsburgh's lease leader. And during the Make This the Summer event, lease a new 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn from just $489 per month.
To experience Jeep of Pittsburgh's customer-centric car shopping and get all the details, shop ramofpittsburgh.com and get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
You love sports. You love them so much, you never want them to stop. But as the playoffs wind down, you get fewer games. And the sports aren't even sportsing like you want them to. But FanDuel lets you keep the sports going whenever you want. All you have to do is open the app and dream up bets anytime you're in the mood. And this summer, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is hooking up all customers with a boost or a bonus. Daily. That's right. There's something for everyone every day all summer long. So head over to FanDuel.com/Andrew and start making the most out of your summer. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 plus and present in PA. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Deadline debates in less than 15 minutes. Pirates fans want Brent Rooker. Some of them also want Bethel Park's Mason Miller. Dallas Braden does A's games, pitched a no-hitter, just like Paul Skeens will do tonight. And he will join us to talk about what the Pirates would need to surrender.
He pitched a perfect game, Pony.
Yes.
You said Paul Skeens would pitch a perfect game. Very big difference. We've seen Paul Skeens exit 2 no-hitters this year.
Yeah, I'm saying he's pitching a perfect game tonight. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Would they pull him out of a perfect game after 8 innings at 103 pitches?
Probably. I guess I should have thought about that before I opened my mouth on it. In San Francisco, Brandon Ayuk has reported to training camp. That news coming out in the last few minutes. John Lynch, we've learned in the last day that John Lynch and Ayuk share an agent. Isn't that nice?
How do we not know that earlier is my question.
Schefter spilled those beans on McAfee yesterday.
My question, you're smart. I'm reasonably
I didn't know
intelligent. Donnie's a smart guy. There's a lot of smart
That's a conflict
people.
of interest. I don't think GMs, coaches, and players should all be allowed to share the same agents.
Actually, if I'm Ayuk, I'm really pissed that my agent reps the GM. I would be furious.
I would actually think the opposite. I would think having...
Well, the bigger contract is for the player, but...
I would think having my agent rep the GM would help me get a deal done with the GM.
Not if you know that the GM is really like dead set against signing you. Then maybe your agent's telling you, what if your agent wants to make the GM happy because he might have more clients coming through to work with the GM? It isn't just about your big contract versus what he negotiates for the GM. Maybe that agent wants to have a bunch of his players have a good working relationship with John Lynch.
I would just think that would make life miserable for the agent because one of his client, the player client, is furious with his GM client. And he would be the guy stuck in the middle of that.
How is the agent handling all that, you think? Very carefully?
Maybe that's why Ayuk showed up. Lynch today, we fully intend on Ayuk being a Niner. Called him an important part of this team. But then I see Mike Silver tweeted, when asked about Ayuk being traded, Lynch said no absolutes there. So you're saying there's a chance. Harry Dunn and Lloyd Christmas on this one.
Very strange. The whole thing is very strange.
See, I think by showing up, though, he loses a big piece of his leverage.
He's telling you that he knows he's probably just got to go out there, play 1 year, and then
be done with it.
Come what may.
Oh, he could always get franchise tag next year.
Which is what, going to be like a, off the top of my head, 20-some-odd $24 million.
It would still be less than what he wants.
Close to 25. Yeah, it's not going to be what he wants. I love it when people say, yeah, they could tag him, but that's not what they want. No one wants to use the franchise tag as a weapon. Yes, sure they don't. Ah, yes, the franchise tag, famously used only for altruistic purposes.
Who's the last Steeler to get franchise tag, Bell? And who was the last Steeler to get tagged before that?
Didn't they put a transition tag on him?
I thought Bud got tagged.
I thought Bud got
that's
Bud
right.
Got tagged.
It was a franchise tag, not a transition tag?
Somebody
Does
high
the transition
profile
tag still exist?
Somebody high profile on the Steelers, I could have sworn in the last decade, got transition tagged. Like one of the high profile
Jason
players.
Worlds was a transition tag.
Like transitioned into just being a full-time Jehovah's Witness after that. That's still a wild one.
Hasn't been heard from.
I think that's kind of the point.
Here is, I think you're right about that, Malsey. Here's Tyler in Beaver Falls. Hello, Tyler.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for accepting my call.
Sure.
So I'm 50-50 on the Buccos making it if we do not get a trade. The only reason I say that is because earlier in the show today, I heard Shelty answer with that Sherrington wasn't too confident, but at the same time, Shelty really didn't exactly say why he wasn't that confident on going out and getting a guy in this final week, the free agency chance. So I don't know. It seems like the Buccos are here to win, and obviously I'm rooting for them, but it's not looking super confident when we're not going out and getting that bat that we've always needed.
Well, no one's gotten one yet. That's part of the issue, is that teams are holding out until close to the deadline. I think that is what Shelton was alluding to. It doesn't really answer the question, though, which is if they don't do anything, will they, not could they, will they still make the playoffs? 412-928-9370. Let's see if Tom in Oakmont has a take on that. Hello, Tom.
Yeah, hey, Tony. First things first, Molsey has a ponderous IQ. I think he's smarter than you, but I think you're a smart guy. Huh?
It's false. He's like demonstrably more intelligent.
No, he's just being self-effacing.
No. You got I dealt in education, and you got a really high ponderous IQ. But anyhow, that being said, Nunning's a bottom feeder. That's just the way it is. And his main goal is low payroll. And we'll get a retread at best, and luck is the only thing we got to rely on as Pirate fans.
Not Skeens, Keller, Jones, and Ortiz?
Oh, it's great, but yeah, they could do it, but yeah, that pitching is
your point is that your point is that if they win, it'll almost be in spite of the front office and ownership.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's they lucked into a good. Well, they pulled some strings to get there, but they're in a great situation, and they
I would not say that their pitching is luck. I would give them credit for drafting Skeens over Cruz and Langford and the high school kid.
They developed Jones.
And they developed Jones, and they fixed Mitch Keller, and it looks like they fixed Luis Ortiz, too. And they also got Bailey Falter for Rodolfo Castro, a guy that had his cell phone fly out of his pocket in a game.
Whatever happened to Rodolfo
He's
Castro?
in the minor leagues.
What if he brought back beepers? Had just a beeper fall out. Their pitching's been terrific, and I actually agree with something you tweeted. You do have to ultimately give them benefit of the doubt on some of these decisions they're making that are like controversial at the time because the broad picture of their pitching has just been spectacular.
Let's see if they can get Mason Miller and Brent Rooker from the A's. Dallas Braden on that next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals game 2 tonight at 6:40. Paul Skeens on the hill for Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. You can listen to that right here and also on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Text I just received, Donnie, from somebody. It just was a picture of Pony's tweet about Skeens' perfect game and then the plaintive cry. Why does he do this? Just some of the early reaction to that tweet. Anyway, let's talk about the Bath Authority. You want to talk about, a plaintive cry. Be like, my bathroom's terrible. My bathtub sucks. It's got broken tiles. Mold and mildew have taken over. They're paying rent. They've taken over so much. If you've got a rough-looking bathroom that kind of, what I just did there reminds you of what you're looking at every day, call my friends at the Bath Authority right now. Because they do it all. Walk-in tubs, tub-to-shower conversions, and more. Their products, their durable tubs and showers, they come with a lifetime warranty. Every unit's custom built, so you pick the accents, you pick the accessories, you pick the safety features, and all Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA and can be installed in as little as 1 day by certified factory technicians. Call them today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain. Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. You can wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up right now, getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. So right now, what are you waiting for? You can start a plan with Wetco for as low as $17.99 per month, and that second month is free. Undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax, making sure your car looks fantastic, and every time you go through, you are saving money. You're getting a better deal every time you go because you're only paying that one-time price once a month. So sign up now, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and experience the WetGo car wash for yourself. It's WetGo.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way. Give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oakland trying to take the first two games from the Pirates here at the Coliseum. The pitch, swing and a miss, struck him out. Urseg struck out the side of the eighth. Miller strikes out the side in the ninth. Earns a save against the team he grew up rooting for. And the Pirates downed by the A's again. 5-2 the final here tonight.
I love Mason Miller. I'm not going to lie. When a kid comes on with you and says, I grew up listening to you, and then sets an MLB All-Star Game record for the fastest pitch and wins the game, I'm always going to have a soft spot for him. That being said, I think it would take unloading your entire farm system to get him, and I am adamantly against that. You?
I just think it's a miracle that Mason Miller grew up listening to you and actually amounted to something.
Well, that's a kind thing to say, Malsey.
Take a joke. Don't they? I mean, I think the reason...
And you, too. I mean, you're getting lumped in. He didn't say just me.
I was going to say, by extension, I was ripping myself there, but... I think the reason it would take a king's ransom is twofold. One, the arm is just electrifying no matter where it is. But I think that there's a chance that the Athletics would want to put him back in the starting rotation or at least try it out.
You're hearing a lot about that right now. Let's go to the hotline. This is Deadline Debates, 7 days away from the trade deadline, and it is sponsored by no one right now, so hurry up. You got a week to get your pops in with this. A man that threw a perfect game, and he is one of the great color analysts in all of baseball because he is so colorful, and that is former A starting pitcher Dallas Braden with us here on 93.7 The Fan. Dallas, we'll start with the Pittsburgh kid. You think Mason Miller gets traded in the next week?
Get your dirty little mittens off my Miller. You understand? I hear you guys mulling it around. I hear you kicking it around. Enough of that. Enough of that. I think what you said early on, right before you brought me in, was very accurate. It's very tough to think that a kid like that, growing up in the area, listening to you boys, growing up, and now he takes the mound, hometown. He's talked about how cool it would be. So on a serious note, I get it. I can understand why you would be excited. On an even more serious note, get your damn hands off my guy. And I can understand and appreciate the idea of Mason Miller in a starting rotation and what that might represent. I don't think that's the reason that Oakland might initially balk at some of the offers that could come down the pipeline. I think what you have to consider is zooming out and taking a 40,000-foot view of the entire situation. And unfortunately, you can go really either way with it, because if you're moving into a new ballpark here in the next few years, you feel like, and I've always said this, if you got a nice new house, that's great. You want to be able to put nice furniture in it, right? And that's what those players represent, are that furniture. Mason Miller would be a very, very lovely mantelpiece, if you will, maybe even the centerpiece. So in that regard, you wonder about keeping him around simply because of that and what the future could hold. You also think about what the future could hold and what Mason Miller could potentially bring you in terms of the load of prospects and the talent that he would fetch. So it's a tough decision to make, because I think you also factor in health in that equation. And so you really have to do your due diligence when you're thinking about where your organization's headed in the future, what you're going to need to sustain a certain level of anticipated success moving into your new ballpark in the future. What does that look like? And it's, I think, obvious that Mason Miller probably represents your best resource to do either one of those things, whether it's stand pat and give yourself a nice push into the new park, or it's make a move and replenish the coffers, and Mason Miller can do that for you too.
All right, let's talk about somebody then that won't cost us a prospect haul to beat the band and might be more useful to this particular Pirates team given their weaknesses. Can we interest you in a trade for a lightly used and very productive Brent Rooker, perhaps, Dallas?
Oh my. Now that's a name that I think, understanding where he's at in his career and what he has done, who he has turned into, the productivity machine that he has turned into, frankly, yeah, I think that probably makes sense. And you hear some whispers about whether or not a guy is going to factor in towards the future as well. I don't know that Brent Rooker's name is on the top of that list. I mean, all things being said, if it could work out that way, sure, and the productivity continues, outstanding. But I think right now, Brent Rooker's as good as he's ever been, maybe as good as he ever will be here this year, the next couple of years moving forward. So I think that's a wise decision. I think that is a great piece to hone in on, especially if you're Pittsburgh, because you have somebody who you're getting the bulk of the ABs to, and Andrew McCutchen, and I think these are just two different players in terms of productivity. Kutch, whether you keep him around or not, if that's the move you make, could very well serve as that extra defender, late inning defensive replacements, and spell each other here and there. But Brent Rooker would probably get the lion's share of those ABs, and I think he plugs very nicely right into the middle of this lineup.
Well, no, we would use him to replace Jack Sawinski, who's a one-man source of renewable energy. He's like a human windmill right now. He makes Dave Kingman and Rob Deere look like Tony Gwynn.
Dallas, can he play right field competently, Rooker? Can we stick him out there, or does he have to DH, in your opinion?
Well, I tell you, Brent Rooker is athletic, and he's not going to wow you and overwhelm you defensively. He's going to make the average, normal, rangy play.
That's fine.
And I think that right there, in my opinion, is more than serviceable, especially if you've got some other guys that you'd be able to plug in and get the productivity you're looking for. If Brent Rooker is out there, once, twice a week, sure, if you feel like he's somebody who can slide in and just based on what he's going to give you, defensively, you'll take him 5-6 days a week. I think he can do that too.
How much is Oakland looking for in return for him? He's an unusual player. Late bloomer. All the production is this year and last year, and he's almost 30 years old. Like, that's just That's a strange bit of calculus to do on how much they would want in return for him, Dallas.
Well, it is, and I think if you're Oakland, what you have to understand at that point in time is everything that you fellas just laid out, and it's not a mystery to anybody who's kicking the tires on the Brent Rooker wagon. I think you probably understand there's a limit in terms of prospect value that you're willing to entertain parting ways with if you're one of the courting organizations. And so, I mean, look, we're not talking anybody big league ready. I think we're probably talking, I think you'd like to dip into the top 25 prospects. That'd be nice. I just don't know.
In all of baseball, you're saying not like Pirates top 25, or do you mean Pirates list of top 25 prospects?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for the Pittsburgh Pirates specifically, not a top 25 in all of baseball.
Ooh. Well, I would be very interested in that. Where are the A system short? Like, what do they need? Pitchers, outfielders, middle infielders? Dallas, what do you think?
They could take it all. They could take it all. We would take it all. Absolutely. I mean, I think we're pretty confident in some of the athletes you have going around the infield, and we've got a lot of guys, frankly, right now who are part of the wave coming. Well, they're here right now. We're watching Max Schumann turn into the player that he is. A lot of the utilitarian has come up and really anchored himself at shortstop. Lawrence Butler is out of his mind right now offensively. He's taken incredible strides. Zach Geloff over at second base. Brett Harris over at third base is getting more run. So what J.J. Bleday has done in center field, I mean, there's pieces around here. There's guys that are here now. So it's not to say that you can't supplement all of those positions. And in my honest opinion, you need to be able to get outs. How does that happen? That happens on the mound. Well, so I think that's where the focus should be.
I also think it's serendipitous that we had you on today as a guy that pitched a perfect game, because I think Paul Skeens will pitch one tonight, Dallas. What do you think of that?
Wow. I love every bit of that energy. And I've always said, if you're not taking the ball every fifth day with that game plan in mind, then what are you after, right? I can't imagine taking the ball one to go 5 1/3, give up 2, and get out of there. So with Paul Skeens, not only the power and the stuff, but the attitude, the moxie, the presence, it feels like every fifth day is a day that he could be perfect.
What do you make of them taking him out of that Milwaukee game with a no-hitter? Second time this year it happened where he went 6+ and had no hits allowed, but he didn't get a chance to go out for the next inning.
Oh man, it's so tough because everything that we've watched Paul Skeens go through, I think, has been in an effort to try to protect him, try to guard him, and at times also kind of just let him do what he's doing. And you're trying to find the balance between those two. And I think, if you show that you're trying to find the balance between him continuing to grow as a pitcher, but then also making sure that you're not running this guy into any trouble, in the first 10 starts of his career, where over the second half of this season, whatever that looks like for him, he's going to have to, be reeled in. So I know it's tough because in our day and age, we're thinking, man, how nice would it be to have that horse that really everybody in baseball could rely on every fifth day to give you that 7, 8, 9 inning sort of dominant performance. And I think as an industry, we miss those guys. And we can go into 1,000 different directions on why arms are handled the way they are and why we don't see guys given the opportunity to finish ball games the way we did in yesteryear. And I think a lot of financial variables are attached to that. But I think for better or worse, when you have a guy like Paul Skeens taking the mound for you and he has the no-hit, near-perfect type of capability every time, you want to see what that looks like. We want to see what he looks like in the 8th and 9th inning, 100, 110 pitches into it, because he's probably geared up to handle that more so than a whisper in the wind like myself, all of 175 pounds or whatever I was. So I want to see it.
Dallas, thank you so much for all the intel on Mason Miller and Brent Rooker. We appreciate you joining Deadline Debates. Have a good one.
Take it easy, boys, anytime.
There you go, Dallas Braden. Painting a picture where we would not have to give up really anything for Brent Rooker. So please make that trade right now, Ben Cherington.
There's got to be a price tag, though. The guy's got a 939 OPS. They're not just going to take a song for him.
That's what it sounded like, Mulsey.
I don't care if he's a late bloomer. He's one of the best offensive players in baseball.
I think Dallas Braden knows a little bit more about what the A's want for him than you do, Chris.
If the A's just want like a middling level prospect, then like teams should be lining up to offer them that every single day right now.
15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Speaking of the Pirates at the deadline, what Jeff Passan, the biggest insider in baseball, just wrote about the Pirates' plans coming up. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy Low 40 is the PM team. Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They'll cool you down right now. Sticky, humid nights, not fun. And McVay has local experts to help you out in any cooling situation. They do installations, they do repairs, they do maintenance. And right now, McVay offering up $2,000 off energy-efficient Lennox and Bryant system with multiple financing options to fit your needs. So stay chill all summer long. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit McVayPlumbing.com. Some restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte, Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk, listen live, or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Hey, here with Patty Byrne from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply. Patty, summer is here. What's new at CGR Wholesale?
CGR Wholesale is fully stocked and ready to rock with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the colors you want. We can also order West Virginia metal panels and Provia windows and doors to size. And if you need a deck upgrade, CGR can get your Trex and TimberTech decking with quick lead times to upgrade your outdoor space.
That's awesome, Patty. And tell my contractors and do-yourselfers out there why they should buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply.
We are the premier destination for everything you need from start to finish to complete your next project. Our goal is to save you time and money on every project.
Stop by and see them on Route 51 South in Ross Straver or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
People talk about trailblazing, but how do you really blaze a trail? With all-terrain tires, tubular roof rack, a lifted suspension, and a rugged build that craves adventure. This is the off-road unlocked. Find your path in the Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. 888-475-1763. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call 888-475-1763. Again, that's 888-475-1763.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Smokey the Bear.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
O'Reilly.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to protect against wear and deposits. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99 in-store only. Limit supply. Learn more at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. We buy any car.
Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%.
Just go.
Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back. not your wallet.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7,
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals tonight. It is a Paul Skeens night at PNC Park, and we will have the game for you right here on the Fan as the Bucks look to take the series from a team. They're a game behind in the wild card race. 6:40 first pitch, the leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's more Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think Ben's being aggressive now, and I think the phrase I used was it takes two to tango, which it does. I mean, it takes two teams willing to make a deal. I know Ben is actively talking to people. There has to be people available. There has to be the right deal. The second and probably more important point is there's so many teams in the race and very close with 62 games left that everybody is looking, and everybody's looking for one thing. They're looking for offense because offense has been down so much throughout Major League Baseball this season, and that's the challenge. And I think the other challenge we have is there's teams that are going to go down to the wire determining if they're going to buy or sell, and because of that, it makes it more challenging to make a deal. The fact that we haven't seen anything really happen as of now, it shows that there's a lot of people trying to decide what to do. I think we're going to see a flurry within the game in the last probably 48 hours.
That was Derek Shelton with the Midday Guys today in his weekly spot. Much listened to the Derek Shelton Show at noon on Tuesdays. Matt Capps with us in about 15 minutes on Paul Skeens tonight, and the Pirates a week out from the Major League trade deadline. Steelers report to camp in a couple of days. First practice is getting closer, and yet here we are talking Bucks. Just right in the mix, half game out of that third wild card spot, trailing the Mets right now. Jeff Passan is baseball's biggest insider. If Adam Schefter went on TV and said something about the Steelers, we'd react to it. I think that Passan is the closest thing baseball has to Schefter. And he wrote an article today for ESPN.com about the trade deadline and went into great detail on every team's objective and motive and mission here between now and 4 o'clock on next Tuesday, July 30th.
Mm-hmm.
And he described the Pirates as a team trying to thread a needle. Pirates will add and subtract at deadline. That is what the biggest insider in baseball is hearing. Focused as much on its future as its present. What its future in the NL Central looks like. This is what he says about their current situation. He thinks they could add bats, quote, on the margins.
That ain't Brent Rooker. Frankly, it ain't Jazz Chisholm. Is Taylor Ward on the margins?
Yes. Well, I would think so because the guy slumped big time, even though he's got another year of control left.
The Taylor Ward we've heard about lately is very much on the margins.
But
Chisholm,
I think the Pirates,
Robert Jr. and Rooker are not on the margins.
I think the Pirates have also taken note of Ward's hellacious slump because Jim Bowden wrote today that he has not heard about Ward and the Pirates lately.
God, Zeiss might have killed that one dead.
Yeah. Yeah, ever since Paul said it was on the precipice of happening, it's gone up in flames.
Well, it sounds like that's a good thing. We should be thanking Paul for it.
I agree. Next time you see Paul at the casino, shake his hand and say thank you.
In fact, that could be right now if you head down there. I mean, you hear bat on the margins, though, before you say anything else. What's your first reaction to that? They could acquire a bat, some bats, on the margin.
I think of low risk, low reward guys. That's what I think of. I think
how much better
is
a bat on the margin than Jack Sawinski right now?
Not much better because Sawinski could hit 10 home runs in August for all we know. I'm not betting on it, but he's that type of player where it could happen.
Would he get to stand on second base and get slow pitch thrown to him for that?
I think of Connor Joe as a guy that's an on-the-margins hitter.
Well, no, Connor Joe's only an on-the-margins hitter if you extend him past what we know he can do. If you just say, hey, Connor, there's a lefty pitcher going today. We want you to hit. You're in. He hits it like a borderline all-star
He's
level.
also great in April, and
he's like a reverse. He's reverse LaRoche.
So could add bats on the margins and then this is the next line, while trading Bailey Falter and Aroldis Chapman.
He also mentioned, though, that it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for them to at least consider, although they'd want more in return, something for Colin Holderman or David Bednar.
That was the next thing I was about to bring up.
That's the crazy one.
All of it sounds like more subtracting than adding. It doesn't sound like the additions and subtractions like give you a net positive or a zero where they cancel each other out.
It would have to be the only way they would equal out is if you might be subtracting 2 players for one who is clearly better than 2. You'd have to be dealing from an area
but
of
that's not what he's
strength.
reporting here. He's saying on the margins.
Yeah, well,
on the margins, hitters are not better than Falter, Chapman, and potentially
Bailey
Holderman
Falter
or
should get you
Bednar.
better than on the margins. I know Bailey Falter is like probably a league average starter when all is said and done, like bog standard starting pitcher in Major League Baseball.
But he's also left-handed.
Yeah, but forget about whether he's
Which I think
left-handed
makes him
or not.
more attractive is my point.
It does. But even an average innings-eating starter in Major League Baseball, a guy that you can trust most nights to give you between 5 and 6 innings and maybe throw a 7-inning game for you every so often and have the capability of looking pretty good, should be more than an on-the-margins bat in return.
I don't think that Passan is the type of guy that BS's. I don't think he's the type of guy that just makes stuff up. He has risen to the point where he is baseball's biggest insider. I'm not gonna slam his reporting or say he's wrong. If this is honestly, if everything he's hearing inside baseball and inside the Pirates is that this is their strategy or this is their trade deadline philosophy, trade deadline approach, you name it, then they are lost, if that's true. They're not reading the room at all. If they think that, he said, they're focused as much on the future as the present, it sounds like it's even more future focused than it is right now. If you're thinking about flipping your late-inning bullpen guys, I mean, those are the types of moves that you make when you are not serious about contending. Yeah, because you think, well, we can find late bullpen arms anyways. We had Jose Mesa, Joel Hanrahan, and Mike Williams going to all-star games, and we sucked.
The only thing I can think of is maybe they don't feel like they need the lefty-righty-righty combination that they have with Chapman.
It's still making your team worse, Chris.
Would they say Majinski's coming on and we feel like we have an even swap there?
Okay, but they can, but it's still making your team worse.
I know. My biggest issue with the idea of we're going to be future-focused is you have no earthly idea what the future is actually going to look like. You think you do. You think you know what these next 2, 3, 4 seasons should look like, but should and will are 2 very different things.
I mean, Nesbitt, who wrote in The Athletic, formerly of the Post-Gazette, who now writes and I think covers baseball for them globally, he was asked to predict what the Pirates would do at the deadline. And he did say, he said, this is not a bold prediction. The Pirates are not going to swing big, and I refuse to pretend that they will. Then he says that doesn't mean they'll sit on their hands, and this is the most interesting part of what he wrote. The Pirates might make more moves than any team out there.
But they'll just be...
Which speaks to what...
deck chair moves?
Well, which speaks to what Passan is saying. If you're not adding or subtracting and you're trying to thread a needle... Maybe you make 3 trades that help you this year and next year and make 3 more that are about 2025, 2026, and 2027.
I feel like if that happens, people are not going to be happy.
I won't be.
Even if the moves that help you this year objectively do, like they find a bat that's somebody that we all can agree on is good, it'll feel hollow because you'll say, well, they took away from this
Chris,
team.
After the 2010 season where they lost over 100 games, the next trade deadline, they did not give up the farm to get either guy, but they added Derek Lee and Ryan Ludwig. Those guys were rentals. But
for a team that was clearly flagging at that point, but they still tried to add.
And Ludwig didn't hit for crap, but they acquired 2 legitimate major league bats to try to help make that team better. And they didn't try to split the baby and King Solomon it at the deadline. They just went for it. Not big. They didn't go all in, but they made a bet on that team.
I'm not even sure people here want to see them go all in. They just want to see obvious additions be made. If you found...
This complicated, convoluted strategy does nothing for me.
Well, it just makes me think there's no way that they're going to come out of it with that many moving parts better for it.
Well, this gets back to what someone said to me over the weekend about the Pirates. This person said, I honestly think they're treating 2024 like it's a bonus year.
Hathorn called it with me
bonus
weeks
year.
ago. He called it like they view it like 2012. Not the same regime, obviously, but we're a year away. Stop. You have Paul Skeens right now. I think he's going to get even better, but there's always the chance the league adjusts a little bit to him, and maybe he's not what he looks like right now, which is the best pitcher in baseball. Act like you have these things. Gentili loves to say this about the Penguins. They got the golden goose. They got Crosby. They got basically gifts, and they at least tried year after year.
The 2000, you bring up, if that's 2012 all over again, that team did something that was about winning, too. They traded for Wandy Rodriguez. Again, it didn't work.
But it was a very high-profile acquisition.
And he wasn't a cheap guy either,
no,
exactly.
That's what I mean. He was making like $13 million. They've got this is the team. It's not as good top to bottom as 13, 14, or 15. But differently than those teams, this team has the 2015 equivalent of Jake Arrieta at the top of its rotation. I actually think this team has probably as good a chance as the 15 or 14 teams did to make a deep run, provided those teams had merely gotten by Bumgarner and Arrieta.
Provided they get hitting to help, yes. I agree. I don't think they're going anywhere with their current lineup, but if they get a couple of bats, if you get Brent Rooker, I think you can compete for a World Series title, and I don't say that.
Because your middle of the lineup suddenly looks like Reynolds, Rooker, Cruz.
But trying to add two hitters on the margins and then flipping your closer, maybe your setup man and possibly even your closer?
I read Passan as saying, though, either or, that it's not going to be Holderman and Chapman or Bednar and Chapman, that it's be it Aroldis Chapman or the options who would require a bigger return.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Matt Capps, former Pirates closer, on Paul Skeens and the Pirates coming up next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates took game one against the Cardinals last night, a 2-1 win. Mitch Keller, 7 innings, just 1 earned, 3 strikeouts, a couple of walks. Game 2 tonight, Paul Skeens on the hill for the Buccos, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thanks, Donnie Shorkey. Mitsubishi right now, they want to help you out by giving you big summer savings. They want you to find the Mitsu that fits you and pay less for it. They know you want a lot. Even though you're trying to stretch your dollar, you want something that looks great, a new vehicle. You want one that's filled with all the latest tech. You want one that is, of course, affordable. You want one that gives you peace of mind. Well, they can definitely handle that when it comes to Mitsubishi. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. That's what these are backed by. You're getting a lot of value at Shorkey as well. 7-passenger Outlanders, you can lease one right now, just $299 a month, or choose 0% financing for 48 months. Outlander Sports, 0% financing on those for 48 months. And Eclipse Crosses are just $299 a month or 2.99% financing for 60 months. Mitsu's giving you style, giving you safety, and giving you all-wheel drive. And Shorkey is giving you those great savings, plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. The Mitsu that fits you is out there in Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. Shop it online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Even though LaGramps is 39 years old, and this is allegedly the most talented Team USA roster ever, so far the Dream Team has been more like Team Daydream. If they are the best team since '92, we have not seen evidence of that yet. The tune-ups certainly do not back that take-up. The tune-ups do not look like this is the best basketball team assembled since the '92 Dream Team. I'm Jim Rome.
Save money today on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $10 gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. Our professional parts people can recommend the oil change supplies you need at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
3 bands, 1 stadium. Def Leppard, Journey, the Steve Miller Band. Together. 3 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons. Their biggest hits. Saturday, July 27th, PNC Park. Tickets on sale now at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
You make the world fun. Faygo makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3 putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at Awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
All right, we're seeing some heavy backup on the inbound side of the Parkway West. This is starting around Carnegie as you make your way all the way through the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up until Mercy Hospital. With the traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The question that people want answered is this. It's best phrased like this. Can you say that there is a 0% chance that a healthy Paul Skeens would be shut down in September?
Yeah, I don't think we have any plans of shutting Paul Skeens down. I mean, I think it's a situation where we do have to monitor. We monitored his workload coming out of the break. I mean, he's not thrown through the 5th day. We monitored him when he was in Indianapolis early in the season, and a lot of people didn't like that, but we needed him to pitch at the big league level. I think our plan right now is for Paul to continue to pitch.
Fan Outline presented by Sullivan Super Service. That was Derek Shelton with Joe Starkey answering the question that a lot of Pirates fans have had a lot of internal anguish over, and that's the question to Paul Skeens in innings, because we all remember what happened to Steven Strasburg going back more than a decade when the Nationals were a
Boras
first-place team.
Said, peace out.
And said shut them down, and they did. And then Washington, despite winning almost 100 games, went out in the first round of the playoffs.
You know who else I was thinking about this with? I asked Mackie about it yesterday on Bucko Minute, scintillating edition of Bucko Minute. We went rapid fire. One of their other 4 best pitchers is in uncharted territory soon with innings. Ortiz. He's never even thrown 90 in a season. And I asked Jason if they have any designs on keeping his arm protected. Now he's older than Paul Skeens by several years. He thinks not even close with Ortiz because they think he's getting better with more workload. But there are still 3 out of their top 4 pitchers who really are going to end up this season, except for Jones, I guess, because he's hurt right now, but close to uncharted territory for innings if they make a deep push.
We are joined right now on the hotline by a Pirates analyst who has watched all of Paul Skeens' starts, and also, Mulsey, this is serendipitous, he played with Steven Strasburg.
Very
and that is Matt Capps. The Mad Capper is back with us here.
Serendipitous. Serendipitous, that's a great word.
Matt, I thought I made a connection with you when we were down at spring training, but we haven't talked since. So now I'm wondering, did I say something that ticked you off? Did I misread the situation?
I don't recall you giving me your phone number, but I know you've got mine because you called me today. So I'm going to have to deflect the blame here.
You just turned the tables on me.
Matt.
So did I just disgust you with how I break bread, or what happened here?
No. Matt, is this psycho behavior by Pony? Now, he's got a great, borderline photographic memory. He has very few actual people in his phone saved as a contact. Most of them are phone numbers that would be completely meaningless to anyone that found his phone. He just remembers who they are. I think that is complete psycho behavior right there.
I concur with you. That's a little different. I mean, but hey, it's his superpower. That's kind of cool in its own right, I guess. I
guess following up with people that he broke bread with isn't his superpower, though. That would be his big weakness, his Achilles heel.
Matt, you played with Strasburg. Is Skeens way more impressive than him his rookie year?
Way more impressive. I don't know. I mean, a couple of people have asked me that, and I don't really know how to compare them. I think they're different in a lot of ways. Strauss obviously had the big fastball. Skeens has the big fastball. Skeens seems to have a little better, I think, feel and command with his off-speed stuff than Strasburg did, at least initially. But I think the situations that they come into are a little bit differently. Strasburg came in D.C., and, D.C. wasn't really ready to win for a couple more years. He was kind of that first piece of, okay, this is what we're building for. Skeens is coming into a puzzle that's already been started. I mean, you've got Reynolds and Mitch Keller here, Jared Jones doing what he did before he got hurt, and Skeens kind of comes in, and he's a big piece of the puzzle. But you kind of felt like with Strasburg, it was that first piece that the Nationals fans were starting to see of what Mike Rizzo and the team was trying to build. And, Skeens may be a bigger piece of that puzzle. I mean, you look at what the Pirates have done since he's gotten here. They're what? What did I read today? They're
32 and 19, I think it is. Or no, it starts. No, it's in games
over 500 since he got here.
Yeah, and in games started by he, Ortiz, Keller, or Jones, there's something like 32 and 19 with those guys. With Skeens, how unusual is it to see a guy his age and his level of inexperience in big league baseball have the mature approach that he has on the mound, like the way he actually goes about his business, batter to batter, inning to inning?
I mean, go back to Strasburg. Strasburg had that quiet confidence. I think Paul has a little more flair to him than Strauss does and did. But when you watch Strauss pitch, like you felt like he was in complete command of what he was doing, and that's what I love about Paul Skeens. It's like, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to execute it, and there's nothing anybody else can do about it. And he came out and said that in his interview at Wrigley.
Yep.
The Cubs can try to adjust. Good luck. I mean, that little bit of confidence and a little bit of swagger. He's got more flair and he's got more swagger about him than anybody I've seen at that age. That doesn't come off in an arrogant way. it doesn't come off as arrogant, like the little grins or the wink at guys or whatnot. It doesn't feel like it's arrogance. It's just hey, this is, it's what I wanted to do, and it just happened. Like, check it out. It's cool.
Matt, Grandal's going to catch Skeens again tonight. I just saw the lineup. That means he's caught Paul in 10 of 11. Bart hasn't caught him one time since Bart came off from injury. The personal catcher thing, the relationship between hitter and catcher, why do you think Paul feels comfortable with Grandal? Why do you think that the preference for the Pirates is, hey, this guy doesn't hit like the other catcher, but we want to continue to pair him with Skeens?
Well, it could just be experience. With Paul not having the experience, this is what is. How many starts has he made? I should know the answer to this. This is number 12, so he's got 11 big league starts under his belt, and only 20 as a professional. So still very, very young as a professional. So maybe wanting to have the experience of Grandal, having him behind the plate, and you feel like with Paul Skeens on the mound. If you can score just a couple of runs, you got a chance of winning. So you're okay sacrificing a little bit of offense to have that comfort behind the plate. But I don't mind the personal catcher thing. I mean, the catcher is a position that it's not a position that a guy, I think anymore, is going to make 150, 155 starts. I don't know that we're ever going to see that again out of a catcher. You're certainly not going to see a catcher catch 162 games. So, if there's a starter that has success with one guy and has that much comfort with one guy, and you can kind of give him that personal catcher every fifth day, give your everyday catcher or your better offensive catcher, if you will, give him a blow here and there and have the backup catcher in there, and it's kind of win-win. I'm okay with that. Greg Maddux used to do it with a couple of guys.
Eddie Perez, he didn't like Javi Lopez.
Henry Blanco, wasn't he another one?
Henry Blanco, Hank White was another one.
Yeah, I want to say like an O'Brien comes to mind.
Charles O'Brien.
Well.
Wow.
Yep.
Good pull.
Charlie O'Brien.
Hey, Matt, give me
I'm okay with that.
Give me a stat line for Skeens tonight. I predicted no-hitter. What do you
No. He's predicted perfect game, not no-hitter. Right. He's predicted perfect game.
Yeah, that's right. I shouldn't sell him short.
Perfect game. Okay. Well, we saw Mitch go 7 last night, so I think Paul's going to do everything he can to go 8. But I think his stuff is elite enough to where he's going to have enough swing and miss. The pitch count's going to get up. I'm going to say 7 innings, 2 hits.
How many Ks?
1 run. Let's go 13.
Oh
man. Oof.
Yeah.
That would be a start.
Now I feel bad because I have not texted you since we hung out. Would Matt Capps like to participate in our 93.7 The Fan beer pong tournament?
Oh, when is it?
We haven't set a date yet, but I just want to see if you would be interested in such an idea.
Yeah, careful what you're setting yourself up for. I was known for some pretty good command myself, so yeah, that could be fun. I'm in. Let's do it.
All right, there you go. Matt Capps, everybody. The Mad Capper. All right, Matt, we'll talk again soon. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thanks.
First I'm hearing of this.
Well, that's because of what happened on Friday with intern Dom.
What happened on Friday?
He claimed that he could dust everybody here in a beer pong tournament and that he does trick shots where he throws balls off ceilings, throws balls behind his back, turns around, and then throws it over his shoulder, and it goes in.
I've got a trick shot for intern Dom. Successfully talk to a girl while playing beer pong. See if he can complete that one.
Yeah. Yeah. And Callis came out and said, anytime, anywhere, you name it, I'll take you down.
What did Little Austin say?
I don't think he...
Does he want wiffle pong balls?
Now that he's a big star and the Trib's writing articles about Austin, I think he's trying to stay above the fray on this. He's got wiffle ball leagues to run.
He's trying to stay above the fray.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. All right, coming up next, a college football minute because Pat Narduzzi said something that had people talking, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos tonight. Game 2 against the Cardinals. The Pirates try to take the series. First pitch at 6:40. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. We love Weather Seal. I've been using Weather Seal now for a decade, which is really a testament to how good of a job Weather Seal has done for me, both with my old house and my new house. And right now, roofing is what they want me to talk about because storms ripped through in late spring, early summer, did damage on a lot of people that lived in the North Hills. Tornadoes, too, down south. And so people have had damage and have needed work done. So I'm going to recommend to them Weather Seal Home Services. The metal roof is almost indestructible, folks. And it also happens to be very, very affordable, especially with Weather Seal. Right now, no payments for 24 months. That's 2 years without a single payment from Weather Seal, really allowing you to get that roof of your dreams and not have to pay for it and do it on your own terms. So check them out today, 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at BA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
An NL Central rivalry continues at the friendly confines. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Brewers visit the Cubs tonight in Game 2 of 3. The BetQL model projects the Cubs as a minus 174 favorite, but they're just a slight favorite on the money line. That number only minus 115, so the model's screaming value on Jamison Taillon and the Northsiders. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you putting off replacing your windows or doors because of the cost? Adam Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen. Their parent company, Andersen, is one of the oldest and largest window companies in the U.S. So, Renewal by Andersen can often offer discounts other companies can't. And you don't have to do your whole project at once. You can do it in phases to make it even more affordable. Now's a great time to upgrade your windows. This month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their Mega Flash deal. Buy one window, entry door, or patio door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 50% off. Plus, great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh, we embrace rivalries, okay? We'd love to play Penn State if they would play us. If they won't play us, we'd love to play West Virginia as many times as we can play them. 2 years ago, we got them at home. They got us last year. They're coming back. Our kids couldn't be more excited. They got an idea, really, after 2 years, what a real rivalry game is. I think you need to lose a rivalry game to understand what it means to you. I think you have to lose one to know, okay, I don't ever want to lose a rivalry game again. And I think that's kind of what we go into this game with.
Pat Narduzzi at ACC Media Day, of course. The shot there that Penn State thinks it's better than Pitt and won't play Pitt. Needed to work that jab in during his assessment of the backyard brawl, which we will have that game on the Fan almost 2 months from now. Looking forward to that one. The rubber match between Pitt and WVU. I would think Penn State would want to play Pitt now.
Way less incentive to avoid because of the damage a loss would do with 12 teams in the playoff. You could lose to them theoretically and not torpedo your season chances. But let's be honest, and I say this as a Penn State grad who very infamously has never rooted for them a day in his life and has always rooted for Pitt. Most years, Penn State would probably be a comfortable 10 to 14 point favorite and would beat Pitt, which would only help it with recruiting.
If you don't think you're going to lose the game.
But if you do lose the game, it has minimal downside to you compared to what it previously did.
Bingo.
No reason not to take the game.
But I think the bigger thing is you're probably not going to lose. And you're already playing regional cupcakes like Temple.
Oh, and they are a cupcake.
And Syracuse in about 4 or 5 years. They're on the schedule again.
Toss away the record books when those two get together.
I think the issue for Penn State is that they, just looking at their schedule, I don't think they want to play non-conference road games anymore, Chris.
But again,
I think they just want.
Well, I guess if the whole goal is
the
to
Beaver Stadium revenue.
I guess that it's that. Okay, so at the business side of it, it's we want the revenue. But I guess paradoxically, even though you have much greater chances of getting in now because it's a 12-team playoff, you just want to pave the road even more for yourself, right? Why take on any risk if you can avoid assuming it?
I actually need to correct myself on that. In 2026, they are playing at Temple, which will
How
be
much
a
of a
home
road?
game.
I was going to say it's not a road game in anything but name.
I know, but still, Temple's getting the money from it. I know that they'll take over Lincoln Financial
Is
Field.
Penn State that hard up for cash in their program? They generate a lot of revenue up there. It is
and they're
the
also
only
playing.
game in town.
What was I talking about? They're also opening the season at West Virginia. So, my point about how they just want 3 home games, I'm going to retract that right now.
Would you like to just erase the last 90 seconds here?
Strike that from the record.
I would like to see it because I just want to see the game get played, and I think there's now less reason to avoid the game than ever before for Penn State.
The last 3 times they've played, the aggregate score is Penn State 101, Pitt 30.
And in the one game that was close, it, if anything, put more egg on Pat's face because he kicked a field goal, down a touchdown, and missed.
From the 1-yard line on the far hash.
Yes!
So their average win is by more than 3 touchdowns. If you're willing to do home and homes with Temple, do home and homes with Pitt.
Pitt's just good enough that if they have the right kind of year come together for them, they can beat Penn State. That's what happened the first time they renewed this rivalry. I just don't see why. I understand it more like when the playoff was 4 teams. I didn't like it, but intellectually I understood why they did it. Now with that number tripling, and Penn State is almost always around that top 12. You just have so little reason not to do it.
And Penn State also used to try to claim that they liked having a spot open to play a game against another Power 5 school so they could take the Penn State show on the road to different places, down south, out west, etc. Well, now that the Big Ten is so big, and you've got Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA, I don't think you need to do that anymore.
The Big Ten will be in Ireland before too long. I think that there is very little reason for them not to do it. And you know what? This is the other part that you might disagree with, but who knows? Maybe you don't. I think for as much as Penn State fans on Twitter like to tell us why we're wrong and then give us very detailed explanations as to why this is why they do what they do up there, the majority of Penn State fans want to play Pitt mainly because, like any other fan base, they like gloating when they win, and they are pretty confident that they would win.
And they've, other than the 16 game?
Yeah, the first one was the only one they didn't win.
God, I remember I got in trouble here for that because I was in Vegas for a wedding, and I was supposed to be doing Pitt pre and post. I believe you filled in for me. Boss then, not happy that I was in Vegas for a wedding.
And look at you now. You're still rocking and rolling. Barrett Sports Media said you're part of the #1 show in the country. And where is that old boss?
I think he's retired, presumably with a decent amount of money to his name.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was a different boss.
No, that boss had already, I think, moved on to other pastures by then.
All right, Donnie, thank you for the college football minute. Donnie, did you know about the proposed fan beer pong tournament?
I was made aware. Yeah, I heard Dom going on about it because I think the way it worked out Friday, you guys talked about that probably, end of the 3 o'clock hour or so, maybe end of the 4 o'clock hour. It was nice. I was able to go to the gym after being done at 2 o'clock. I heard it on the way home. Dom boasting about his skills.
I think there's a lot of potential here for a fan personality beer pong tournament. Put everyone who wants in, put their names in a hat, and select partners or pair partners at random.
Man, I'll tell you what's
and
a volcanic
see who reigns
team.
supreme.
Anybody paired with Zeiss.
Well, he has that long reach.
Yeah, but you've got to have established rules where the ball can't be released past the edge of the table or something. You've got to have
the elbows.
Well, yeah, but that's Pony's that doesn't address Pony's reference here. If Paul's allowed to keep his elbow just hinged right at the edge of the table,
he can still get
his
that arm out
it's
there.
It's like Kareem
Or Randy Johnson. He wasn't
Right.
really 60 feet 6 inches away when
Much
he came
closer.
swooping in with that big
Right.
lefty sidearm delivery.
And will I decide to go rogue and throw left-handed on my team?
You know who I bet is sneaky good?
Hathorne.
Maybe. I was
That's a
going
good call.
to say Joe.
Joe wouldn't do it.
Why
Because
not?
he doesn't drink.
Paul! Can you imagine Joe
And
agreeing to play as long as Paul, he and Paul were
his
teammates?
torn rib cage.
That too.
Can't throw.
But to me, you have to drink
to play. Because
drinking the beer is part of the game.
I agree. If you can play water pong, but you've got to take drinks of a beer can in your hand at least while you're playing. I agree.
And do you guys like the death cup rule? You're still working on a beer, you haven't finished it. If
it's in your hand and somebody makes it, the game's over.
I agree.
Yeah, I like that rule.
But
that's one of my favorite house rules.
So ours was, one person left. They each got each ball to shoot till they missed, and then I watched it happen a couple times. Somebody would take 5 cups to none, and would run the whole thing out with their 2 balls that they had left without missing. Then what do? You force overtime.
Yes, I love rebuttals. I've always been a fan of it.
Oh, rebuttals. Yeah, I hated places that just did 1 cup, like 1-shot redemption, where if you made a cup, you got back in the game. BS.
No, I agree with you
You
on
got to
that.
finish the whole rack,
Correct.
baby.
How about if the ball bounces back to you? Do you allow the
behind the back shot?
shot?
Absolutely.
Which apparently Dom is very good at, so you got to look out for it.
Bounces were always 2 cups when we played.
Yes.
1 re-rack per game.
Yes.
And then what was the other one? The Death Cup was always a great one.
But yeah, Dom said that if he teamed up with Harry Callis, he could mop the floor with me and T-Bird. Was his take?
I'd look out for T-Bird, man. He already shocked us all once.
And he's also
I know he's
pissed
on
off.
everyone's
Has
radar,
T-Bird been paid for his victory?
He should be by now. I said on Friday that if he did not have payment by the end of the show to let me know.
T-Bird's about to be giving Gazzo a call from Rocky. If you're not giving him that money soon, pal.
Gazzo didn't do that. He wasn't the guy that used the muscle. Rocky was his muscle.
Yeah. Gazzo wasn't the muscle. He organized the muscle.
So in this case, T-Bird is Gazzo, and he needs to find somebody to take me out.
Yeah, I think he'd find a pretty lengthy list of candidates.
That are capable of taking me out or would want to?
Willing to.
Yeah, probably right. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Pirates getting closer to taking on the Cardinals, and that means Paul Skeens. Hear Derek Shelton on the state of the Pirates 7 days out from the trade deadline, and Greg Brown at 4 o'clock. We'll be right back. It's the PM team. And right now I'm here for Mike's Beer Bar. That's where I was on Friday before the Bucks and Phils. And that's where you should be tonight for this game against the Redbirds. Get over to Mike's right next to PNC Park. The best beer menu in Pittsburgh is there if you're coming in out of town for the game. Maybe you're a St. Louis fan. Don't be shy. Get over to Mike's right now. Steak on a stone. You got to try it once. And their great beer selection, 80 rotating taps of local craft beer, great summer beers available there at Mike's as well. Meet me at Mike's right next to PNC Park.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ujay Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mostly cloudy tonight with lows in the upper 60s and some patchy fog. Wednesday, partly sunny, a good chance for a couple of showers and afternoon thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s. Another round of showers and a few storms on Thursday. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
This amazing beach vacation is brought to you by all the money you save by doing your everyday shopping at Mac.bid. Yay, you.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see adult sensation Kenzie Taylor for 2 amazing nights, Friday, August 2nd and Saturday, August 3rd, only at Cheerleaders.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey folks, we all have those nagging home repairs that sit forever on our to-do list. Well, today's the day to get those jobs done. Call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No home fix-up is too big or too small for PJ Fitzpatrick. Leaking roofs, missing siding, overflowing gutters, rotting trim. Fix it all now before the little leaks become big problems. The home repair professionals at PJ Fitzpatrick have the knowledge and expertise to fix your home right the first time. So visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
O'Reilly. Save money today on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $10 gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. Our professional parts people can recommend the oil change supplies you need at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or at O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly
Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair.
Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing a good bit of congestion on the inbound side of the Parkway West. You're moving slowly from Carnegie all the way into the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $129. Get a 4th room free and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call now 412-701-1188 or book online anytime ZeroResPGH.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals, we are getting closer, about 3 hours away from first pitch, and that means we get to see Paul Skeens back in Pittsburgh, fresh off his start in the All-Star game and that incredible game against Milwaukee with his 7 no-hit innings. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Miller.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Miller, live and local, just like Mike's.
We need Key to get hot. I think that is important. And we saw him get hot last year, and we know that it's in there. I think the biggest thing is just making sure driving the baseball. We saw it in the Chicago series right before the break. He drove some balls in the gap. Just has to get back to him consistently doing that and being on time. I think that's the focus that we need to make sure that we're talking about and working about on every day.
Is he beyond the injury?
Yeah, I mean, he has a back injury, so it's something that is going to continue to linger. It's just like having a hand injury for a hitter. It's things that they're going to linger. He's healthy, but there's daily management of it. That there's no doubt about that. You know, that's something that we're aware of and we have to be aware of in terms of the days he gets and how he feels. It's not something that, hindering him, but it is something that's there and it's probably going to be there the rest of the year.
And one of those days off for the scuffling Key Brian Hayes is tonight as the Pirates try to win a series against the team they're chasing in the wild card standings. The Cardinals, a win tonight and they're tied. And then you sweep them tomorrow and you'll leapfrog them and move into a playoff spot for sure here with Big Paul Skeens on the mound. That was Derek Shelton on his weekly radio show with Starkey and Zeiss. Greg Brown going to join us in about 5 minutes. Hayes, got to pick your spots with him, says Shelton. After last night, hits into a double play, which kills an inning. 3-0 count. Trying to move a runner up after a leadoff double. 3-0 count, doesn't even end up making a productive out in that situation. He's been dreadful, Chris. The OPS now is under 600. The Pirates have a lot going for them. Key Brian Hayes is one of the few issues right now at this very second for them. They must be banking on or hoping for what happened last year when he came alive in the second half of the season, but he has shown no signs of life here. And if there was a third baseman rental out there, I would look into getting that guy here. I don't think there is, just based on all the lists I've seen. But that's something I would not be opposed to doing, upgrading third base and telling Ke'Bryan Hayes pretty much, hey, if this back thing is a lingering issue, why don't you rest it and we'll talk again in February of next year.
Shut you down.
They won't do it. I don't see any way they do it because they're pot committed to him. It's the worst contract in Pittsburgh sports right now.
No,
he can't hit, and he plays a position where you don't sign someone at third base to play defense. I'm sorry. It's not a defensive first position.
He could be signed for a lot more money, but he's essentially making like $7 or $8 million this year for a glove, and the glove has even regressed slightly. He takes some of the least imposing-looking swings I've ever seen a major league player take. Loopy, pitches in the zone that just get fouled off and not authoritatively. A guy fouls one straight back. Sometimes you think, wow, he's right on that pitch. Hayes takes stuff in the zone, and that swing seems like it takes a half hour to get there, and then nothing ever happens.
It's like the entire sport is obsessed with launch angle, and he's never heard of it.
Well,
Do you ever see him drive a ball in the air?
No. He has to basically run into one. Every time I see him, I envision him, I think of that bat coming in that weird looping arc. Instead of bat down and like driving directly towards baseball, it just seems so loopy. I don't think there's any chance. I bet big on him this year, thinking in our Bucko auction house that he was going to have a continuation of last year. I thought he was still working with Nunnally, even though Nunnally wasn't with the team, that was the skeleton key for him. Listen, I'm sure it sucks having a bad back, a balky back, even if you're a pro athlete. But that's not an excuse because his manager didn't make it one. He just can't hit. And you know what? The thing that's bad for him is I don't ever hear Ke'Bryan Hayes ever say anything like hardly ever directly about like, I'm unhappy with this or that. I could do without any of his family members constantly chiming in at any opportunity they seem to get.
Go on.
Complaining about, well, don't you get the sense that like his brother and his dad occasionally, his dad at least played ball in the major leagues, but I feel like the Hayes family is very not shy about telling people when they're unhappy with something.
Well, that's why Zangrilli, when he was on the show Friday, said that he thought Hayes, and I don't agree with him being a trade candidate because I don't know who would want him in a contract right now, but Dan called him a trade candidate, and then more to the point said that it's because Dan is not, quote, sure Hayes exactly embraces the idea of being a Pirate.
I don't know. I'm not going to say that about Ke'Bryan Hayes. I'm not, because I don't really know a ton about him, and I think he's largely
Either
stayed
do
pretty
I, but doesn't it strike you that Dan would be willing to say that on the air?
A little bit,
He's over at PNC Park all the time. He's there right now.
No, I just his family has never been shy about expressing their displeasure with something. Well, here's the thing: if he isn't all that crazy about becoming or about the idea of being a Pittsburgh Pirate, why sign a long-term extension with them? Because they dangled money in your face?
Well, not only that, but circumstances change. You think it's a good situation. You really like the situation because of what you just said, the money. And then you're like, well, this is not my ideal workplace.
I mean, but where is it going to be his ideal workplace? A place where the weather is warmer and his back stays looser? I'm serious.
Maybe he would say a place that doesn't fire the guy that helped fix his swing.
The guy's still working with him, though. And if anything, it should make it even better for him. John Nunnally, yes, he has to pay John Nunnally presumably to work with him, but he's like getting one-on-one instruction and not worrying about whether Nunnally's worrying about everybody else's at-bats.
I'm not sure that's an in-season thing, Chris. I think that might be an off-season thing.
If I were the Pirates, I would say this. I would let him work with John Nunnally whenever he felt like it, which I guess is why you shouldn't have fired the guy in the first place, presumably. You should have probably promoted him to become the major league hitting coach.
Now, Skeens is much, much better than Ke'Bryan Hayes, but in terms of investment, a first overall pick compared to giving a guy a long-term deal in excess of $80 million, it's pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
If Skeens gets a personal catcher who can't hit, then I think that Hayes should be entitled to a personal hitting coach. I do.
I'm just not positive that it's the hitting coach here.
Oh, I'm not either.
If it's the health and everything else, and it's just maybe Ke'Bryan Hayes does not have a good concept of how to be a good major league hitter, I think that's the proof. Really, the optimism for him stems from two things. A COVID year that most people have just chucked out the window anyway. Like, who won it that year? The Dodgers, right? And people call it like a bastardized World Series because
it was 30 games.
It wasn't really the World Series. It wasn't really a season. Baseball's
he was great
all
in
about
those
the long
30
season.
games. There's no doubt about that.
Yes, he was terrific. He had OPS over 1,000. And then
that was in August, and that's where he hit last year. So maybe we're right on the fringe, just like Brian Reynolds in June.
Except
Brian Hayes this month is August.
Except Brian Reynolds has actually managed to keep it going and not have a swoon.
True.
But
there are guys
basing
like
this
that.
off of I know Adam LaRoche was.
I know.
Yes,
exactly.
I know. Adam LaRoche would hit 120, and then suddenly the calendar would turn to what was it, like June or July, and he became give me the best hitting first baseman ever, Albert Pujols.
Yeah, by then the Pirates were more than 10 games out.
Correct.
So the stakes on the games didn't really matter.
I guess my thing here is I think we've seen it in 2 flashes of probably about 90 games combined, and his real body of work is everything else he's done.
Greg Brown with us right now, getting ready to call this big game tonight as the Pirates look for a series win against the Cardinals. There is a buzz around this team. People are hyped. They want to see the Pirates knock off the Cardinals and keep it going. Hottest team in baseball, winner of 9 of 11. I'll be there tonight. And Greg is brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. Greg, we were just talking about Ke'Bryan Hayes not in the lineup tonight, what Jared Triolo's in, and what Derek Shelton said about Hayes. Did not use the back injury as an excuse, but did acknowledge that it is a lingering thing. Dan Zangrilli said on Friday that he's not exactly sure that Ke'Bryan Hayes loves being a Pirate. Do you have anything to add to that point?
No, that would surprise. Well, I mean, no, that would surprise me. I don't have anything to add at all to that. He may have maybe talked to him, but I've not heard that at all. To my knowledge, he loves being a Pirate. What he doesn't love is not contributing. I think that really frustrates Ke'Bryan. Obviously, it would frustrate anyone. And I just talked to Shelton for the pregame and wondered about giving him 3 straight days off, maybe tomorrow, and then the off day travel to Phoenix for a Thursday off day. But he said, no, he'll be back in there tomorrow, and just giving him a day off and getting Jared Triolo in there, getting him some at-bats. But I'm not giving up on Ke'Bryan Hayes.
What would you say if I asked you to just the old pie chart, Brownie? He's struggled mightily this year at the plate, obviously. How much of that pie do you think is his back bothering him, and how much of it is basically something else, i.e. a bad approach, just whatever, maybe not going to ever be a good hitter at this level? How would you divide that up?
Well, I mean, I think the back is always going to play a bit of a role. I think we've talked about this before when it comes to like Christian Yelich, and there have been others who've had to deal, Neil Walker, who've had to deal with the back issues most of their careers, and they just find ways to do it. I think there are ebbs and flows with it. I think there are days when it feels better than others, depending on routines, off days, where they're playing, travel plays a role, no doubt. Cross-country trips, I'm sure, have a lot to do. Anybody who's had to deal with back issues understands it. So it's hard to parse that out, Chris. I think, for me, just talking to other people who know hitting, it's more just kind of a mechanics and approach, more that than anything else right now. And the fact that he's done it in the past, and it's not been full seasons, understand that, but there have been more than just snippets. There have been long stretches of very effective and impactful hitting at the major league level. We've seen it over his years. That's a reason why I'm not going to give up on him. And I think maybe I'm going to be more patient with players than I have been in the past because of guys like Rowdy Tellez. Just when you're just ready to be done with them and get them out of town, they end up, if you're patient enough, they can reward you with that patience. But the Pirates saw something in Ke'Bryan Hayes. That's the reason they signed him to that big contract. So they sure as heck aren't giving up on him.
Is Nunnally still allowed to work with him in season, or is that only in the offseason, Greg, because he's not technically a Pirates coach anymore? Do we know about that?
Well, I mean, I think they would be free to work with anyone. I mean, they do that. We've also discussed this, that the players, pitchers alike, pitchers and position players, they have their own, whether it's family members, coaches. I think Rowdy Tellez mentioned that to Dan Zangrilli several weeks ago, that he talked to, if not worked with, someone else. So,
but can Nunnally show up to PNC Park and get in the cage with him? Greg,
I don't think that would be necessarily appropriate. No.
Okay.
But if he's around town, and I don't know his schedule, but if he's around, and they also can talk, through communicate through just a phone call or even Zoom or whatnot. But all kinds of ways to communicate with whomever these players want to deal with.
Brownie, more of a positive one and not just a Key Brian Hayes, us trying to figure out what's wrong with him question. Luis Ortiz, this shocked me. I knew he had been having a very good season, but measured by wins above replacement, he has been as good as Mitch Keller, according to that stat, in terms of that WAR. 2.5 wins above replacement. That's top 10 in the National League right now. What do you think has been the switch that flipped or the change with Luis Ortiz that has allowed him, to blossom this year?
And Donnie is loving Luis Ortiz, Greg. He said untouchable. You can't trade the guy.
Well, you might be right at this point. He's a great story. There have been some great stories on this team this year, the last couple of years, but he's maybe not to the degree of a Mitch Keller, where Keller found himself, after 2 or 3 years and highly touted prospect, found himself back in the minor leagues, in the bullpen for a time, figured it out during off season. And Ortiz, relatively young in terms of major league experience, but burst onto the scene with that high velocity fastball, good stuff, and attacked hitters. And then, I think became timid, didn't, as they say, trust his stuff as he should. I think the bullpen did him wonders, the velocity back up. And this is the guy I think the Pirates thought they were going to get eventually, kind of part of the plan when they brought him to the big leagues a couple of years ago as a rookie. And now you're seeing that velocity back up. But more than anything else, he's throwing strikes and quality strikes.
Yes,
and all the confidence in the world on the mound right now. It's tremendous to see.
Greg Brown brought to you by Gutter Helmet. For a limited time, enjoy up to 35% off Gutter Helmet. No money down or payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. Jeff Passan, who has pretty much become the biggest insider in baseball, right up there with Ken Rosenthal, Greg, wrote this today on the Pirates. Pirates could acquire some bats on the margins at the deadline while being open to moving a starter such as Bailey Falter or a back-end reliever, be it Aroldis Chapman, or the options who would require a bigger return, setup man Colin Holderman or closer David Bednar. The idea that the Pirates are open to trading David Bednar, do you think that that's right?
Well, first of all, you're going to ask me to assume that they're open to trading him, right?
Well, I'm just going by what
we don't know that. I mean, nobody knows that. Jeff Passan doesn't know that. And this happens every time around the trade deadline. Everyone assumes that this team, this general manager is talking about moving this guy, open to trading this guy. We just have no idea what is true and what is not. And so it's still, do you want the Pirates to improve this year and beyond? And would you be willing as a fan to allow Ben Cherington to do whatever it takes to improve the team this year and beyond? I guess that might be a general question for anybody.
Well, I'll just ask you as a fan, do you think he's open to trading David Bednar?
I have no idea. None. I have no idea what's going through Ben's.
Do you think he should be?
I think that Ben should be open to trading just about. See, I'm in your camp. I think you and Chris have both said this, that barring a wholesale shift of all the talent on this team, and that would bury them for the next several years. Barring that, you almost want them to do anything they can, not just to get into the playoffs, but I keep pushing this narrative, by the way. I'm not giving up on the division. I don't want to not back into the playoffs. That's not fair. But I'd prefer to have my sights set on the National League Central Division, beat out every other team in the division, win that crown first and foremost, worry about the wild card later. And if that's my mindset, then I'm almost putting all my chips in, almost. There are certainly going to be opportunities to move certain players, maybe bigger names. There are going to be, I think, opportunities maybe to tweak it, add kind of fringe-type players. But I'm almost open to just about anything if I'm Ben Cherington, if I'm running the team.
So that would mean your Bubba Chandlers and your Tamar Johnsons and players of that ilk.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, you have to. The other thing, too, about that is it's fun to play GM. I do the same thing. But, my gosh, it's so hard to do because you don't know what's on the table. You don't know what if someone were to say, I'll give you – who would it be? I can't even think of a name right now.
Luis Robert Jr.
Would you be willing to move Bubba Chandler for him?
Yes.
Would you?
Yes.
Okay, well, then I don't know if Ben Sherrington would. Maybe he would. I don't know.
Well, Dallas Braden said he thinks you could get Brent Rooker for one of the Pirates' top 25 prospects. That would be nice, Greg.
Yeah, I guess, I talked to you the other day, Andrew, and I didn't realize that Rooker had played such little outfield, so I don't know. I guess I shouldn't speak. I don't know. He has played some.
He said he's an athlete and he'll make the routine play, is what he told me and Mulsey.
That's what Dallas Braden said?
Yep. Am I misquoting him, Mulsey?
No, that's the correct quote. Here, I'll do another hypothetical trade for you, Brownie. I think Pony said this one was getting kicked around. The Orioles have a it's a guy who's actually played third and first base. He can do either one. He's played mostly third base. He is currently blocked in AAA for them, and he's got an OPS of well over 1,000. But this guy is 22 years old. He looks like he is a corner infielder of the future with big power. Would you trade David Bednar for that man?
Well, you're talking to me right now without me having any knowledge of this player, so I don't know if I would or not. I don't know. It would take a lot to trade David Bednar. The one thing I'll say about trading anybody, it sounds awful that they would even consider trading David Bednar. And again, that's a huge assumption.
Sure.
I don't believe that they are thinking about that. But if in a hypothetical, they're thinking about trading a David Bednar, well, you better get some gigantic return in return for a guy like David Bednar. And I'm sure and that's a gigantic if, they would even consider it.
He's the 15th ranked prospect in baseball.
Like that.
He's the 15th ranked prospect in baseball.
I mean, now you're that's a bit of a gamble because you're assuming now he's going to fit right into the big league lineup.
Agree.
And succeed.
Yep.
When you know what you have in a proven closer in David Bednar, I'm not sure I'd be willing to do that.
Greg, last one. When we talk at this time next week, is your guess the Pirates will have made a trade?
Yes.
Okay.
Will they have made a trade to sell and to buy?
Oh, the thread the needle approach.
I don't know. I don't know how they'll do it. I just think that they'll get somebody here, and I don't have a name. Know if it's a big name. My total guess would be that if they will between now and the deadline, and it won't be anybody that we're talking about right now. It won't be a big name like that.
It'll be grid, out of our radar.
It'll be an addition that I think would help the offense, but somebody that nobody's really talking about. That's my guess.
Greg, I'll be up there tonight. I'll see you there.
All right, look forward to it. It's going to be a big crowd. I heard that the advance is huge. Wonder why.
Pony's going to be there. That's why.
And I've also predicted a perfect game.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. Kevin Young predicted an Andrew McCutchen home run the other night. so maybe you'll be right with the prediction.
Well, we had Braden on, so I was thinking it was serendipitous.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good idea.
See you, Greg.
See you guys.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. Greg, in advance of the trade deadline next week. He'll join us right afterwards. All right, coming up next, we'll take some of your calls, and then we'll get to the Donnie Football Debrief as the PM team.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
A few hours away from our next Paul Skeens experience. He starts for the Buccos against St. Louis, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
All right, so this weekend I played golf. I did not play well. I did not putt the ball well, but I was the only person in the field for 36 holes, at least I think, who walked all 36 holes. That is a bit of an arduous task if you're carrying your own golf bag, right? There's a lot of hills at the golf course I was playing, but I was able to do it and do so easily thanks to having lost all that weight with a Waken 180. That's right, Awaken 180 weight loss, a big reason why I could get out there, walk the course, because instead of weighing like 210, I weigh about $180 these days. And then if it might go up 2-3 pounds, I'm not worried about it because Awaken 180 has given me the tools to take control of my weight, take control of my health, and it's been a total lifestyle change for me. It's been one of the best things I've ever done for myself, and the best part is it doesn't end when you reach your goal weight. Awaken 180, they give you that free coaching and maintenance for life, even after you hit that goal weight. You want to take control, you want to be doing things like I'm doing, you want to see that weight loss success and feel so much better, give them a call. 844-346-1800 online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. NFL camps are barely open and already fans are tripping on their quarterback situations. Take Minnesota, for instance. Some Viking fans are already losing their minds that Sam Darnold apparently has a leg up on McCarthy. I'm Jim Rome.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Cloudy with a thunderstorm tonight, the low 68.
Weather brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service.
We're seeing a good bit of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from Technology Drive in Oakland through the tunnels to Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Does that make it like more of a possibility that you could trade Henry Davis, perhaps?
No, I think the thing with Henry is Henry's a part of our future, an important part of our future, and we have to get him right. And very much like in Joey's case, it doesn't happen on the time frame that everybody wants it to happen or expects it to happen. I mean, it's difficult to come to the big leagues and be a very productive player. I think we're fortunate that we have not only Henry, but we have Andy Rodriguez. Having catching depth is something that's extremely important in the game. You're always one foul tip away from something happening. In Henry's case, we just need him to continue to get better. But, we feel both he and Indy are a really important part of our future.
Derek Shelton on Henry Davis. I'll tell you why we brought that up or why I'm playing that clip for you in a second. Shelton saying a foul tip can be big-time problems for a catcher. And could be a major injury for a catcher. Your heart care matters. Visit the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened today. That is proactive healthcare. UPMC Health System doing an excellent job. Donnie Football Debrief is about 10 or so minutes away. We've got Paul Skeens on the mound. You just heard Greg Brown say that expecting a huge crowd at PNC Park, a big Tuesday night crowd for Skeens. We'll get into what we expect from him tonight a little bit later on in the show. Henry Davis, Jim Bowden, the former Pirates front office man and former MLB GM, was asked about Henry Davis being a trade chip. And he said today that he thinks Davis has more value as a trade chip than he does to the Pirates. And he would put him in a package for Jazz Chisholm with the Marlins. Now, that Shelton clip makes you think that Henry Davis is really not someone that they're serious about trading. And you know what? If you circle back to what Passon wrote, if they really are thinking more about their future and not this year, then they probably don't want to trade Henry Davis. Because they would be punting on one of their biggest
a 1-1
player acquisitions. Yep.
He's a 1-1 guy.
And I think if you really believe that it's about winning this year, I think some GMs would just cut their losses and say the hell with it. No one's going to care if I trade a former number 1 pick and give up on him after a couple of years to try to win right this second.
Especially if the name coming back to you in the deal is a pretty attractive name.
Yeah. But if you're not putting a lot of eggs in the 2024 basket, then you prioritize the hoarding approach that Shelton gave you in that answer. Bart, Davis, Rodriguez.
Or I also
collect as many catchers like you can, like they're freaking Pokemon cards.
Well,
By the way, something I never did as a kid.
Did you do Pogs?
Yes.
So you had the slammer and everything else? I never did Pogs.
Donnie, do you even know what Pogs are?
No, I've never heard of that.
What a phenomenon Pogs were.
Not into them, though. I was not a Pogs guy.
They were just circular pieces of cardboard with different things on them.
Was it actually made out
what?
of cardboard? I thought they were more like plastic. No.
Some were cardboard, some were plastic, some were heavier.
And how did you play Pogs though?
I honestly never played. I just collected them.
Weren't you supposed to have the big heavier one that was a slammer, and you were supposed to throw it?
Yeah,
down?
but I'm actually not sure how the rules. I do remember slammers, but I don't remember what the point of the slammer was or why you needed one.
I don't remember how you scored points or anything.
Me neither. Yeah.
Anyway, Donnie, yes, Pogs. We're ancient, by the way. I think they actually want, though, Henry Davis. Did you do Pokemon, by the way? Charizard, that kind of thing?
I mean, I knew what Pokemon was. I never really got into it.
Do
like
Lennox
that,
and Ace
Yu-Gi-Oh.
collect them?
No, dude.
No?
No.
I mean, your kid knows every dinosaur name, so I thought there was a chance he would collect Pokemon cards.
Nintendo Switch games right now. The South Park episode that made fun of Pokemon is one of my all-time favorites. But anyway, the whole Henry Davis thing, every time I hear them talk about him and he's a big piece of the future, you know what else I think? I go back to a statement Cherington made, and we've kind of referenced it a lot. I don't want to say it's flown low under the radar. He's talked a bunch about improvements within our team, guys that we already have here. I think they find it a lot more plausible and definitely more affordable to, in terms of finding an impact bat, that a guy like Davis that they drafted to be an impact bat would just turn it around and figure it out. That's the much more cost-effective way to go about trying to improve your offense. Pray that you can figure out a solution for a guy that you drafted almost exclusively because you thought he'd probably hit about 280 or so and hit 20 home runs a year.
Sounds like Greg doesn't think they'll trade Bednar. He did not exactly shut down the idea that they were going to trade somebody who's on the major league roster right now with the idea that it helps keep them good for a long time, even though it sounds like Greg's preference is like ours to try to maximize this year. The last point he made about how they're going to make a move, but it's probably going to be for someone that's so under the radar and we haven't even talked about them, again, backs up what Passant wrote. Bat on the margin.
That's just not going to It's not going to excite anybody. I guess, to be fair...
Well, Marlon Byrd didn't exactly knock
Did
people's
J-Happ
socks
excite
off.
people?
No,
Not
he
really.
didn't.
So, I mean, I shouldn't rip it and say if you do that, it's not going to work. We've seen it work multiple times, both with pitchers and hitters that
I mean,
they've
the Braves
acquired.
made moves like that a couple of years ago that weren't big, sexy deadline deals, and they won a World Series. With Jorge
do you think it's
Soler
more
and
important that they get a
guys
big-time
like that.
player or just that they get active and try to get players,
No,
period?
at that, yes. B.
So you think – so, honestly, that's a lower ask then for them.
No,
Ben
you're
Cherington, the ask for Ben – no. I'm saying
that's my bare minimum.
Okay, I'm more important than – is it more important that they get a big name or that they just show that they are trying to augment this team? That they bring in players, even if they're bats on the margins, who are at least upgrades over what they have, and there is a clear sign from the front office, yes, we understand this isn't good enough. No, we're not going to go and get Luis Robert Jr., but we are going to get some guys here who are better.
You know what? Honestly, I'm fine with that.
I think most people would be, because all they want is a sign that the front office understands that this team can compete and is going to try to help them even a little bit.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. It's a Donnie Football debrief next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis at Monroeville. Now open.
7 innings, 1 earned run for Mitch Keller last night. The Pirates beat the Cardinals 2-1. Let's see if Paul Skeens can outdo that tonight. 6:40 first pitch against St. Louis. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Grilli starts at 5:45. You can listen to it right here or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, guys, man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. If you hate the way you look and feel, get in touch with Regenesis today. Many guys out there work out. They try to eat right. They still don't see results. So what gives? Regenesis believes that it has the answers to your problems. They have the solution. Feel better than you did in your 20s. Go with Regenesis today. 724-510-0024. That's 724-510-0024. Go to freebloodwork.com and take advantage of that offer with Regenesis. freebloodwork.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see adult sensation Kenzie Taylor for 2 amazing nights, Friday, August 2nd and Saturday, August 3rd, only at Cheerleaders.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for a Donnie football debrief with the Steelers reporting to camp tomorrow, and it's with a new sponsor. Let's welcome in Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Donnie?
The debrief, July 23, 2024. Saw this yesterday after the debrief was already completed, so I wanted to save it for today. Are you two familiar at all with the Untold sports series on Netflix?
I am.
They've done documentaries on the Malice in the Palace, Tim Donaghy, the Crooked Referee.
Okay. I've not seen any of it, but it sounds like something I would like.
They also have one on a minor league hockey team that is one of my favorite documentaries ever.
The Dansbury team?
Yeah, the Trashers.
Okay.
Phenomenal work. They are putting out their next season, whatever you want to call it. They call it Volume 4 on August 20th. The first episode, The Murder of Air McNair. We got a Steve McNair documentary less than a month away.
I know the basic story there was tragic. It was his mistress who shot him and then shot herself, right? Murder-suicide, I believe. I believe. I don't know that much more about it, though. Like, it's a sordid story and a sad story, but that probably says a lot about me, something I would watch.
He was absolutely, for me, probably like a top 10 favorite player, like growing up. Like watching the guy play as a 6, 7, 8-year-old kid.
He was blood and guts, man, out there, and he could run. He could do everything.
Weren't the Titans kind of a team that they weren't your favorite team like the Steelers, but you had a soft spot for them?
Yeah, I mean, you had Steve McNair, you had Eddie George. Plus, I think they have like especially then, more so than now, they had like, as dumb as it sounds, the colors in the uniform that attract kids, I feel. Like they had like the cool teal, like baby blue color that draw you in.
They also tried to, I think, style themselves as an organization in terms of their identity on the field, like kind of Steelers light. They wanted to be tough. They wanted to be ultra physical. Jeff Fisher would keep them right between 7 and 9 wins most years.
Keith Bullock.
They had your Keith Bullocks.
I like Keith Bullock.
You forgot Derek Mason Dixon line.
Yeah. I did like him.
Their best player, now he's gone too, Frank Wycheck, their best offensive threat besides Eddie George, was an H-back. Yeah, they were a good team for many years, even though Jeff Fisher's the butt of a lot of jokes because of how it tended to go late in his career. They were pretty good there for a while.
That playoff win against the Steelers obviously sucks given how it happened.
Yeah. I don't know why. I thought you were going to say that they're doing something on some expose on AB. Untold story, like.
Now, that'll be a good one, but I think we have years down the road until that.
He just had another kid.
Yeah, I think he has a few more.
Did you see that, Mulsey?
He's got a few more chapters.
The same
to
mother
write.
who's been the mother of most
I
of
don't
them?
know. He was sending out on Instagram. Amanda was telling me on Instagram Live. And then what's the thing where you click on the person's avatar on Instagram, their stories?
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. And just like pictures of him in the delivery room taking pictures of his baby ass naked, his junk is out and everything.
I saw one where he just like poked his head in.
Yeah. 7th kid. And he just declared bankruptcy.
I mean, I feel like I could probably say this pretty safely. I feel bad for his kids because I can't imagine that he's the kind of parent you would hope.
But he seems to take a big interest in the oldest one who's, I think, getting recruited by...
I'm sure, yeah.
College
but I don't know. I've never
right
heard
now.
of anything with him and the other kids. And I don't know, even if you take a big interest in your kids, is all the stuff he's been involved with really good for your kids to be around?
You don't think ESPN is a petri dish for learning?
No, I'm talking about like where, remember he was holed up in that house for a while?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was
he just
it was grotesque.
Seems like a pretty bad guy, and I can't imagine that's like helped his kids live like normal lives.
His documentary will be wild one day.
I kind of pay to watch one on Pac-Man Jones, believe it or not.
Well, he's had a nice...
Well, the whole thing, that's what I mean.
He's had a nice renaissance. He's on McAfee show now.
Took in Chris Henry's kid, raised him like his own child, basically, is my understanding. Like, that's why I would be interested to watch a Pac-Man Jones one, because I think it's an actual interesting life. Who's one athlete, Pony, living or dead, that you would want to see a full-on documentary about? Like, they get the Ken Burns treatment, that somebody just gets all the access you could ever want to have.
Dan Vogelbach? No, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Why? You have someone readily available who pops into your head right away?
Let me put it this way. If you could get the knowledge that you were getting the true story here about this person and not like PR fluff.
Sure. I get what you're saying.
Do you know who I think I might actually still pick, even though it's obvious, is MJ? Just like what a complete psycho he was, like competitively.
Why,
as far as all that.
because you don't feel like The Last Dance did that good enough?
No, I mean there's still obviously some final cut privileges. It's either he's one. I would be pretty damn interested to learn about like Hank Aaron, like as far deep into that as you could go, or Bill Russell, guys like that.
The stuff they had to go through.
Yeah, like guys who were great black athletes at a time when segregation was still very much happening, when they were being treated horribly, even in their own home cities sometimes. I think Aaron's is maybe a little more compelling because it's the Deep South.
I got to tell you something. This debrief, though, crystallized something that I've been thinking about the last few days. We are literally hours away from the Steelers showing up in Latrobe, and Donnie wanted to talk about Steve McNair. Think about that.
Well, Donnie's brought this up of his own volition.
It's like they're a little bit out, they're kind of out of sight, out of mind right now.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. That's unintentional take plagiarism. Donnie has floated that very thought multiple times in the last 7 days. He brought it up to me. He was like, we
one
just
of the
aren't
shows
talking
where
about
it was
them.
just Malsey and me. We were like, we're a month away from them playing an actual game. We have talked so little about them.
That was exactly what it was. He just said we've talked about them hardly at all. That's what he did. He said the first preseason game is a month away, and I just kind of scratched my head and said, weird. And you know what's really struck me about it? It's not like they've had an uneventful offseason.
Oh, my God, they've giant storylines.
They've had probably the biggest and most splashy and interesting offseason they've ever had since this station's been on the air. I can think of maybe the 2010. That was for bad off-the-field reasons.
Their most beloved player is in a contract stalemate with the organization.
Correct.
They have huge questions at quarterback. It's a offensive, pass-driven league, and after George Pickens, for the organization that gets praised up and down for drafting and developing wide receivers, they don't have any. They have one. You can't turn on a national show that's talking about the draft or the Steelers without them bringing up, my God, they do so good. They do such a good job at finding wide receivers, and they don't have any. Right now.
Because they traded one away for a guy that most people think is a mediocre cornerback. Yeah, they emptied their quarterback room. Their most beloved players in a contract dispute. They have one receiver. They just had a draft that's probably going to yield how many starters out of the first couple picks? At least 2.
Yep.
Like, they are laden with storylines, and yet... Oh, and they keep getting mentioned as a prominent potential suitor for the biggest trade name available.
I think that's the power of Paul Skeens.
Oh.
I think Skeens is the guy that's the biggest reason why.
If the Pirates were doing this with sort of smoke and mirrors and they were just a little bit above 500 like they are, but they didn't have a marquee guy, I actually agree with that.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Good one, Donnie. Low of 70 today, or tonight for the game, I should say. Pirates and Cardinals. We'll talk more about Skeens and our expectations for him tonight, moving forward this season. Pirates as well. All that coming up, plus a Bucko Minute with Noah Hiles next hour, live from PNC Park. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Bucko's weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What can give you that sensational Pittsburgh skyline with half-off pizza on Monday nights? I told you guys this will be one of my new favorite places. Look no further than the Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington, right across from the Duquesne Incline. I'll see you there.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers, like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Tired of your home's windows letting in the heat? Adam Crowley here for Renewal by Andersen, the window company with more than 2,000 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh. Their beautiful, high-quality windows and doors are custom-built and installed by certified master installers. Their composite Fibrex material is 2 times stronger than vinyl. It's warranted not to bend, warp, or crack when exposed to our extreme temperatures. This month at Renewal by Andersen, they're offering their mega flash deal. Buy 1 window, entry door, or patio door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 50% off, plus great payment plans to help make your project more affordable. Call by July 31st, 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, lease for just $299 a month, or choose 0% financing for 48 months.
Outlander Sports, 0% financing for 48 months.
Eclipse Cross, just $299 a month, or 2.99% financing for 60 months.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Stop in this month for a new 24 Jeep Wrangler or a 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee with only 2.9% financing up to 84 months. How about a 24 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months? The only choice in the South Hills is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and so are the incredible deals at Bowser Hyundai during the Bowser Summer Sales Event. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its advanced technology, top-of-the-line safety features, and exceptional fuel efficiency. And right now, lease a 2024 Elantra from Bowser Hyundai for just $199 a month, plus $500 HMF bonus cash. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
O'Reilly.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. How many birdies can you uncover? Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals less than 2 hours away. Paul Skeens makes his first start since the All-Star game. His first start since going 7 no-hit innings against the Brewers before the break. Leadoff show comes your way with Dan Zangrilli live from PNC Park at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Minute mark is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Thanks for finding us on your ride home or maybe on your way to the game. 937thefan.com, our YouTube page, where we have live stream video going on right now. Across the Odyssey app as well. Paul Skeens ready to make his first start since the All-Star game. After the Pirates, behind Mitch Keller's strong pitching, beat the Cardinals last night and moved to a half game out of a wild card spot and only 1 game behind St. Louis in the standings. For the uninformed, baseball changed its playoff format. Since the last time the Pirates were in the postseason in 2015, it's no longer a 1-game playoff. It's now a best of 3. The team that's the better seed hosts the entire series, 3 games played in 3 nights. And that's how I was looking at this series against St. Louis because of the way they set up their pitchers, Malsey. Mm-hmm. I think if they had their druthers, this is how they would do it. They would have Keller start game 1. They would have Skeens start game 2, and then game 3 would be maybe Ortiz or Jones or...
You just keep both of those hands on deck if they have to piggyback each other. I would actually probably do that, even though it kind of screws you up for the next series. I would say if Jones can give you 5, then bring in Ortiz and try to give you the rest of the game.
And you won the first game behind Keller, and let's see if you can do the same thing behind Skeens. It does get me picturing the Pirates in the postseason because St. Louis is a fixture in the playoffs, and who knows? I mean, with the way things are going, it's not entirely out of the question that the Pirates and Cardinals could play in the first round.
Well,
if St. Louis passed Milwaukee and the Pirates got in, that could be a 3-6 matchup. Yep. The Skeens thing, we had Greg Brown on last hour. The Skeens hype from the All-Star game has carried over to this game tonight. I'm on the Pirates website, and they put a map up of PNC Park from overhead that shows you where you can still find tickets for tonight's game.
Mm-hmm.
All of the lower deck tickets are gone from where up both first baseline and third baseline
until they kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for here? They cease to be parallel with the line and kind of start to curve when you're going way down into the corners.
Okay. When they recede back from the playing surface, perhaps.
Like, where there's that little spot where the ball girl will sit?
Yes.
And sometimes the ball will be fair and it'll kick off that corner and
where they jut in.
Cause hell, yes.
The jutting seats.
The jutting spots. Yep, those are
They're
open.
filled right to the juts.
Everything else is gone. Every single club level seat sold out. Every seat in the upper deck from, I would say, like the infield spots from like first base all the way around to third base.
Draw a straight line up into the
level
upper deck, and it's filled.
Are filled.
So basically only the further down and then the cut-in parts of the upper deck.
Yep.
So
and then some bleacher areas, like the second
probably
tier.
25,000 seats sold, right?
The second tier of the bleachers, there are still seats. There are no seats in center field. There are no seats in right field.
So you're thinking 25 to 27,000 probably?
Looks that way here.
39,000 is a sellout, basically. They set those attendance marks. Then it sounds like they've got 25 plus for a Tuesday night.
Easy, man.
And that could be a walk-up that still increases because people found out you're going to the game and that you predicted a perfect game, so they think they might see history.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
Now, where are you sitting for this game?
I'll be in the press area.
Going as press.